My nephew, with that mighty Skywalker blood, and in my hubris, I thought I could train him. I could pass on my strengths. By the time I realized I was no match for the darkness rising in him, I went to confront him. And I was left with shame and with consequence. Because I was Luke Skywalker, Jedi Master. A legend.
Hey! Are you crazy? What's the matter with you? What happened?
What do you want?
You don't know who I am, do you?
Well, should I know who you are?
Not much time. Hang on, kid. I thought they smelled bad on the outside.
This is Rogue 2. Echo Base, this is Rogue 2. I found them. Repeat, I found them.
Fade in.
This is where the fun begins.
Hello there.
Crap. 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 Crap.
You know, hey! You guys sure are friendly, aren't you?
I'll probably never meet him.
You might. There's something different about him.
The Force is strong with you.
Had enough?
What do you want? I'm busy.
No, we have a race.
No. There's nothing special about you. You're nothing.
Now stand aside, worthy adversary.
'Tis but a scratch.
A scratch? Well, what's that then?
I've heard worse.
You liar!
Come on, you pansy.
Victory is mine.
Just a flesh wound.
You will each be part of me, and together we will be complete.
Use the Force. Let go.
The Force is strong in this one.
I have you now. What?
You're all clear, kid. Now let's blow this thing and go home.
just got busy in a Burger King bathroom.
Cocainum.
Like a rock.
Perhaps you'll refer to the imminent attack of your rebel fleet. Yes, I assure you, we are quite safe from your friends here.
He saved us. He really did it. May the Force be with us.
Greetings, program! Together, we have achieved a great many things.
Uba. Uba. Uba.
Greetings, programs. Welcome to the Not My Star Wars live stream. Star Wars, Return of the Jedi. Not My Star Wars Deep Dive Part 2. You must confront Vader. How is everyone on this Friday? Here we are again. I hope everyone is great. I have had a very long week, and today was a very long day. I started very early, but I took a nap a few hours ago. I feel pretty good. That's why we're starting a little bit late, but in any event, glad everyone's here. Good to see you. And here's where the fun begins. Good evening. Yes, late start. These streams keep me sane. Me too. I do it for me and I do it for you guys, and I appreciate that. I always appreciate you. That guy says you've been a supporter for quite some time now, and I'm thrilled that it helps you guys, and that you. I know that there's a good group of you that count on this every Friday, so I'm always happy that to be here, and that you guys look forward to hanging out. It means a lot to me, to tell you the truth, and I do it for me and you, and I'm glad that you guys get something out of it. Anger throughout the week. I can bitch about Disney Star Wars and the release, and release the anger and be productive. Yes. The doctor's in. Yes, the doctor is in. If I start, the promo will be over. Yes. More Video Man, less Tron. Okay. I've been so busy, but I'll probably make a new intro at some point. Change it up a little bit. More Video Man. Did a review with Daisy Ridley than what Disney has done. I would think anything is better than what Disney's done. Although I heard that movie was pretty damn terrible. Greetings, programs. Hey, D. Good to see you, brother. Nightwish. Hey there. Fade in. Yes, indeed. We always hear it, Not My Star Wars. Fade in.
Fade in.
Hello. Uba. You got your Uba. Fade in. Welcome, welcome. Uba. You want another Uba? Hey, I give people what they want.
Uba. Uba. Uba.
Fade out. How Luke is from. Indeed. Fade out. Wire work, Jackie Chan movie. He's done wire work, and that's from the 80s. From what? You're comparing to the Daisy Ridley? Yeah, Jackie Chan. You know what had a massive, well, I'm sure you know. What was it? I can't remember the exact name. Crouching Dragon Flying Tiger, or Crouching Tiger Flying Dragon. It's been so long I don't remember the damn. That had massive amounts of wire work, but and you could tell because there's so much, like you couldn't see the wires, but you could tell because there's so much like flying around. But it was well done. It wasn't that it was cheesy or anything. There's another one. It was that comedy kung fu movie where there's like this little town and there's all these elderly people, but they all are like kung fu masters. And the evil guy comes with like 100 thugs, and they all have like top hats or bowler hats, and they're kicking them around and all over the place. And there's just a ton of wire work, and it's like silly and ridiculous, but it was fun. I don't remember the name of that damn movie, but it was kind of a comedy. Or 2013 at Disney Lucasfilm Star Wars Bounty Hunters Codebook. Didn't Jared read it? Or Disney read this book? Most likely. They didn't, you mean? Yes. Din Djarin needs Django's little notebook from the EU when when Django gets killed. Boba basically has three things. He has his helmet, his father's helmet, Slave One, and this little notebook that has like these really short, like kind of one-liner entries. It was like 7 or 10 important tips or whatever. He needs that. Yes, it has started. Once you see that intro. By the way, the intro is 7 minutes for anyone that's curious, which is enough time for people to come in and for me to kind of fiddle around and do my little last preparations. Sometimes I'm eating candy or something. And that intro, a lot of it's to be fun, but it's also to set the stage for anyone that comes new. Like, I don't like to waste time or mess around. You see what Not My Star Wars is. So, Empire or Jedi? Need more context, but I'm assuming, are you asking Empire Strikes Back or Return of the Jedi? For me, Return of the Jedi. Empire Strikes Back is amazing. It's my second favorite, but for me, Return of the Jedi. Chut the Wanawanga. Yes. He didn't, yes. I don't know that he knows how to read. Bothan lives matter. Yes, they do. BLM. Speaking of Bothans, I have a very cool project coming in the next couple days. Well, I don't want to say couple because it's 2, but next few days. It is taking precedence over everything else because it's time sensitive. I don't want to give anything away, but it's something that's happening right now. You will get an inside look at something. Star Wars. And it is Disney Star Wars, but it's still interesting because you're going to see a lot of the production side and the behind the scenes. It started off, it was going to be like a short thing, and it's turned into an 1.5-hour, 2-hour documentary. I'm getting I have like 10 collaborators that are feeding me media. And I already have it all pretty much edited. It's just there's some last pieces coming in, and I just have to move stuff around. But like everything's ready, so I just have to kind of put it together, drop a little bit of music on it, and put it up. So it will be in the next few days for sure. Really, what it will hold it up is the last pieces of media coming in. But very cool thing. I don't know any other documentary like it, to tell you the truth. Yes, Lucasfilm pre and post Disney does like behind the scenes stuff, but that's like them, right? Officially from the inside. This is like outside of something. You're seeing inside, but from outside people, let's say. So it will be unlike anything else, and it's pretty cool. I'm trying not to say too much because I don't want to give it away, but you guys are gonna love it. You'll definitely know what it is, and next few days, and it will be like an hour and a half, 2 hours. It's gonna be it's really beautiful. It's gonna be elegant and artistic, and an inside from the outside inside look at something that's going on right now, and I promise you all are going to love this. So just thinking of Bothan Spies, I have some Bothan Spies, about 10 of them right now. In the UK, that's all I'll say. So coming very, very soon. That is taking precedence because, again, it's time sensitive. And once that's done, I have a bunch of other videos that are scheduled. I will get Boba Fett Chapter 2 out. I just, man, every time I turn around, something comes up. That one, I just need to spend like 1 more hour and put the little bow on it. And then from there, D, I will be putting 100% in energy into the Empire project, and that will be coming very soon as well. Again, as I always say, the priority on the Empire project is that must be perfect, and that is going to blow all of you away. If you think anything that I've done, like the Skywalker legacy or any of that stuff, was special, wait till you see the Empire project. So stay tuned. The next 2 weeks is going to be me just dropping bombs, and in the next few days you're going to get something real sweet and real beautiful and real badass. So hang in there. And as always, I've got a ton of little videos coming out every day. You're going to get a video, like I've been saying, but there's some really big cool stuff coming, so stay tuned. I have Bothans on the job. Boshuda, yes. Hi, hello there, Idana Denai. Big hug to you. Greetings, Adaptive. Nice to see you. Thanks again for your message earlier today. I really appreciate it. As soon as I talked to you, I was like, I had a very long day. I've been up since early, and that nap really came right on point. So, but thanks again. 2 Bothans walk into a bar. Yes. Well, 10 Bothans walk into the UK. Let's see what happens. Boshuta. Hello, James. Quick side note. James, do you remember, I believe it was just this last stream, in the beginning, you said something about Dr. Strange was removed or something, and I said, well, I don't really pay attention to or know much about Dr. Strange, but then I said, but I heard that his project got canceled, like he was totally taken out. Do you recall this? Like, this was, I think, just last week. And I very much said, like, I don't know what's going on. I don't pay much attention to that, but that's what I had heard. Well, I had a comment the other day of somebody being like, you're such an idiot. Dr. Strange, blah, blah, blah. He's there and blah, 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 and going on. And I'm like, dude, I literally said, I don't know what's going on. I just heard that he's been removed. Like, this person was all angry for some reason over the Dr. Strange thing. People are nuts. Just my meds. Great. Hello. That the blanket that Yoda is sleeping with is actually Qui-Gon Jinn's old robes. I never heard that. I've never heard that, so I can't say. if in some visual dictionary or something it says that. It's kind of weird though. Let's use some logic. Qui-Gon died on Naboo. Yoda is at the funeral, but they do burn him on the pyre, right? And he's not naked. So sounds a little bit suspect. I can't, I don't know if someone has a reference in visual guide or something, but I've never heard that. So won't say it's impossible, but suspect. Greetings. More Video Man, less Tron. Okay, I will keep that in mind. Just because. Let's get power up. Yes, I grow stronger. Video Man. Raging Rhino, hey, thanks for coming by, man. Nice to see you. You're in Australia, so I know your times are different. I'm guessing it's much earlier or later for you. For me, it's 11 p.m. So I'm thinking it's like morning for you, maybe. Anyways, good to see you, buddy. A lot of people don't like how long Yoda's death. Oh, and by the way, I saw your I saw your tweet the other day that like this pissed off fan is canceling himself. I'm done ranting or something you said like that. I thought it was a pretty funny tweet. For what it's worth, I think you were totally kidding, but don't get discouraged. Don't ever get discouraged. There's many people that think like you do. Not My Star Wars is a shining example of Disney's bullshit. So don't get discouraged. There's plenty of people that want to hear the truth. There's plenty of people out there. YouTube is wacky, and I know we don't always get the recommendations or the views that we want. But there's people out there. There's people that listen. There's people that see. There's people that will find you. So don't get discouraged, because there are people that care. There are people that do see through Disney's bullshit, and just keep going. Just keep going. Don't get discouraged. Don't let anything slow you down. A lot of people like how long Yoda's death scene is. Don't like how long. But I like it. The scene makes me sad because this is the last time we see Yoda in the flesh. Yeah, I've never heard anybody say anything about the length of it. I mean, for me, every moment we can get with Yoda is special. It's important. So doesn't feel long to me. If anything, I'm sad about it, and I was just watching a little moment of it. I wouldn't want like that, like closing part of him to drag on more, but seeing more Yoda is never bad. So there's war inside of me. Why? What war? And nice to see you, Julian. I've noticed you've been coming by for the past few streams, so nice to see you. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Floating down in the intro. Oh, I got you. The Rise of Skywalker. Yeah. Crouching Tiger, Hayden Dragon. Yeah, thanks. Looking sharp. Thanks, I appreciate it. And nice to see you, Mojo. Bloodsport. Not sure if comedy. No, it was It might have even been in like Chinese and then subtitled or voiceovered. It's like a comedy kung fu film where they have this little village and these like gangsters come to harass them and take over. And in fact, they all have like different powers. And one of them, like the old lady, she's like the elderly mother of the village or whatever. She like screams, and it like shakes and tosses all of the enemies back. They all have like some like a special ability or power. I can't for the life of me remember the name of this damn movie, but it was like really exaggerated kung fu. But it's a fun movie, so I for the life of me cannot remember. I look forward to these streams all week long. Thankful to have like-minded folks to enjoy real Star Wars with and ignore and reject as a group of true George Lucas's Star Wars fans. Indeed, that is what I am here for. To give a platform for you guys to be able to celebrate what is Star Wars, actual Star Wars, and for me, as well. Yes, indeed. Indeed. Misanthropony just released her first preview of the Rise of Skywalker video. He said the reason why they brought back Palpatine is because KKK didn't like the idea of the villain being defeated by a man, so she brought him back so his ass can get kicked by a woman. I can't say that's not part of it. But what's most important is we have caught them several times contradicting themselves. We all know that that Rian Johnson fucked it up, killed Snoke, and they were all like, oh shit, what are we going to do now? We know it's not, but Kathleen has the nerve, to be like, oh yeah, it was always in the plan. It was always in the plan. And yet you would have seen it in at least one of my videos where, Ian McDermott himself is like, yeah, they called me like a year ago and asked me if I wanted to be in the movie. This is like a year before The Rise of Skywalker came out. So obviously it wasn't always in the plan. Hello. Because if it was in the plan, you would have back in Force Awakens 2014, 2015. Plus he was in Celebration back in those days. They would have said, hey, look, be on standby because we're going to try to do something with Palpatine. He wouldn't be saying, oh, well, they called me a year ago and we're like, hey, JJ called him and was like, hey, what do you think of Palpatine coming back? Be real. Yeah. That would be Ray. To ignore and reject Disney, Star Wars as a group of true George. Yeah, yeah, gotcha. Ray Romano, yes. Did you say that again, or thanks? I appreciate it. Thanks. A little airplane. Appreciate it. Feels good. That's I was a few months. Palpatine, she sucks with a lightsaber. Dave Filoni's Star Wars, Clone Wars, Bad Batch aren't legit Star Wars stories, but as soon as I start to ignore them, my feeling are fighting with what I know. Well, what do you mean? With what you know? Aren't legit stories, but as soon as I start to ignore them, are fighting with what I know. Because you're aware of them and what they exist and the nonsense they're talking about. I don't know how many of you saw this nonsense now that they're swapping skin tones and all this mess. It's just so dumb. This is again okay. I talk about Canon on every freaking stream. Every video I make at the core is because of Canon. And you got these wisecrackers that come on my stream or come in my posts and like you're an idiot, blah 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 blah. Yet this is why Canon is important. You see, it's not important to a lot of people because they've only been a Star Wars fan for 5 years and they're used to the Clone Wars. So they're like, oh, well, that's Star Wars and it's great. And until you see where it breaks canon or until later, like the Bad Batch comes along and now you hear Freddie Prinze as an adult acting as a kid, and he looks white when he was always tan. And now you guys are going to start complaining because the stuff that you liked is now all of a sudden contradicting. So now all of a sudden, oh, now it matters. Oh, when your characters are admitted on May the 4th, now it matters. You get upset because there's no Rey. So then when you were selling us, well, too bad, Star Wars isn't for you anymore, and, you know, who cares, and just take it. Okay, well, now you see. Inevitably, whether it be now or some of these kids 10, 20 years later, it could be a totally different franchise, something they grew up with, Naruto or Pikachu or whatever. They're going to come out with a movie, a cartoon, a comic, and it's going to totally piss on what you grew up with, and it's going to be completely different. And then you're going to care. Then you're going to start to respect. And then you're going to remember back when Not My Star Wars is telling you the canon fucking matters. This is why continuity is important. Because people fall in love with things. They connect with things. And when you sell them a white Saw Gerrera in this show, and then he's black in this show, and then he acts this way in this show, and acts the other way in this show, it does matter now, doesn't it? There's fight inside of me. Yeah, well, not for me, there's not. I just laugh. But no, I understand. And you know, it's some people catch on later, and it can be difficult because you're like, you know, so used to believing something or seeing something a certain way, and then now it's like totally twisted and distorted and different, and you're like, but that's why you have to always be conscious of other people's thoughts and feelings. Rather than come on someone's page and talk nonsense, why don't you listen as to why they're bothered? Because maybe they have a very legitimate reason, and maybe it'll open your eyes. Maybe at the end of the day, you don't agree and you whatever, you know, but like I said, come sooner or later, something's going to violate something that you believed, whether it be in a cartoon, a comic, a movie, or in life. And then you're going to care. So instead of being a jackass until that day comes, why don't you think and consider, hey, maybe there's a reason why these people that have been carrying this franchise for 43 years before I was born, maybe there's a reason they're saying these things. Maybe they're not so, you know, stupid. Maybe they actually know what they're talking about. Thank you, Hayden. I heard so far the only people who hate the Bad Batch are the ones that love the stupid trilogy. The ones that hate. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm hearing too. I don't know. I don't see what why people are too excited about it. It's just a little cartoon. There's nothing that special about it, and it already in the first episode, in the first 2 episodes, is contradicting itself and previously established stuff. So I don't know. To me, it's all silly. By the way, Julian, I hope you understood what I was saying. That I was saying that as a general statement. I wasn't saying it towards you. Sucks, but the model builders, electrician, real production people are all right. The behind the camera folks, yes. And again, I don't want to give away too much because what I'm going to show you, it's not to say that I support the end result, but you're going to see some stuff that we usually don't see. And it's not like, oh, I caught Disney doing some stupid. No, actually, it's totally neutral. There's no like, you know, Disney this or that. It's just you're going to see stuff that we don't usually see. So it's going to be neat, that documentary, and it's coming soon. And it's a lot of like touching on what's usually say there. So again, I don't want to say too much, but you guys are going to love it. For you to do a video on Clone Wars and all its contradictions. Looking forward to the other videos though. Yeah. That would be a long video. I mean, it's over 100 things. I don't know. I'll have to look at it and see if I can maybe somehow. I'll look at it. That's something that's long and a lot, so I have to, right now I have to knock out some other stuff. But there is an official list of over 100 times the Clone Wars breaks canon. So, and that was before season 7 came out and before Bad Batch came out. So now it's compounded even more because season 7, holy fucking breaking canon. Oh boy. So, but yeah, I mean, give me some time. Yeah, I'm trying. It's just, there's a lot. And again, this thing that fell in my lap about 2 weeks ago, it's time sensitive. So yeah. Bring my old Star Wars character encyclopedia back to school. Show my friend what real Star Wars is. Yeah. I'm always here. Hey, I commented it. Nice to see you. Hail to you. New report just dropped on Twitter about Disney pushing critical race theory within the company. Just now? On the Star Wars? Well, I guess it's not on the Star Wars Twitter. Let me know. I'll take a look at it. Disney's a freaking mess. I'm sure some of you have been seeing the Freddie Prinze stuff. I mean, it's just... Skywalker Legacy is amazing, by the way. I really enjoyed it and was wondering where a lot of that material came from. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's finally starting to get some views, although that video should easily have 50,000, 100,000 views. Slowly but surely, it's getting more views and recognition. I know that it's easy to be biased when you're the creator of it, but again, many people have told me that documentary is better than anything Disney has made. So... there you go. If you haven't seen the Skywalker Legacy, go watch it because it's beautiful. It's love. It's George Lucas. It's Star Wars. It's a reminder of why we're all here. And I think it's a beautiful tribute. And it has a lot of things that I tried to find that not everyone has seen. So you're going to find a lot of little goodies in there, a lot of little Scooby snacks. I would have to make a long list to tell you where all that came from. That is hours upon hours. I have no clue, but I would guess at least 100 hours of different stuff. Different documentaries, different behind the scenes, different, there's news reports, there's all kinds of, I mean, you're talking about 40 some years of stuff, right? Most of it's the older stuff and the tribute of that, but I would have to make a long list. It's not even, I couldn't even begin to, it's so many pieces. So, and imagine being so many pieces of media. Then I chopped it. Okay. Then you have, like, let's say one of those is a 20-minute thing. So then I had to go through and chop up what parts I wanted out of that 20-minute thing. Then you have to consider the way that the length and the way that those things stack up within each other for copyright. Then also, how does these 6 pieces I took out of this 20-minute video, and then I have another, let's say, 15-minute video that has 7 pieces or 4 pieces, and then go down the line, and there's like all these videos, and now I have like 100 pieces. Now I have to, what's the best way to order those? You know what I mean? So that they flow and that they, like you guys have been seeing the promo videos. That's a lot of clips from that. So they might feel a little bit out of context, but I wanted to do that, one, to help bring awareness to the Skywalker Legacy, but also so that you can digest it in pieces, like the Anakin piece that just came out. But when you watch it as one thing, you see it in much more, you see that it's like a whole journey, and that know that the way that the flow, the pieces of that stuff, is not someone else did that. It's not that that's how that video was. It was me getting hundreds of pieces and figuring out how they would all flow and fit together, make context to each other, and also try to make it into major sections. There's the first main section that is kind of establishing George Lucas, Star Wars, etc. And then, as you know, it goes into each film. And there's the sections of like the, like built the creation of the vehicles and, you know, stuff like that, the music and all that kind of thing. So when you look at it, just know that that wasn't like 3 videos that I rearranged into. No, that's like hundreds of clips that took me months of watching through videos, cutting out and sourcing pieces, and then having all these pieces and putting them, stacking them so that it made a cohesive story. Not so much a story, but, you know, it has a flow. So again, I couldn't begin to tell you because it's so many things there. A whole folder of, you know, behind the scenes documentaries, interviews, news reports. I mean, just on and on and on. So that was a serious thing, the Skywalker legacy. And here and there, I watched parts of it. And again, if I were to do it today or go back, I could touch little pieces, especially like audio. Like there's little audio clips, very rare, very few, but there's little things like, as far as being a, you know, when you look back at your stuff, you want to be a perfectionist. So I even see where I could make like slight adjustments, but to be honest with you, it can't get much better than that. And yeah, it was a ton of work, but man, I love that damn thing. I'm very proud of that Skywalker legacy. Imagine if Lucasfilm hired me, let me in the vault, and allowed me to make a proper Star Wars documentary. But they don't even know what they have. Never mind how to use what they have. Nice to see the guy behind the channel. You seem very sweet and polite. Oh, hey Squirrel, I see you on many of my comments. You never been to my streams? Nice to see you. I'm very well aware of you because I've seen you in many of my comments. I appreciate the stuff you say. Even sometimes I see that you kind of defend me, in which, like I tell all my people, I don't ask anything of any of you. I'm a very strong and wise person, so little fools of my comments aren't going to hurt my feelings. But I always appreciate, you know, all support. But hey, you know, welcome. I'm glad to see you. I do this every Friday, and yes, I can be very sweet and very polite. I'm a very kind person until you start talking nonsense or you come on my shit and make comments. You know, that's the thing, is you can come on my comments, and I'm not saying you, anybody can come on my comments, and if you have a rebuttal or a question or something, you can very respectfully say, hey, but I thought this, or I saw that, or can you explain? And I'll be very respectful back and be like, sure. But you've got like this little group of 5 or 10 people that think they're real freaking smart, and they just want to, you know, say, not like, they say that I'm hateful when there's never any hate on my channel. None of it is hate. And yet they come on my stuff and say the most disgusting, nasty things. You know. But anyways, this is how I am, you know. Sure, sometimes I get a little worked up. Sure, if people come in and want to talk shit, I have no problem in embarrassing you publicly. I will destroy you. But I'm like this in real life. I'm like this with Star Wars. I'm like this with anything. I don't mess with nobody. I don't bother nobody. But if you're going to come at me, be sure. Be sure. Because I will bite back. But outside of that, I'm here to celebrate George Lucas. I'm here to celebrate what is real Star Wars. And I'm here to, you know, have a good time with you guys, share my knowledge, learn from you guys as well. Share all of our love and memories for what is real Star Wars. You know, so nice to see you. And I do see you a lot in my comments, so I know of you and I appreciate you. If Maul is alive, then so can Qui-Gon. No, so can anybody. You know, it's funny, I was thinking, because nobody really points this out, and I think I need a peanut butter cookie. Peanut butter fudge. You've got Rey force healing that fucks up the entire franchise. Like, why didn't you save Qui-Gon, or why didn't Anakin save any of the clones, or so on and so on, right? But they took it even a step further, because remember, she force heals the worm, but she doesn't force heal Kylo. She resuscitates. She brings him back to life. So they go like, oh, so then why didn't Luke just bring Anakin back? Why didn't Obi-Wan call Yoda? Qui-Gon's about to die. Yoda will come. A few minutes later, bring Qui-Gon back. That's right, I forgot. They're men and they're stupid and they're not as powerful. Grandmaster Yoda, 900 years, the chosen one. Qui-Gon, who learns how to convene with the other side, another plane in the universe. But Rey. I feel like Liam Neeson was famous before the Phantom Menace. 6 years earlier, he was, oh yeah, he was very well known. Very well known. Not like Al Pacino or something, you know, but because the thing is, if you have a hit in Hollywood, the world knows. But Liam was known like for like international and independent films and stuff, but he also did some other big stuff. He was, yeah, I mean, he was an actor. He was known. By all means, nobody was like, who's that guy? Everybody knew, oh, Liam Neeson's in the new Star Wars, you know. You're younger, so you're about 16. Shoot, how old were you when Phantom Menace came out? Were you born? But I can tell you that, yes, he was known. That was like a marquee star name. You know what I mean? Like Alec Guinness. It wasn't like, you know, oh, who's this guy? No, he was well known. I'm sure, you know, some people didn't know him, but it was like, you know, a big billing. Ewan McGregor was also known. He wasn't like nearly as big as he is now, but he was known. He was much smaller, so it made more sense. But you know, he was brought in because he could really pull off the younger Obi-Wan. But he was another one. He was known. Natalie Portman, she was in The Professional and other stuff. Hayden was very new and very much unknown. Jake, that was the first thing he did. But Hayden, out of all of them, and then you had like background characters. Even like Tamora Morrison had done a few little things, but Samuel L. Jackson, he was already super known. Samuel L. Jackson is probably the biggest star at that time. When that movie came out, he was the biggest villain. Like Samuel L. Jackson, everybody's like, oh shit, you know. So, but yes, Liam Neeson was well known. Oscar, that I don't remember. I've never been much on those awards and stuff. Yeah, my pleasure, Raging. You know, I know what it's like, bro. You know, I do this every day. If you ever, you know, have any questions or want advice or just want to talk or whatever, you know, I'm more than happy. I've been on YouTube actually since 2012, and I've been a digital marketer for a long time. So when I started Not My Star Wars about 1.5 years ago, I was way ahead because I've already worked with many other channels, my own channels and clients' channels, and I know a lot of YouTube stuff. Also, sometimes like I'll do, like if someone wants, I can go look at their channel on the stream and I can give you advice. If that's something you're interested in, we can look at your channel a little bit later. So anyways, I'm here if you ever, you know, need a creator to talk to or whatever. I'm more than happy. Yeah. Schindler's List was Liam Neeson breakout role, Excalibur. Oh yeah, he was in quite a few things, you know, he was known. Yeah. Low. Yeah. I was gonna call you the other day just to say hi. I'm real busy and I'm not always sure when's a good time. I mean, I guess any time is a good time. But I've been thinking about you and I hope all is well. I don't want to say too much, but I hope all is well. So, and I've been meaning to say hello. So Maybe a Saturday or Sunday, I'll give you a little shout, say hello. Schindler's List is 3 hours long. Some classmates said it was like a 5 hours long. To me, it felt like an hour long. Depressing, gritty, sickening hour. Yeah, sometimes we perceive things differently. Something drags on. Other people are like, man, that was like 5 minutes. I know whenever I do the what Star Wars means to us, I'm like, we just started the conversation. You know, somebody like Jonathan Rinzler, man, I could easily spend 8 hours, you know, and of course I can't expect him to do that, but you guys know me, I'll be here for the next 8 to 12 hours. So, oh boy. Kung Fu Hustle. It was definitely not Shaolin Soccer, but maybe Kung Fu Hustle. Maybe. Hello there, Ryan. Nice to see you. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it, man. Kung Pao. That was the really silly one from the guy that does the thumb stuff. Is it that one? Kung Pao? With the cow? If that's that one, no, it's not that. Because I was like way over, like trying to be Spaceballs, but like, you know, which that movie was pretty freaking dumb. Don't get me wrong, I watched it and giggled, but it is pretty freaking dumb. And as a matter of fact, like I saw it years ago and thought it was pretty funny, and then I saw it like about a year ago, and I was like, holy shit, this really is stupid. But it is funny. But no, it's not. If it's that one, the one with the thumb wars guy, no, it's not that. It's like a more professional production. It's like cheesy, but not in the sense of cheesy of like production. It's like kind of on purpose being cheesy. So yes. SD was ruined from the very beginning. TLJ didn't ruin it. TFA did. Oh yeah, I mean, you guys have heard me say it many times. I walked out of TFA and I was like, two things. I felt hollow inside, and I said it out loud, and I was thinking it. Star Wars is over. It's done. Star Wars that we knew is done. It's gone. So why couldn't the Snoke in The Last Jedi just be Snoke clone, and instead of that clone using the Force, it was the real Snoke using it far away? Because Disney. I don't know what to tell you, bro. All those problems is because they didn't have a plan, because they're making it up as they go along daily. They're like, oh, well, we'll just do this. But what about, well, it's okay. We'll just do it this way. We'll explain it later. It'll make sense, you know. That's where all those problems come from, is not planning it out. From arrogance of thinking, one, we could do it better than George, and two, you know, we'll just wing it. And you shouldn't be winging any movie, any book, any story, but the biggest IP in the history of the world, and you're winging it with billions of dollars at stake. But, you know, it goes back to their arrogance. They figured, we only paid $4 billion for it. We'll make that back on the first movie. It'll be easy. As long as it says Star Wars, we're going to sell like, you know, $8 billion. And they learned real quick, oh shit, that didn't work out. I know they were excited because they were like, oh, Force Awakens, would it make $1.5-2 billion, something like that? So they're like, oh yeah, we got it. But nope. 9 years later, you still ain't got it. You still haven't made what you spent to buy Star Wars 9 years later. How? Just put that into perspective. You own the biggest IP in history. Toys, comics, TV shows, all this stuff. And in 9 years, you haven't made, in the 2020s, $4 billion back. Just put that into perspective. Snoke could have done that to see if Kylo Ren would actually betray him. That would have been better. At least a character they've been building up wouldn't be wasted. Yeah, and again, it goes back to no planning. Here's the thing. When you plan it out, it means you lay out on the table a bunch of stuff. And now that you have all the, it's like, you know, perfect example for you, Legos. If you were to build Legos, I'm pretty sure most of you build Legos like I would. You open the bag and dump out all the pieces. Now, I'm sure some people like open each little pack separately, or, you know, open the pack but only take out the pieces. But I think most Lego builders lay out all the pieces so they can see what they have. So they can get a feel, separate the dark pieces or the square pieces or the round pieces or the wheels or the rubber pieces or the little robot heads. You can start, you know, seeing what you got and put it in. That's how I assume most Lego builders, model builders. And the thing is when you lay it all out on the table, not only do you have a scope of everything that's going on, but now you start to see, okay, do these dots connect? And if I've got this happening, well, then I see that this over here has to happen. So now you start to think of the consequences and how do they mesh and how do they affect, and what you see. But when you blindly, you're not even looking, you have like the bag and you're just, okay, I'll pull a random piece out of the bag and here's a Lego. Okay, this is a long skinny piece. It fits. Okay, we'll put it there because it just fits there. And then you take out another piece and you're like, well, okay, I can squeeze it in there. And you're just like forcing pieces to just, and then 5-10 years later, you're looking back and it's like this conglomeration of just Legos stacked up on top of each other. It doesn't even make sense. You can't even unbuild it or piece through it because it's just like this Frankenfuck. And that's Disney Star Wars. Literally, that's how they built. Instead of laying the pieces out and be like, all right, this is what we got. Let's think this through. If I put these pieces together, how's that going to affect these pieces? But that wasn't a part of it. So we have that. That's why this happens. So everything was wasted. Literally every facet of what they did was wasted because they didn't look ahead to this piece fitting with that piece. All they looked at was, we've got all these bright, cool looking pieces out and they're going to love it because it says Lego and it's cool and it's red and it's blue and they're just going to be like, yay. And then you build this thing and it's like, see, it's a Lego. Does it work? Does it fit together? Does it hold up? Does it, you know, those are the things that matter. Thank you for subscribing, Puggins the Porg. That's a funny name. Some new fans aren't that smart. No, they're not. Part of it is there's a lot of younger kids that are growing up in times these days that have no clue of respect or honor or history. Part of it is it's not that they're dumb. It's just, again, they're used to what they're seeing and they're not thinking, well, wait a minute, is there history to this? Like, where does this come from? Let me look back and what is the foundation of this? And instead of being humble and saying, oh, wait a minute, the foundation of this is completely different. And instead of arguing, well, what I have now, this new stuff is what it is, and that old stuff is the problem. Hello? That old stuff is what, first of all, enabled you to like and to have the new stuff. But also, that is what it was. That's the rules. That's the story. That's the law. That was what it was established. If you're not respecting and abiding by what was established, then what you have here new is completely pointless. And some people just don't get that. Part of it is stubbornness. Part of it is just blind love for Disney. Part of it is just humility. You know, having to say, oh shit, I thought the Clone Wars was good, but actually now I realize this is shit. The Force is female. No, it doesn't have a gender, and Rey likes any type of character. Yep, she sure does. Anakin and Padme had a kid. Bro, they had 2 kids, and they're both the main characters of the first 3 movies. Yeah, the other day I heard somebody say something dumb like that. Like literally like right on the lines of that. And I'm like thinking to myself, like, it was something like that, Anakin having a kid. And I'm thinking to myself, like, this just proves, like, you haven't watched these movies, or you just totally didn't pay attention, because, like, literally, he has kids. It was something right on the lines of this. I'm just like, wow. And you have the nerve to come on the internet and talk as if you're making a point. And millions of people are going to be like, dude, bruh, did you watch Star Wars? I mean, it's literally like Ryan Johnson. Obviously, he has not watched Star Wars. He has no clue. We can see it that you have no fucking clue. Well, not everybody can see it, unfortunately. It's other franchises, yeah? Yeah. And it's like I've said a million times, you can like whatever you like. If you love the Clone Wars, then love the shit out of it. But that doesn't mean it's Star Wars. Just because you love it and you insist and it says Star Wars, that doesn't mean it's Star Wars. It's okay if you like it, but it doesn't mean it's Star Wars. Believes you, but my feelings don't. You have to trust both. Don't let one dominate the other. What if Tim Burton directed a Batman movie? Tim Burton directed 2 Batman movies. Yeah. Mind and feelings can't agree. No, they usually don't. But always use them both. There's another saying, your wallet and happiness can't agree. Like a lot of people say, you have to make a choice. Either you're going to do a job that you really like doing, or you're going to do a job that's just going to make you money. I had like 2 older like they're not real sisters, but they were like 2 older sisters to me. And I remember when I was little, they very intelligent girls. All their family, the father and mother worked at Harvard. One of the girls went to Boston College. The other one went to Harvard. One of them, their husband, went to MIT. I mean, just intelligent freaking people. And I remember that one of them, she was getting her law degree and the bar and all that. And I remember one day she came and asked us, and me, you know, I need to decide, do I want to be a lawyer that helps people, or do I want to be a lawyer that makes money? So sometimes there are those, usually there's that circumstance. Now, I can tell you, number one, that the most important is the one that you enjoy, because that's what you're going to be happy in. Money is not going to make you happy. But the true, and it's not easy, and sometimes it takes many years, but the true goal and what you need to really fight for is to find that thing that does both. Maybe you won't be as rich if you just focused on the money, but there's people that are blessed to do what they love and live well off of it. And then you have like insane exceptions, right? Like Michael Jordan, right? Like loved basketball to death and was the best and insanely rich. But be flexible to sacrifice a little bit from either end to find that balance, and try to find something that makes you happy and obviously that you can feed yourself off of, right? I'll tell you this, guys. You have one life. And sometimes when you're younger, you're like, well, I got like another 40 years to do stuff and care. No, do it now. You have the advantage. In 2021, you have cell phones, you have laptops, you have live streams, you have so much stuff that we didn't have. I've said it many times. If I was a lot of you guys' age right now, 16, 18 years old, with what we have today, holy shit. Holy shit, the things that I would and could do. Don't wait. Don't say, well, I want to go to Egypt or Costa Rica or wherever. I'll get there eventually. No. Work this summer, save money, go. Because later, you're not going to be able to. You're going to have school, you're going to have work, you're going to have a kid, you're going to have a girlfriend, you're not going to have the money, whatever. Go, do it. It's better to be poor and backpack all around Europe and see and learn something while you can. Because later, you're not going to be able to. And the most wonderful experience that you can have, when I say wonderful, not only from like life enriching, but wisdom, experience, is travel. More than anything else, reading, studying, doing anything, is traveling, meeting other people, seeing other places, seeing how other people live, trying different foods, hearing other languages, seeing different women, seeing different sunsets. These types of things are the most valuable thing that you can experience in your life. Far and away from anything else. Even hitting the lottery is not going to enrich you like traveling. Traveling with a very low budget, but meeting people, seeing things, smelling, tasting, hearing. You want true wisdom and experience? Do that. So anyways, what I'm getting at is don't waste time. Pursue what you at least think is going to make you happy. And just try to find a balance, because you don't want either to dominate too much. If you're just all feelings, well, then you're going to be reckless because you're not being logical and thinking things out or making sense. But at the same time, if you're overthinking everything, analysis paralysis, that's not good either. You have to follow your gut. You have to put feelings into things. So just try to find a balance. And sometimes you have to do one more than the other, but what I'm saying is shut off one or the other. Try to balance and use them both. They will guide you. Batshit insane? Yeah. Yeah. Because it's technically stuff we're not supposed to see. Straight up facts right there. People need to respect people with different opinions and listen to what someone is saying rather than saying dumb shit. Yeah, absolutely. Listen, I don't expect you guys to always agree with everything I say or feel the same way I do. I don't expect that from anybody. But if you come in here, you open your ears and you listen, most times it's going to be very hard for you to argue what I'm telling you. Because I come from a place of love and knowledge and respect, not I don't like this and I don't want you to like it and you can't like it and you're an idiot. I don't ever do any of that bullshit. And at the end of the day, I don't like any of the Disney shit. And if you do like it, okay. I'm not here to convince you otherwise. But you're going to get a lot more out of life and out of these streams if you come in and listen and see why I'm telling you. Because you can't really deny any of the stuff I'm telling you because it's facts. If I point out that, Dave Filoni made a mistake in the Clone Wars, stop getting your freaking panties in a bunch. You might not like it, but you can't say that it's not true because I just showed you the proof. And rather than getting angry about it, start thinking. And when I show you 30 different things and you're thinking and being honest with yourself and listening, you can't deny it. And that's the reason why they don't want to hear it or they want to argue it or try to make me look foolish, because at the end of the day, they don't want to come to grips with the truth themselves. They don't want to have to say, fuck, he's right. The Clone Wars is a mess. Fuck, Din Djarin is freaking worthless. Damn it. This stuff is stupid. Now, in the long run, if you really like the Clone Wars, just as an example, or Rebels or whatever, then you should continue liking it. I shouldn't have anything to sway you. If you truly, genuinely love it, then the 30 mistakes I show you, or 100 or whatever mistakes, shouldn't take you away. It should only help you acknowledge that, oh, okay, I do like this, but holy shit, yeah, these are all problems. These are facts. But what's scary to those people is that when they admit those 30 or 40 or 100 problems, that they have to say, yeah, this is some bullshit. And then once you acknowledge that it's bullshit, what's most likely going to happen? You're not going to like it anymore. And that's the fear. That thing that you liked so much, now you're putting on your big boy pants and saying, shit, I was a fool. You see, that's what it really comes down to. I was a fool. And it's okay. Life is not going to end. People aren't going to ridicule you. It's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to later see, that you weren't seeing something. But that's where a lot of that negativity and the taking the defensive position comes from. Because at the end of the day, they know that, oh shit, this leads to a path of, I was wrong. And most people hate to be wrong, never mind admit they were wrong. And when it comes to Star Wars, I'm very rarely wrong. But for those of you that have paid attention, I have no problem on the stream saying I made a mistake. I didn't realize that. I didn't see that. And every stream I do, if I catch a mistake, the next stream I acknowledge it right from the beginning of the stream. I make corrections. Any of you that know me know this for it to be a fact. So you can't play that game with me, because while I'm very confident and I know what the fuck I'm talking about, I'm also a very humble person. When you want to talk like an adult, when you want to act like a child, I bite back. As a lot of you know as well. Point being, you have to always have an open mind. And sure, if any creator, you watch 2, 3 of their streams, 5 of their videos, and everything that they say is just total nonsense, okay, I get it. But you can't watch any of my videos and say they're nonsense, because the fact is you know that it's true. You see the facts. I give you the proof of why it is true. So if you're denying it or talking shit about it, it's because your feelies are hurt. And that's a case of you have to balance and use this too. And put your feelies aside for a minute. Knowing the truth doesn't necessarily mean you're going to stop enjoying that thing anyways. But it's always better to know the truth. The truth hurts, but it's always better to know the truth. And all of you are witness that if somebody has a question or a comment or shows me something, I never get angry. I'm not like, no, fuck you. You can't tell me. You're wrong. Never do I do that. Never. I'm always open. If you see, because it doesn't do me any justice or you or anybody any justice if I just, no, you don't know what you're talking about. If you legitimately can show me, hey, this quote is here, or I saw this in this book, or, you forgot this in a movie, then the benefit to all of us is for me to say, oh, okay, and reanalyze it or look at it, or I missed it or I forgot it, and then connect the dots so that we all can remember to connect the dots as to what is the reason why we're here. Canon. I'm here to do justice to George Lucas and Star Wars and to you guys, not to waste time or argue or put out misinformation. You guys know this. Who should be in the Breakfast Club if it's remade? Breakfast Club is a classic. It doesn't need to be remade. Correct. Ding. At first I was reading it like, what? Sometimes you bring up references for being so young. You bring up stuff. It's amazing. They could make Lunch Club or Dinner Club. See, now that something like that could be fun. Lunch Club. Maybe you bring back the old actors, for for some reason, something happens and they reunite and they have lunch, and then they kind of have the same experience, but in a different way, from a more mature mind, a more mature way with different views. Maybe their kids are involved, maybe their husband or wife, but the thing is, they get trapped in a room rather than detention. I don't know. There's like a flood or something, and they all get trapped in this room, and they all hadn't seen each other in 30 years. And now they have like not only memories and flashbacks, but they also now are relating to a new issue, and they share their little intimacies like they did in the Breakfast Club, but now as more mature people. You see, look at that. In 2 minutes, I could come up with something better than Hollywood has in 10 years. And if you did it right, and you had the same people would watch that. Yeah, do the contradictions live stream like we do 12-hour streams. The Clone Wars. I've been thinking about it. We can. I think that's maybe the smarter way, because it's so much. It's so much. But on the same token, I would like to get like images and reference and stuff, because some people are not going to know what I'm talking about, and so that's why I've been kind of thinking of how to do it. But we could do it. What I could do is make a stock of like key images, and then we could go through it in the stream and like go down the list, and maybe we would do like 30 per stream, or like 250-piece streams, or I don't know. We have to see. Some stuff, right, you elaborate more on. We'd have to see. I'm all for it. I have no problem doing it. It's just it's going to be, a bit of stuff to do. So, but I know a few of you have asked, so we can do it. And again, a lot of it is stuff that I've seen, but there is an official list, so it's like very easy for us to reference it and look at it. You all can look at it at the same time, and we can, look at it. And it's over 100 times. George Lucas didn't break his continuity once, not even one time. And Dave Filoni broke it over 100 times just in Clone Wars. Never mind Rebels, Mandalorian, Bad Batch. Okay, I saw. Okay, let me look. The problem is, this is what I hate about. I thought I was following you. Oh, now I am. There you go. The thing I hate about Twitter is it shows me you just tagged me, right? But it doesn't give me the link to go to what you just tagged me on. I hate that about Twitter. It's like this person commented on your tweet or liked your tweet or, tagged you, but it doesn't show you the freaking tweet that you tagged me or give me a link to get to it. It's so freaking annoying that Twitter does that. Let me see. Is it on your is it Disney claims that America was founded on systemic racism? Yeah, that's the thing. It doesn't show me what you tagged me in. It says replying to at real Chris Rufo and then at NotMyStarWars, but that's it. And then if I click it, it just shows that you just tagged me. It doesn't show what the hell the tweet was. It must be that the Walt Disney Corporation claims that America was founded on systemic racism, encourages employees to complete a white privilege checklist, and separates minorities into racially segregated affinity groups. Internal documents that will shock you. Oh, wow. Where are these documents? Whistleblower materials is in launch program, white privilege, white fragility, white saviors, microaggressions, and wow. Which none of this surprises me. I've known about this stuff with them for a long time. Reimagine tomorrow where we all belong. What can I do about racism? And an anti-racism discussion guide. Oh boy. Oh boy, Disney. Oh Lord. Where I would like to know where he's getting this. Not because I don't trust it, but because I want to have it and I want to read it all. You know, I want to see it. 21-day racial equity and social justice challenge. Recommends it to its employees. Challenge begins with a lesson on systemic racism and tells participants they have all been raised in a society that elevates white culture over others. Boy, is Disney pandering. Wow, there's a lot of stuff here. I might have to make a video about this. Racial politics at Disney City Journal. Maybe that's where this is coming from. Internal campaign against white privilege. Okay, we'll come back to this. Thanks for showing me this. I'll leave it open and we'll come back to it. But Gina Carano is going to come back to The Mandalorian, right? Wake up, people. Wake up. Freddie Prinze Jr. as young Canon. Did they at least make his voice? Listen, if he was a real voice actor, he could alter his voice to sound at least a little bit younger. What an amateur. He literally, Dave was like, hey, you want to come back and do your voice? You'll get a paycheck. And he's like, yeah, of course, dude. So then he went in, and because, again, he's an idiot, knows nothing about Star Wars, nor does he care about Star Wars, wasn't even thinking. Neither Dave nor Freddie were thinking, well, he's younger. He should sound younger. They were just like, oh, Freddie Prinze Jr. credit. Read the voice. That's it. Always thinking on the surface, Dave Filoni. No understanding of what he's even creating. And so, number one, Freddie Prinze doesn't have the knowledge, neither does Dave. Freddie Prinze does not have the skill to make his voice any different because someone like Mark Hamill, who him personally I'm not a fan of, but I respect as a voice actor, that's a real voice actor. What's his name? D. Bradley Baker. He does all the clones. To me, it's ridiculous that the clones have different voices and the whole shit is stupid. But the fact that he can do all the voices of those clones, that's a talented voice actor. So obviously, Freddie Prinze is not talented, nor does he have any range. But Lucasfilm 2021 under Disney doesn't have equipment to change the pitch of his voice a little bit and make him sound younger. I, as a YouTuber, can do that. But James, this goes back to knowing and caring. And no one at Lucasfilm does either. That's where the problem comes from. Because can they? Do they have the ability to? Do they have the tools, the knowledge? Absolutely. Lucasfilm could be making amazing shit right now. But when you don't have the understanding or the love for the franchise that you're working on, Star Wars is for kids. No, wait, I'm sorry. Fucking kids. Yeah. Which reminds me, I put out a tweet that as soon as I put it out, it vanished. So I don't know if it was an error with Twitter or Disney, Robert Iger, Dave Filoni, and Freddie Prinze didn't like it. And somehow they made it go away. But like literally, I hit tweet and it disappeared. So I don't know what happened there. But it's right along the lines of what this says right here. I'm going to try sending it again and see what happens. Most people would prefer to watch low-tier clickbait than well-made videos, unfortunately. Yeah, unfortunately. But you just got to keep going. You know? That's it. Because there are people that understand and want more of the truth. And the more people that know the truth and share the truth, and then more people start to wake up. It's not easy. I can make my channel could be several times bigger if I said The Mandalorian was great and I was like, I am so excited for the Bad Batch, and you know, all this nonsense. If I played it neutral. But then I'm not doing you any justice. I'm not doing George Lucas any justice. I'm not doing Star Wars any justice. I'm not doing myself justice. When I know the truth, and I would be here like, well, you know, it's okay. Freddie Prinze Jr. as young Kanan was weird. Yeah. He's dumb. And now he's white. I guess he got a tan in his older years. But, you know, and it's funny because now the people they were pandering to, I'm sure a lot of you have been seeing this, now that group is all angry because now they're like, see, they're whitewashing everything. Drunk 3PO has been making a couple really good videos on this if you want to check them out. You know, it's the same as always. The SJWs, they want to come in and complain to get their way when they don't even know what they're complaining about. They're just complaining to complain. So then Disney bends the knee, and then they complain because now, why is Kanan white? It's so funny. It's so funny. They do it to themselves. The stupidity. And this is why canon matters. Because if Dave Filoni actually cared about his own canon, never mind George Lucas, your own shit, Dave Filoni. If you actually cared and knew your own character, then you would immediately be saying, hey, guys, Kanan's too white. Don't you remember what he looks like in Rebels? We have to maintain continuity. Obviously, he doesn't care. With his own characters on his own shows, and you think he cares about George Lucas or Star Wars. Time to wake up. Showed up from the... Yeah. So they're around. Some of them won't say anything. Some of them just listen. They'll show up later. They're around. I hope they don't. Yeah, I know. I don't come here to argue. I come here so that we can all just have a good time. But, you know, inevitably some dumbass comes and wants to start monkeying around. I fell asleep, watched it after work the next day. It was on. I was just asleep. A bit of guilty pleasure of mine, but I never cared for Freddy as Fred. Freddy as Fred. Yep, what the Fred. Sarah Michelle Gellar's a guilty pleasure of mine. Pretty much anybody that grew up watching the Buffy show, you know. She was a big deal. Not only because Buffy was a badass and a cool show. Oh, I'm like, wait a minute. A girl that was the lead and a badass? Oh, that didn't never happen. Never mind. I'm just making shit up. But she was a hottie. And she was like a big time pop culture icon during that time, you know? Yeah. Buffy was the shit. So, you know who I really like though in the Scooby-Doo, just putting it out there, Velma. Not Velma, but the girl that played Velma. That girl's smoking, my lord. I don't remember her name, but look her up. She don't look nothing like that nerdy girl. She's smoking. Ooh-wee. Laying the smack down. Yeah. And again, I don't come here to do that. I don't really like to do it. But if you're going to put me in that position, I am going to bite back. And oh boy, am I going to have fun doing it. At least it's better than Scoob. Scoob was disappointing. It's just an ad for another cinematic universe. What happened to just making movies that followed their own story? I don't know what happened there. You know, I don't know what. Oh boy. Now they focus on stories that don't happen for another 5 years. Yeah. Should have done the treatments, then do their bullshit. Yeah. Disney let Marvel do their own stuff for a while. Disney let Pixar do their own stuff. Why couldn't Disney let Star Wars do their own stuff? Oh, I think they did. Remember, Kathleen is the problem here. I'm not saying that Iger and them didn't have any influence or part of it, but remember that a lot of it is they did let Kathleen do what she wanted to do. So this falls on Kathleen. You can look at it from different views. At the end of the day, they're the big execs that should have shut down Kathleen or put her on a leash. Right? So they're ultimately, and then you could take it another step. The shareholders are letting Bob Iger and them do this. So you can look at it from many different levels. But directly, Kathleen was given free. She's the president. So, this mostly falls on Kathleen. People like to say also, like, well, it's not Rian Johnson's fault. Kathleen and Disney let him do that. Well, no, it's his fault because he's the one that wrote it and directed it and had the balls to go there. It is Rian Johnson's fault. Yes, they should have put a leash on him. But ultimately, he's the one that did that shit. Oh, yeah, and Dave Filoni was on the set with him, allowing that shit to happen. So was Pablo Hidalgo. So technically, the guy that's making the film and the two lore experts were right there on the set. They're the ones at fault. Because if Rian Johnson, Dave Filoni, and Pablo Hidalgo went to Kathy and said, hey, Kathy, that's not how Star Wars works. We have to, this is how it needs to be, this and that. Either they're going to get fired, quit, or Kathleen's going to be like, okay, you guys are the ones, the experts. I'm just here to run the show. You guys know what you're doing. And they would have done it correctly. So it clearly shows that Dave, Ryan, and Pablo don't know and don't care about Star Wars. Should have made it a part of the agreement in the contract. Which part? Them using the, that was the impression. They bought them. They bought his sequel treatment separate from the buying Lucasfilm. They specifically bought his story treatments and told him they were going to use them. So now it wasn't like in the contract that they had to, but you presume if someone comes to you, gives you millions of dollars for your transcripts, it's because they're going to use them, right? Well, I guess not, unless you work at Disney. But, the idea is if you're going to spend all this time and money and get my shit. What is in the contract is that they cannot touch or alter the Skywalker saga 1 through 6. And that's why you see so heavily everything around it is a mess and trying so hard is because they can't touch the original 6. But this is what I constantly tell you guys. If a multiverse comes, we're fucked. Because the next day they're going to be like, well, it's all a multiverse. So really it could be this or it could be that. And you remember that original thing that George Lucas made? Well, that wasn't really Star Wars. That was this other multi-vein, this other path. Here's the real Star Wars. Coming soon. Episodes 1, 2, 3. It's 4, 5, and 6. Mickey Wars. So, go ahead. Keep asking for the multiverse. Because that's exactly what they want to do. That's their out. That's their way to, one, explain all the bullshit. Oh, well, it doesn't matter that Rebels contradicts Clone Wars because it's all just a multiverse. None of it's really canon. It's whatever your canon. Whichever one you want. Here's 15 paths. Whichever one you want to be canon, well, there's your Star Wars. So now there's no one story for the world to love. It's these kids love Bad Batch. These kids love Rebels. These kids love Mandalorian. These kids love Rebels and Mandalorian. These kids love 4 through 6. These kids love, you see? So now we have 15 versions of Star Wars. Therefore, no canon matters. They can do whatever they want because it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to connect. And they can always say it's just an alternate. And we can't touch or fuck with 1 through 6, but we can make them a alternate bullshit timeline. So, the second there's a multiverse, that's it. Star Wars is definitely done. It's already done, but it's not going to fix anything. It's going to literally break it all. There you go. What a credit show, yeah. I'm not sure what did you watch the first time? I'm talking about so much different stuff. I love this. That was in They Live, and it was in damn, I can't remember his name now. The video game, Duke Nukem. Ray Skywalker. Al Pacino in Star Wars. I don't know. He's too recognizable. That's the problem with those kind of actors in Star Wars. But he would have to be like an Imperial officer or some, someone of great authority, in control of several systems, and Palpatine has to talk to him. He would have to be someone of, because he's a very strong personality, Only like a Palpatine would be able to speak to him, or a Thrawn, Yeah. I was 25, roughly. Yeah, about 25. So imagine how we both saw that completely different. Boy, you guys are chatty. That's awesome. I love talking to you guys. 2000 movie where Natalie gave birth to a baby at Walmart. I don't remember that. That was funny. I've told the story before. Maybe you haven't heard it. Well, I'll tell it again for anyone that hasn't heard it or will hear it or has forgotten. I've loved Star Wars since 1977. I was 3 years old. It's always been a huge part of my life. And in fact, it's the only thing outside of like my father that has always been consistent throughout my life. Because there's things over the years that I liked and, changed my interest or view or whatever. But the longest running thing that has always been consistent in my life has been Star Wars and the love for it. So it means a lot to me. When George sold the franchise, I was sad. I was very concerned. But I also am a very fair person. And I remember saying that I am very nervous, but we should give Disney a chance. And if anyone can pull this off, Disney could. They have the studios. They have access to the best writers, artists, production, equipment, and people, voice actors, cartoonists. I mean, it's Disney. Not only do they have billions of dollars, but they have the access to the talent. And they're buying the people that actually created Star Wars, not just the property, but Lucasfilm. So there's no excuse for them to fuck it up. They have 100 million, 200 million, 1 billion, 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 1 an entire vault of props, EU, holocron, notes, people that have worked there 20, 30 years. There's no excuse to make a single mistake. They have everything. They're not starting from scratch. So, while I wasn't happy about it, Disney has their own vault, and even back then, they still respected their own shit. Now we've come to the point that Disney's altering their own films, going back and censoring their stuff and changing it and removing stuff, and you know. But I'm a very fair person, and I'm willing to hear. I'm willing to hear out or give things a chance. So I said, well, if anybody can do it, it's Disney. Force Awakens comes out. First time I'm not in the Star Wars movie in the first week, never mind the first day. And in fact, I didn't see The Force Awakens for like at least a month or two or something like that. Because I saw the trailers and I was like, and then I was hearing people saying stuff, not so much negative, but they were saying like the blind Disney stuff. Oh, it's great, you know, and it's Star Wars, and just the way they were talking, I was like, you sound a lot like sheep. And at the time, I was working at a grocery store, and I remember a guy, I was a cashier, and he was going on. You know, for some reason, Star Wars came up, and he was going on about it. He's like, "Oh my God, it's the Star Wars you love. You're gonna see the Millennium Falcon and this and that, and you're gonna love it. It's got all the things." And I knew right there. I was saying to myself, "Yep, it's not gonna be Star Wars. It's gonna be a member berry trip." I already knew he was in trouble. But again, I'm a very objective and fair person. So while I was already concerned, and I already pretty much knew, I went into Force Awakens and said, okay, let me see what they do, you know? Hopefully we do get good Star Wars. Maybe they'll do it right, or at least get close. I knew right away, first 15 minutes, half an hour, I was like, oh boy, this girl Rey, oh boy, Millennium Falcon. How does she know what the Falcon is? How can she fly it? How come, you know, she's so angry with this guy? How come, you know, all this stuff was already starting to not add up and make sense. And then the movie kept going. And I remembered, like, where's Luke? Like, any minute, he's got to come in. I mean, this movie is like, time is going. They're wasting time. Luke has to come in. And the movie just kept going, and there's no Luke. The movie kept going, and there's no Luke. And I'm like, oh, man, they're really blowing this. They don't understand that they need to bring in Luke early. Establish what's going on. Bring him back and let people know that this is going to build off of the point of all of this. Luke fucking Skywalker. And he kept not showing up. And he kept not showing up. And you keep seeing Rey doing stupidity. And then you get to the end of the film, and Luke's just standing there for 2 seconds, and the film ends. And you're like, what the fuck? So I felt hollow. I knew Star Wars was done because they blew it from the beginning. You should have brought in Luke in the first half an hour, and you brought him in the last 30 seconds, the last minute of the film. So I knew that this is not going to be about Luke or respecting any of the true Star Wars. You just killed off Han like fucking dumb as shit. Him and Leia are like totally estranged. The son of Luke, Han Solo and Princess Leia is Kylo bitch. Come on. So I knew immediately. I just saw A New Hope again, a really poor, freaking piss poor facsimile of it. And they've already damaged the OT characters. So I knew I was done. I knew that Star Wars was done. I felt hollow. And I spoke about it quite a bit on Facebook to my friends, to people I met. People are like, oh, you know, because people that know me know that I love Star Wars for all my life. And they're like, what about Force Awakens? What'd you think? And I'm like, Star Wars is done. That shit was dumb. So I wasn't on YouTube, which looking back in hindsight, man, I should have immediately made a YouTube. I should have made a YouTube like back in 2007. I didn't even think about it, you know, because I've always known Star Wars and loved it. So, but anyways. And then Force Awakens again, I didn't think like, you know, to make videos because I figured, the sheeple out here aren't going to think. They're just going to be like, it's Star Wars. And who's going to listen? But to me, it was done. I knew. Then I started hearing about other movies and other projects they were going to do. And I was like, okay, you know. Solo was a fucking trash fire. Rogue One is very subpar. Last Jedi was just a fucking wrecking ball. So I was already done since Force Awakens, but then by the time Last Jedi, I was so over and confident that Star Wars was over that I liked The Last Jedi. Not because I was blind, not because I truly cared about it, but because I went into The Last Jedi knowing that it's not Star Wars anymore. It's just Disney's space thingy. So I went in with the attitude of, well, because it's not Star Wars, at this point, it doesn't matter what they do. So I have no investment. I don't care. I'm not watching Star Wars. I'm watching the Mickey Mouse Space Show. And as the Mickey Mouse Space Show, while that film is just dumb and doesn't make sense on its own, never mind Star Wars, and it totally breaks and damages and insults Star Wars, to me, it didn't matter anymore because Star Wars was done. And ended in 2012. So The Last Jedi, for me, was no stakes. I was just like, oh, whatever. So it looked pretty, and I was like, okay, whatever, you know. I wasn't watching a Star Wars film or thinking about a Star Wars film, so therefore, to me, it didn't really bother me. I actually liked it for a couple of days because I was like, whatever, I don't care. It's the Mickey Mouse Space Show. I'm a Boba Fett guy. So then we started hearing about The Mandalorian. There was talks of a Boba Fett show before Lucas even, or Boba Fett movie before Lucas even sold Star Wars. So this is something I've been wanting and hearing about for a long time. Plus Underworld and 1313, which were all revolving around Boba Fett. So then we started hearing about The Mandalorian. And instead of making the Boba Fett, they made the Han Solo dumpster fire. And now they're making, I guess, a Mandalorian that's supposed to be Boba Fett anyways. So it's like, okay, whatever, you know. I'll check it out, whatever, you know. Maybe one of these things they'll get right, because Rebels was trash. Clone Wars is a freaking mess. Resistance, oh, Lord. So then, November 12th, 2019, you've got Rise of Skywalker coming up. And November 12th, you had the premiere of Disney Plus and Mandalorian. And after so many years of just being like, oh, this is fucking dumb. This all doesn't make sense. It all contradicts itself. Star Wars was fucking finished. And you kept hearing more and more like there was no plan. They didn't use Lucas's stuff. And they were lied to him and like all the extra shit on top of it. So I was like, okay, well, let's see what this Mandalorian thing is. Disney Plus, the site was all jacked up. The show wouldn't load up. In another video that's coming at some point because I've been so busy, but one day you'll see this project. You're going to see where there was all kinds of stuff on Disney Plus that was happening. And I watched The Mandalorian, and I'm like, okay, you guys have fucked the whole franchise. And this was supposed to be about Boba Fett anyways. And then you made this show about a half-assed nitwit instead of just using a badass established Boba Fett. You made this dumbass, and I lost my shit. I lost my shit. I was like, that's it. I'm done. I'm making a video today. Because I had these feelings for many years, and I was over, as the Rise of Skywalker was coming up, I started seeing there was quite a few creators, Geeks and Gamers and Nerdrotic and all these people that have been talking about this stuff. I didn't start Not My Stars because of them, because I was already thinking about this for a long time and thinking of making a video. But I was noticing that they were around. And November 12th of 2019, I lost my shit. This is why you put away Boba Fett, for this bullshit. This half-ass bullshit. So I lost my shit. And I was like, that's it. I'm making a video right now. And what I did is it's like a 4.5 hour rant of me just fucking putting my foot up Disney's ass on another channel that I have. Because I was fucking pissed. All this damage they've done, and now they put Boba Fett on a shelf for this trash. That video is on a channel that has nothing to do with Star Wars. And it's a 4.5 hour, unedited, just me laying into Disney. And it got like 100 views real quick. So I have 40-ish years of knowledge of Star Wars and love of Star Wars. I saw all the shit that they did, and I've already been pissed off since Force Awakens. Heartbroken since October 30th, 2012, but pissed off since Force Awakens. Well, pretty angry in 2014 with that EU Legends bullshit, but it was never canon, so I was like, okay, maybe they're going to get their shit together and, like, you know, let's see what they do. That didn't really trigger me too bad, but I was already like, oh shit, big red flag. But then I got pretty angry at Force Awakens. Not angry, but just like, okay, this shit's done. And then again, all these other things, the other movies, the stupidity going on at Lucasfilm, the lying to George Lucas, all this stuff. And then, like I said, that's what triggered me, was The Mandalorian and the Disney Plus launch. So I made this video, put it on a totally different channel, has nothing to do with Star Wars. It's an unedited 4.5 hours of me laying into Disney. It got a bunch of views real quick, and that's when I was like, okay, I have the knowledge, I have the love. And apparently, at least some people do care if I can make a video that's completely unedited and me just dumping the truth. So I was like, fuck it. I'm making a channel, and I'm going to just go all in. I'm done. I'm done with Disney doing this bullshit. I'm calling them out. So I believe it was like November 14th, or, well, hold on a second. November 14th, or, well, hold on a second. November 16th, 2019 is when I made this channel. 4 days. So I saw the Disney Plus stuff, recorded the long ass rant. By the time I recorded that, kind of gathered my thoughts, wrote out the description, everything. I probably uploaded it. Well, here, just for posterity and fun. Hold on a second. Since we're on the conversation, I might as well go all the way with it. November 12th, 2019 is when I uploaded it. So that same day. I was up at night. I caught the premiere of Disney Plus and The Mandalorian. And that day, I recorded that video, which is 4 hours, 33 minutes, and 35 seconds. Unedited, of me laying into Disney. Which that video now has 4,200 views. On a channel that has nothing to do with Star Wars. And it has 49 likes and 39 dislikes. So, or 36 dislikes. So I knew that even though it's nothing to do with Star Wars and I'm being harsh, people care. So then, like I said, November 16th, I already decided once I saw that video like a day or two in, I was like, okay, people are watching it. There are some negative comments, but for the most part, people are watching it and they're like, yeah, you're right. So I was like, all right, I'm making a channel. That's it. Fuck it. I'm bringing all this love and knowledge and I'm just going to dump it on Disney. You fucked with our shit. Now, if I'm the only person, I'm going to fucking make you pay. So November 6th, it very quickly came to my mind. That's not my Star Wars. That was easy. November 12th, I saw, maybe the root of it is, that's not my fucking Boba Fett. So then, as I love the franchise, immediately, ding, that's not my Star Wars. I'm watching The Mandalorian, like, that's not my fuck. I mean, I already had that in my head from the previous Last Jedi and all the other mess, but definitely Mandalorian. I was like, that's not my fucking Star Wars. So that was easy. I gathered my thoughts, and in fact, I spent like a day, and I was like, okay, do I want to really do this? Do I really want to dedicate? Do I want to put myself out there? Am I going to make a thing of this? And speaking back to your mind and your heart, your feelings, well, I spent a day and I thought about it, and I weighed all the options, all this. I knew I wasn't like, just because I made a video, I'm not have to be committed to it, but I said to myself, am I going to really do this? Does this matter? And it was very, very clear. But well, both my mind and heart were telling me to do it, but it was very clear that, yeah, you need to do this. You need to step on Disney because they've been stepping all over you. Plus, I have a lot of previous knowledge of Disney's bullshit that they've been doing for decades. All kinds of hidden messages and nasty shit in their nudity and the abuse and all kinds of shit that's in their cartoons and stuff that people don't even know about. All kinds of symbols they have in their parks and all kinds of shit. So I had it. Mandalorian is what broke me. I was like, nope, that's it. I'm done. Now I've been done. But what I'm saying, as far as me, like, I was like, all right, now I'm not just gonna like, I'm not just talking about it. Like, now I'm gonna make videos and I'm gonna expose your shit. So between uploading that video, seeing that people actually were watching it, it got 100 views pretty quickly. And when you have a video that has nothing to do with that channel, that everyone should have positive thoughts about Disney, and yet it gets 100 views real quick, and most of the reaction is positive, that told me, yep, okay, there are people that care. There are people that get it. So it would make sense for me to share my knowledge and care. So between seeing that video, thinking it over for a day, kind of prepping things in my mind. Again, I've been on YouTube since 2012, so I know a lot about YouTube and setting up clients' things. So for me to set up a new channel, like, I already know like a pathway, right? I already kind of know what to do. So that was the easy part. It was more of a fact of me saying to myself, well, if I'm going to do this, am I going to do it? Because not that I have to be committed to it, but why bother if I'm only going to make 2 videos? If I'm going to do this, I'm putting my foot up Disney's ass. And it didn't take long. It took me a few hours. I just thought about it. I was like, yep, they stepped all over Star Wars. I'm not going to allow that to happen. I know too much about Star Wars and life and Disney in general. And that was that. November 16th, I officially created Not My Star Wars, set up the graphic and the image and the description and all that shit. Spent a few days. Then, let's see. Ah, damn it. Okay, so I saw The Mandalorian. I got triggered. I thought it over. I saw the video got traction, and I made my decision. I created the channel on November 16th. Then I was like, okay, so what's my next move? What video am I going to make? What am I going to talk about? And I already had started the next video, which is Disney and Disney Plus, Problems, Lies, Sex, and Fails. To this day, I have not finished that video because that's a deep dive into Disney. And it's not that I don't want to put it out. It's just that I've gotten sidetracked so much and so much other stuff started popping up. November 25th was a Monday. J.J. Abrams. So for the week, I'm like, okay, what content am I going to make? What am I going to do? I already started. I have that video. The bulk of that Problems, Lies, Sex, and Fails. I have the video. I just have to finish editing it, plus a lot of other new shit I could add and change and whatever. But it's there. The second video was that. Ironically, my second video never got finished because I'm thinking of, okay, what am I going to do? I said, all right, I'm going to edit this. No, I take that back. Well, yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, I recorded that video and started editing it. But it's more of a Disney thing as opposed to a Star Wars thing. And that's deep. There's a lot of stuff there. So in the meantime, I'm trying to look like, okay, what breaking news? What can I find so that I can jump in here and maybe some people will see me and be interested? And then I catch J.J. Abrams, which to this day, most people haven't seen or talked about that. I'm really the only one to report on that. That he was on, I think it was Good Morning America, and it was November 25th. I'll never forget. And he's talking about how he finished the movie yesterday on November 24th, which was like 3 weeks before the movie's supposed to premiere in the fucking theater. So I was like, that's my video. Boom, I jumped on it, recorded it, and started editing it. Now, I had edited little things before, but not like an hour-long video. So now I'm sourcing all these shots and other references and other things and learning I had like little software, but I bought Camtasia, which is much more advanced. So I was like learning the software and figuring out how to do tricks and work it all out and make like a longer video, some sort of a documentary. And it took me like a month, which unfortunately, because I was the one that found that breaking news and wanted to get it out right away, but it became this project that just took a bunch of time. Partly because I was learning, but because there was a lot of stuff in it. Then, like a week later, everybody else started, oh, look, JJ, admitted they just finished. And I'm like, oh, fuck. Well, there went that steam. But I committed. So that video took me about a month. That video was published, my first official video, December 12th, 2019. But I had recorded it and was on it November 25th, the day that JJ admitted just finishing The Rise of Skywalker. That's why that video is called The Rise of Skywalker was finished yesterday. So the point here is that when that happened, like all this other stuff was happening because now The Rise of Skywalker is coming. Right? So there's all this news and hype with Star Wars, and Doomcock is starting to talk about these leaks and all this stuff. So now I was like sucked in, and now all of a sudden I had all this stuff to start making videos about. But that first video I had to like get out of the way. It took me, again, about a month to finish, and that was like the beginning. Then I started tackling all these other things. Now, another thing was let me go back. My second video, which came out 2 days later, December 14th, 2019. To this day, I'm the one that leaked all that stuff. I was 100% correct on all of those leaks. December 14th, 2 days after I put out the first video. So you see now how much quicker it got, how much more efficient I got, and I figured it out, right? Now, granted, towards the end of finishing, the Rise was finished yesterday, I had picked up on the other leak. So I wrapped up Rise, put it out, and then I put the Rise leaks out. Movie came out, my leaks were 100% accurate. And there was the snowball. Then there was all the time, you know, Palpatine wasn't planned, and this and the other, and it just kept snowballing, and all of these information and mess and all this stuff. But the second video was 2 days later, December 14th. I'm curious, when was the third video? The 17th, which was Rise of Skywalker behind the scenes. Then the 23rd of December. So there's a little bit of time jumped because I was looking for stuff and editing and that. And then it just kept going. But those first 3 videos were like the key, right? The catalyst and the snowball. So there you go. It was a culmination of all this stuff. Years of knowledge and love for the franchise, then compounded by Disney, just mistake. Then Mandalorian and the hyped Disney Plus, and I lost my shit. Partially because, okay, I had seen all this other stuff, and that's it. That was the final straw. But also because the show was it was garbage. I'm like, this is what you guys were hyping? This mess? That's not even close to what George Lucas Star Wars is. That fucking joke. And I was extra pissed because it was supposed to be Boba Fett. And instead of just making Boba Fett and everybody would be like, holy shit, Boba Fett TV show. Instead, they made that half-ass garbage. And I was like, that's it. I'm done. I'm done fucking around with Mickey Mouse. I'm putting my foot up his ass. And that's what I've been doing since. They asked for it. I give it. And that's the story of Not My Star Wars. I know and care too much to sit around and watch this bullshit. So that's why I did this. Because I know that, one, I have a lot of knowledge that a lot of people don't. And they would love to learn this kind of stuff and see it. But also because if I'm feeling this way and I have this kind of knowledge, I know that other people want to know that they're not crazy. That someone that does see the big picture and does connect the dots and does very well understand canon and its importance and can make sense of it, because I have a lot of previous experiences, a historian and a researcher, then I knew it would be invaluable to a lot of other people to say, oh, okay, I'm not crazy. Oh, okay, he's making sense of it because he understands the canon and the story. So now he can break down where it's fucked up. And there you go. That's why. That's how. And believe me, my first videos got like 30 views and nobody was watching, nobody cared. But I knew what I know what I'm talking about, and I knew eventually people were gonna start to see it and listen and care. You know, and I just kept slowly building up Twitter and other stuff, and you know, and you just keep going and you just keep putting out stuff, and the videos get better, and they, you know, I learned more tricks and got more resources, and now I got people collaborating and sharing stuff, and you know, now I've got like this project, this secret thing about to come out. Like I just saw something. My Bothan spies, I just got a little communication. So now when I reach out, it's not like before where people would ignore my comment or not care. Now I reach out and they're like, holy shit, yeah, dude, of course, use my stuff. Yeah, you know, I've got extra stuff. So you just keep going. You keep growing. You keep pushing. You keep building. And it's not to say that I have some big reach or I just get whatever I want. But yes, I see that I have a lot more weight now. That now I go to another channel and I say, hey, I want to use something. And they're like, yeah, sure. Plus, I've got this. And yes, of course. And, you know, stuff like that. Another thing that people fail to understand is my name is not my Star Wars. So it's not like I'm hiding or deceiving. Like, people see my name. And sometimes I reach out to channels that are very neutral or have nothing to do with this or don't, you know what I mean? But they see my name. I make it very clear. When I send an email, the footer has all my links, and it's very clear that I'm not my Star Wars. And you can interpret that in any way, but most people interpret it, okay, he's not very happy with what Star Wars is right now. But yet all these people that I reach out to aren't like, no, dude, I'm scared. You're going to say something. You're going to make me look bad, or you're a hater. No, because when adults speak to adults, they understand reason and logic. And if they watch a video or they see the way that I speak to them in the email, or, you know, when big kids talk with big kids, there's not this little, you hate women, you're just a dumbass, you're just this. When you're at the big boy table, you have a mature conversation. And these people understand that if I'm saying I'm not my Star Wars, it's for a logical reason, that that's an adult, that's a big boy. So therefore he's speaking from truth, not feelies. So I have access to people who may not agree or are very neutral, or even some of them are right on the same page with me. They just aren't vocal about it like I am. They behind the scenes are like, yeah, dude, Disney's fucked up. But they don't say that because they don't have the stones like I do to just get out there and be like, fuck you, Mickey, psh, smack you in the goddamn face in front of everybody. You're not going to do that shit. I will expose you, Mickey. But yet, I have all these other channels that are more than willing. Also, it helps that my channel is much larger, right? So they're going to get exposure. That's part of it, obviously. But they're not going to allow me to use their stuff if they feel like I'm going to make them look bad, or they feel so adamant about Disney. You understand? It's because when you're at the big boy table, you can have a conversation. When you act like a child, no, we can't have a conversation. You're in your little feelies and saying dumb shit. So I now have Bothan spies all over the place. Because people understand that some agree, some are neutral, and even some that may not agree with everything I'm saying, they cannot deny that I'm telling the truth or facts because I show the support, what supports what I'm saying. I'm not just here on a soapbox like, Disney sucks and you should hate it too. So anyways, it's funny because as I'm speaking, I just got a transmission from one of my Bothans. So some good stuff coming very soon. And that's the story of Not My Star Wars. I know I've told it kind of before, but maybe that was a little more detailed. But it is basically that. And the trigger, the actual main trigger, I mean, it was a lot of things. But the final main trigger was that fucking fake ass, why not make a real Boba Fett show? And instead you made this fucking pansy bullshit. With all kinds of production problems. It's ridiculous. Go watch all the problems with The Mandalorian. You're going to see from the first episode. It's all fucking jacked up. Just fucking dumb. Never mind all the other episodes that compound on top of each other. It's all just freaking ridiculous. But people don't like to hear that. People are like, oh, this is the best Star Wars. You know what? It's funny. Rebels came out. This is the best Star Wars I've ever seen. Clone Wars Season 7 came out. Oh, this is the best Star Wars I've ever seen. Mandalorian came out. Oh my God, this is the best Star Wars I've ever seen. Meanwhile, always forgetting about George Lucas. And the reason you're here in the first place was because of real Star Wars. And now Bad Batch, I can't tell you how many people are like, this is the best Star Wars I've ever seen. So it goes to show you, they're not thinking. It's not even about Star Wars. They're just thirsty. It's the newest thing. And they're just like, oh my God. They're not sitting down and stopping to think. Because if you do, you're going to see that The Mandalorian is freaking ridiculous. It's terrible. It's a freaking mess. And that was the catalyst. That's the trigger. The straw that broke this camel's back was that fucking Mandalorian. And the jacked up Disney Plus site. I was like, oh, that's it. I'm done. And since then, it's been just foot on the gas. Because when I do something, I'm going in. I'm doing it all the way. So Sorry, Disney, you chose the wrong fandom and the wrong person. Because now you're stuck with me, and I'm going to put my foot up your ass every day. Probably going to have to forever, because you guys are not going to learn. And what the sad thing is you could hire someone like me. I'm not the only one, but you could hire someone like me, and I could go in and very quickly fix all of this mess. But hey, do what you want and deal with the people that are now crying because Kanan doesn't sound like the right age, and Saul Guerrero is supposed to be white. No, wait, he's black. No, wait, he's white. But the clones are also supposed to look like Django. No, wait a minute, but they're altered, so they don't. But Omega's a girl and looks totally different. She's white, and Django's like dark skinned because he's from New Zealand. And you see, they're all fucking mixed up. And now their little the fans they've been pandering to, are now starting to call them out. So now they got it from both sides. They got it from the fans that actually care and know, and now they got it from the fake fans that they've been pandering to, are now calling them out on their shit. And then you triple down when you got guys like me putting our foots up their asses. Disney's taking it from all angles. And yes, I know there's a lot of people like, oh my God, Bad Batch is the best Star Wars I've ever seen. It's amazing. And it's like, it's sad because that's not even Star Wars. It's not even the closest thing to Star Wars. And you got people saying that's the best Star Wars they've ever seen. So that goes to show they never knew or loved or understood what Star Wars was. If the Bad Batch to you is the best Star Wars you ever saw, then you clearly don't give a damn about what Star Wars is, because that's the farthest thing from Star Wars. But okay. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. That is why I am here. That is how I got here, is the fucking Mandalorian. It was a combination of a lot of things. But boy, did you piss me off when you made a half-assed Boba Fett. He was tired of new stuff, and the Mandalorian was the nail in the coffin, so he made NotMySTARWARS. Oh, there you go. I guess I could have just read that. That's funny. Yes, correct, James. There you go. Money, woke agenda bullshit. That's why they took the reins and Stagecoach right off the cliff. They wanted to steer away from the 25% they would owe George for using his characters. That is a big part of it. By the way, D, if you're here, let me know. I want to mention something to you. I forgot. I meant to say it earlier. So if you're still here, let me know if you're in the chat. Today in my ceramics class, after my Boba Fett helmet was finished, my teacher mistook him for the Mandalorian. I corrected her and said, Boba Fett, whatever, and everyone there got mad at her. Oh, and she said Boba Fett, whatever? Oh, Lord. Better hope I never come around Alaska, because I'm going to force choke your fucking teacher. Did you just say Boba Fett, whatever, to Boba Fett? That's one of my, that's what one of my classmates said. Yeah, that's. See, and that's the thing. Like, you're disrespecting the OT, which is not just. Listen, remember, guys, and I know a lot of you know this, that Not My Star Wars is not. It's me. I'm that person. I created it. But as a lot of you know, that's not my saying. It's our saying. It's for all of us, because I know a lot of you has sat there and you're looking at this shit for the past 9 years and you're like, that's not my Star Wars. What is that? So that's saying this name is for you, for George, for Star Wars. It's not so much about me. And you know, they're trashing all the OT stuff, and like Boba Fett was, you know, oh no, now you really done did it. But it's like I constantly remind you, at the end of the day, Disney can't really hurt me, because Star Wars was over in 2012 anyways. But like James is experiencing in class, where you got people that are like don't know what the hell they're talking about. So now you got people like, well, who's Boba Fett or whatever? Mandalorian's awesome. Earlier today, I saw some people like, Din Djarin's so amazing, and I just want to like sit with that person and be like, okay, tell me what's amazing about it. And they're gonna tell you just dumb stuff. Oh, his suit is awesome, and you know he's really cool, and he's great because you know he went to save baby Grogu, and like not understanding that all of this is like plot armor and set just to drive the story, and it's not about it, that he has a character or any personality or an arc. He literally has nothing. It's all to push the agenda and story of Grogu and all the cameos. So if you really sit down and be like, okay, well, what is awesome about Mandalorian? You're going to see that very quickly they're going to run out of like anything to say because there's nothing there. Oh, the Razor Crest is badass. That thing is broken down every episode, and then it gets blown up. What's so badass about it? Shot down what, like one X-wing or something? Not an X-wing, but that one guy that was chasing him. Okay. So it's like I've said many times, my concern is not me and a lot of you. My concern is your kids, your grandkids, because now they grow up and they're like, oh, Yoda, whatever. Oh, that's clever. Like May the 4th. Hey, dude, you don't get it. It's a pun. You're so stupid. You don't even know what Star Wars Day is. Meanwhile, before you were born, I was saying May the 4th, dumbass. I don't know what May the 4th is. But just because some fans liked it and just because we used to say it doesn't mean that we get to officially declare that that's Star Wars Day. That's like me going to you and saying that your kid was born 3 weeks earlier because I say so. Because I want to celebrate your kid's birthday 3 weeks early. Too bad. That's what I say. Because I got 10 people with me that want to agree with me. So we decide when your kid's birthday is. Yeah. Fucking lot. That makes a lot of fucking sense. Meanwhile, you got people arguing, dude, there was somebody said that in 1979. Well, because you're too young to know what the fuck Star Wars is to begin with, let me remind you of something. May 25th, 1978. What was everyone talking about and playing with their toys about and celebrating? Oh, Star Wars Day. Darth Plagueis was the only one to bring people to life because he was a powerful Force user. When he got killed by his apprentice, no apprentices, no, can't anyone back alive, even Kylo Ren. it was called on there. Darth Plagueis was the only one to bring people to life. When he got killed by his apprentice, Sidious, no one can't bring life, not even Kylo Ren. Okay, just the wording's a little funny, but well, Plagueis actually didn't bring. I didn't read the Plagueis novel, so I can't say specifically, but he didn't really bring anybody back to life, especially himself. He couldn't prevent his own death, and he didn't create Anakin. Remember that Sidious was lying. Sidious didn't know how to, nor did he learn that from Plagueis, or was Plagueis even... Maybe Plagueis was trying to figure that out, but Plagueis didn't know. The point is that Sidious literally lied to Anakin, and he admits it because later, remember, again, George Lucas tells you everything you need to know. When Anakin becomes Vader, he's like, so can we save Padme? What are we going to do? And he's like, I'm sure between me, the two of us, we can figure it out how to save your wife. I'm paraphrasing, but Sidious literally says that. Like, and Anakin doesn't pick. That was one of the Plinkett things that they were bitching about. Like, dude, he's telling you that he doesn't even know how to bring her back to life. And Anakin's not even like, losing his shit. But that was the point, is to show you that Palpatine was lying the whole time. There is no such thing as bringing people back to life. That's you die, you die. So, and it's clearly stated in the films. Thank you, Nosh. I appreciate it. You will subscribe. James, do not punch your teacher in the head. You should, but don't. Correct. It seems like Marvel is overtaking Star Wars as being the #1 IP. How the mighty have fallen. Yes. Speaking of Marvel, did you see that they have now officially announced that Lando, like now they like literally officially announced Lando is LGBTQ. The biggest pimp in Star Wars, Mr. Smooth, Mr. Colt 45, has been officially confirmed by Disney Mickey Mouseville that Lando is LGBTQ. Because, you know, being out in space for a long time with no one else around but a robot, you know, who's to say what you'll do? Disney. He could have been something. I mean, isolate him from all the story, Rian Johnson, the movie, everything. Just take Snoke. Okay, he could look like a Sith or evil lord. He sounded cool. It was well acted. The effects looked cool. Yeah, I mean, there was potential. They could have done something. Give me Snoke. You would have had something. But at the end of the day, they didn't execute. Rey, if she was properly cared for and trained and written, she could have been something too. Kylo, he's a joke. That helmet is fucking stupid. That crossguard is fucking stupid. He takes off the helmet. It looks even like I would like just laugh. He wouldn't have to attack me. I would fall on the floor and die of laughter. So Kylo was no saving, nothing there. Finn, biggest tragedy. My God, he could have been amazing. Oh, well. That's what I do. I did it in my Lego Boba Fett video. Okay, there you go. From earlier with the Legos. At the end of the day, guys, remember, this is Disney's loss, not ours. Yes, it sucks because we're not getting new and more Star Wars like we want. But at the end of the day, Star Wars ended in 2012. So we're not really losing anything. We're just not getting new. But who's losing is Disney. Because if they respected, right now, they would be making billions of dollars. So take that to heart, that at the end of the day, the ones that's losing is Mickey Mouse, not you. Thank you. I appreciate it. When I was younger, I had a ton of Legos and gave them away to sick kids. Nice. The real time it's hard is when you're making your own Lego set like it's not official. I made my own Lego movie theater and I had to find a lot of red pieces. Yeah, nice movie theater. Yeah, and don't get me wrong. I'm very much a manual guy. I don't need the manual, but when I buy like a piece of furniture or set something up, I also don't like to be stubborn and I like to save time. So rather than me being like, oh, I know it, I'll do that, I just pull out the manual and I go through and understand what's going on and I build the desk or whatever it is. Just make your life easier. Know that, rod A and rod B look similar. And instead of guessing, know that, well, the front section of this desk uses rod A, and then you just save everybody a headache instead of trying to be, macho man. But whether you're freeballing Legos or you're building off a set, at the end of the day, you still like to see your pieces on the table and know that I have 10 red pieces, or that I have 3, or that I don't have any wheels. So therefore I can't build a car, but I could build a spaceship. And if I had 1,000 pieces and I used 750 of them, now I at least have a bearing of, well, I only have 250 pieces left, so I can work off of that instead of just being like, well, who cares what count, what color, what shape, what, just pull a piece out the bag and we'll just, throw it in there. We'll fit it in somewhere. And that's where, you're going to have problems. Most Lego builders, even master builders, dump their pieces on the table, start, moving them around and separating them and looking at what they got, getting a feel for the lay of the land. And then from there you build. That's proper planning. That's proper building. That's proper story development. Toy section was massive. My mom would always buy me an action figure every weekend. Oh yeah, it was massive. It was always massive. Even in the times, because there's always this argument, like a lot of people make, and I've had actually this kind of conversation with Dee before, that there was a time when there really wasn't. But I made the argument to him, well, yeah, they weren't producing new stuff. But bro, I would go to Toys R Us, and there was always, they might be reprints, they might be what was left over, but there was always a Star Wars section. Plus posters, plus mugs, plus gum at the register, plus Lego sets in the other section. Plus you would go to the bike section and there would be a Star Wars bike or a Stormtrooper bike. You would go to the bean bags and there'd be a Jabba the Hutt. You'd go to the coloring books. There'd be a Ewoks. You'd go to, the pool splishy splashy stuff, and there'd be like floaters with Yoda on it. There was always Star Wars stuff. And usually en masse. Was it brand new stuff coming out all the time? No, by all means, there was a time where there wasn't a lot of stuff, if anything, being made. But there was always a book, a comic, a toy, a floaty. There was always Star Wars stuff, and it always sold. As I was getting older, I was a skateboarder for 6 years, so I didn't pay a lot of attention to Star Wars toys. I was chasing around girls and doing other stuff and traveling and meeting people and got a car and like all these things, right? So I wasn't focused on Star Wars toys, but it was always here in the back of my head. And anytime I'd be like at a Walmart or I would go by a toy store, I'd peek in and just, what's going on with Star Wars? Oh, I see, there's still a shelf. And maybe it's, reprints of Ewoks, but there's, Star Wars. There was toys, there was mugs, there was always Star Wars. Star Wars never went away. Some people are like, it was dead and it was gone. Not bullshit. There was always Star Wars. Maybe not new stuff, maybe not a ton of stuff, but there was always some Star Wars. There weren't commercials. They weren't talking about it. But there was always, you could find an action figure. You could find a book. You could find, always there was something. Maybe, you see, because people are like, well, but in these years, there was no print of EU books. Yeah, but did you go to the other section where there's like the pop-out books? Because I had a few of those. And visual guides. Or you remember the game Operation? I had an R2 Operation where you would take like gears and parts out of R2 with the bzzz. There was always Star Wars stuff. Always. Greeting cards. You go to get your mom a Mother's Day card or your nephew a card. There's an Ewok. There's a Chewbacca. There's a Princess Leia. There's always been Star Wars stuff. A soap, a hand towel, kids' shoes. There's always been Star Wars stuff. Until Disney bought it. But you got a little mask on there. A turd mask. You know, so I agree. Yes, it wasn't being produced and promoted, and there was all this stuff and new stuff. I'm not arguing that. But I know for a fact, because I always checked the toys. I looked in the book section. I checked. There'd be you would go to the linen section in a store, Macy's, Walmart, whatever, and oh look, a C3PO towel, or there was always Star Wars stuff. I know the name. I want to say I've seen one or two videos, but it's not someone that I'm like familiar like that to be able to reference. I definitely do know the name. Kino, dude. I mean, hi. Why are you mean? What's up? Nice to see you. I remember you from other streams. If I can't dazzle you with brilliance, I will baffle you with bullshit. Yes, very well said there, Wes. Very well said. Because at Disney, what they say.
Why? Because fuck them, that's why.
Thank you. Well, I guess you all like my haircut, so many of you said something. I appreciate it. A shyster. There are dumb ideas. What do we got? What if Palpatine came back from the dead? That's the dumbest idea I've ever heard. But it was always in the plan. How did no one know that Palpatine was Darth Sidious? All he had was a hood. Well, it kind of depends on which part you're talking about. A lot of people didn't see him as Darth Sidious, whereas a lot of people, he was publicly acting as Palpatine. Plus, the dark side shrouds and clouds. Just like evil really does. The devil's around you and in front of you all the time, guys. You just don't see him. He's hiding himself. But yet, he's right in front of you because there's temptation all over the place. Any one of us can do any number of dumb things at any moment. And yes, Sidious is the devil. George Lucas has said it many times. He is the devil. And that Anakin sells his soul to the devil. Mustafar, does it ring a bell or look like somewhere? So it kind of depends on the context. Because if you really think about it, he's very much open with regular clothes and being public to draw you away from that hooded figure who you barely see anyways. Plus, remember that we on the outside as an audience are seeing him with like Maul and doing stuff. But everyone else inside the movie isn't necessarily there or seeing that. So it depends on the context. Maybe there's a particular scene or something. But, if you pay attention, the movie pretty much shows you. Yes, that's that too. There are Sith artifacts. There's that big art wall, which I'm sure you're aware of, that's with Sith and Jedi war. Yeah. There's Emperor's Royal Guards in his office. Mm-hmm. But again, the devil's always right in front of you. Sometimes people choose not to see what's in front of them. If I agree with you and ignore the Clone Wars, the Bad Batch, and the Mandalorian, I feel like I'm making you happy. No, you don't have to make me happy. You have to make you happy. And if I agree with my feelings and watch those, I feel like I'm making you think I'm lost. No. If you, at the end of the day, like Clone Wars, then enjoy it. I don't tell anyone what to like. I just want you to be aware of and to acknowledge the fact of the bullshit, the problems, the canon breaking, the lies. If at the end of the day, you're okay with it and you like the show, Coca-Cola is not very good for you. I have a friend, a comedian, that drinks a case of Coke a day. It's ridiculous. One after the other. Coca-Cola cans. Boom. But it's insane. But the point is for you to know what it is. And if at the end of the day that doesn't matter to you or whatever, then that's your choice, dude. You have to like what you like. Nobody has to make me happy or agree with me or do what I tell them. Well, I don't tell you what to do. You know, my main concern is you can come to me and be like, dude, I love the Rebels. I understand what you're saying. I agree because it's fact, so I can't argue it. But I love the Rebels. Okay. So you watch the show, you buy the action figures, you have the little t-shirt and all that. Fine. My concern is that you acknowledge that it's not canon. And that's it. We can move on. If you'd like it, enjoy it. I'm not here to stop you. Where we will have an issue is you coming to me and saying, but dude, it's Star Wars. What are you talking about? It says Star Wars. Dave Filoni, The Apprentice, made it. That's where we have a problem. Because it's not Star Wars. It's not canon. And Dave Filoni is the farthest thing from George Lucas's Apprentice. So as long as you understand that it's not canon and that you're not really celebrating or liking Star Wars, you're liking Dave Filoni's fan fiction Rebels, which is okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But as long as you understand that what you are enjoying is Dave Filoni's fan fiction and it's not Star Wars, okay, that's it. That's all I need people to acknowledge. And you can enjoy the shit as much as you like. That's all that matters. Is that you're not falsely claiming that that's Star Wars when it clearly is not. That's all I'm saying. Once you contradict the foundation that is George Lucas and his canon, then it's no longer Star Wars. Regardless of Mickey saying or it has the name, none of that matters. That's no different than you having a girlfriend for 40 years and then she starts behaving completely different. And then you're going to be like, oh, no, that's my girlfriend. She just feels like she's just being different. No. You know her for 40 years. You know exactly her temperament, her attitude, her personality, her quirks, and she's acting now completely opposite everything. She used to walk this way, now she walks this way. She used to do her hair that way, now she's doing it this way. You know, everything is completely upside down, turned around, upside down. You're not going to sit there and say, well, but that's my girlfriend. She's just, you know, acting funny. No, you're going to start being like, who are you? Do I know you? You're not really my girlfriend. You're some fraud. You're a clone. Something's not right here. That's what I'm talking about. Now, maybe this new version, you're like, I actually like her ass better. That's something new, and I don't want that. No, you know what? I guess I really like blondes. She's been a brunette all these years. I thought I liked, but maybe I actually like blondes. And if at the end of the day you like this other, okay, we all in life have to be happy. And if that's what makes you happy, but don't do yourself and the rest of the world injustice and be like, this girl who is nothing like this girl, oh, well, they're the same girl because I say so. That's not how life works. Either this girl is consistent or she's not this girl anymore. She's now this girl, and that's all I'm telling you. If you love Rebels or Clone Wars or whatever, dude, go for it, because you have to be happy. You have to like what you like. And if this is what's going to float your boat, well, enjoy that. But don't come to me, who's loved and known this for 43 years, and try to tell me that this is this. That's where we have a problem. So hopefully that's clear. Don't do anything for me. Do it for yourself, and understand that by you saying that she's great, you're shitting on her, and you were with her for 43 years. And you can like this without having to shit all over this. You can move on and say, well, I just prefer this, or I like this, and that's fine. And I understand, as a man, that you can lust for both. You could want both. You could want to sleep with both. Hell, you might even want to have a threesome. I get it. But you cannot say, I love her, when you're over here boning her. That's not reality. That's bullshit. So now you've got to pick a side. Now, if you're going to say, I love Star Wars, well, then you got to commit and be faithful to Star Wars, not this new girl that's completely different. Capiche? Knock, knock. Who's there? Wookie. Wookie who? Wookie who'll rip your arms out if you don't let him in. There you go. Welcome to 2020, Hollywood. They make movies like Curb Your Enthusiasm episodes. They wrote rough outlines and filled in the dialogue and jokes and details along the way and in post-production. Larry David and their actors are brilliant and geniuses, so they easily make it work. You know, I think Larry David is very clever, and I get it. He plays that role of that, like, kooky. I get, it's not that I don't get it. I totally understand. I totally get it. And it's not that I hate it, but it's not really my, like that, you know, I'm this wacky, stupid man. It's just not really for me. I understand it. I totally get it. Some of it makes me giggle. I get it. His wife's pretty hot. I don't even know how he has that wife, but whatever. But that's just not. I like intelligent comedy. That's why I used to love The Simpsons, because The Simpsons, you had to know shit. You had to know about pop culture or life or society to even pick up on the jokes. I used to love The Simpsons. Whereas South Park is like kiddie, like, I put a booger on you. That kind of comedy I'm not into. And I know a lot of people that like that, and I'm not saying that, you know, it's invalid or you're dumb. I'm not saying any of that. It's just not for me. I like intelligent comedy. Robin Williams, Dave Chappelle, George Carlin. And Larry David, to me, is that goofy comedy. But again, I totally understand it. I've seen plenty of episodes. It's just, for me, never. And I know you didn't ask me that, but the reason I'm saying it is because you said they're brilliant and geniuses. And in their way, for what they're creating, yes, I totally get it. And I agree with you. He is very good at being that lunatic. So I'm not arguing that at all. I'm just saying that's not for me. It's not what I like to do. Now, on the same token, I'm not like, that's a piece of shit, and it should be canceled, and I won't watch it. Because, you know, if it comes on or my friends want to hang out and watch an episode or two of Larry David, okay, I'll sit there and giggle with you. It's not, you know, all that serious. Just saying, like, I wouldn't own the Blu-ray, or I wouldn't be like, oh, I love the Larry David. Because just not for me. Lunch Club. If you do it correct, again, it's like all things, guys. If you go retouch something that exists and you respect it and you think it through and you remember what was important about it to begin with, then you can do all kinds of new shit as long as you're remembering and being respectful to what came before. and build off of it. But the problem is you got people who like to go like there's like not this smart middle. They like to go either total member berry, dumb shit and remake, or Last Jedi, like the farthest thing from Star Wars. Like Luke Skywalker, the hero of the galaxy, to a complete, like, that's not Luke Skywalker. Even the guy that plays Luke Skywalker is telling you that's not Luke Skywalker. But Rian Johnson's like, well, I'm so smart. I showed you what Luke Skywalker is. And then you got fans like, oh, well, that's because Luke, you know, he would have done that. And it's like, holy fuck. Really? You're justifying, you're making any excuse for this. Instead of like going down the middle and thinking wisely and said, okay, well, we have to respect this because this is what is established and exists. And now let's not carbon copy it, but let's remember and build off of it. And then you make Lunch Club, where those same people 30 years later are trapped in a room and have that same interaction of the awkwardness, and but yet over, you know, the 2 hours they're together, they talk and they figure out that they're all just the same, and they all become friends, and they go through this little in the school or building or whatever adventure. It could even be the kids of the original cast that are put into a similar situation. Don't copy it like, oh, they're in detention in the same school and the same thing. No, but you put them in the same type of premise where they get trapped and they have to have a realization about themselves and each other. Again, I don't get paid for this. I'm not a screenwriter. This is not my job. And in 5 minutes, I can come up with anything better than what I have seen in the past 10 or 20 years. Desert Club, or Dessert Club is what you probably meant to say. You skip my message. Will, you're both. I thought I said. Didn't I say that? Yeah, I have. I mentioned it. Maybe you didn't hear me. Well, yeah, definitely. There's stuff that we're not supposed to see that you're going to see. I don't know how else to put that. But I did say something. I know that I saw it. Maybe you didn't, or maybe I was behind and now then later you saw it. But I know I read that message and said something. Yeah, Twitter. My stomach hurts. Oh, Lord. Well, I hope you feel better. Disney, with their multiple agendas and trying to use Star Wars as a vessel to push these agendas, has been their downfall. Yes. About the article, info. Not shocked in the least. Yes. Why does your stomach hurt? Because you're coming to the realization that all that Filoni bullshit isn't Star Wars? But see, that shouldn't make your stomach hurt. All you have to do is just say, okay, this is Star Wars, and this is not. It's okay to not actually be a Star Wars fan. That you didn't, maybe you aren't a Star Wars fan. Maybe you're just a Filoni stuff fan. Or maybe you're both. But learn to separate them. Learn to understand that there is a difference. That's all. But it shouldn't get your stomach to hurt because, again, it's okay to just like this stuff. That's the thing. Some people really get hung up. Like, this is why they insist. Because it's like it hurts their feelings to realize, well, maybe I really wasn't a Star Wars fan. And it's okay if you're not. Really, it's okay. It's not for everyone. Did you think it made you cool because you said you were a Star Wars fan? I mean, it doesn't matter. If you realize that, well, no, I don't like what just stuff that George Lucas did. I'm not actually a Star Wars fan. Okay, so move on. There's Star Trek, there's Naruto, there's Dave's fan fiction, there's plenty of stuff out there. Like I said, if you realize the blonde is what you actually really wanted, well, then don't waste your life, dude. You have one life and time is short. So then don't waste your life pretending you think that the right thing is to love the brunette and you're unhappy. If you're really what, gets you excited is the blonde, then love the blonde. Go play with the blonde and go on. Just don't complicate the brunette and the people that love the brunette's lives. Because that's not fair either for you to come. And I'm not like putting this on you, Julian. I'm just saying this is in general. It's not fair for someone to come along, that loves the blonde and then fuck with our relationship over here. If you like the blonde, take the blonde and go do your thing, dude. Leave us alone. We're not coming to bother you. So stop trying to come in and say, but the blonde is the brunette. But no, she's not. Go off with your blonde and have a good time. And leave us alone with our brunette or redhead or whatever the case. I'm just using an example. I change my voice a lot. And again, if you want to play with both, and I get it, fine. But just know that when you're spending time with the brunette, the blonde is not part of the conversation. I change my voice, or it can be part of the conversation, but you can't say that I truly love the brunette when you're out playing around with the blonde. That's the thing. I change my voice. And can you love them both? Theoretically, yes. But to be truly in love and dedicated, no, you can't love every chick. At the end of the day, there's going to be one woman that really you're going to truly love. So that's where the reality smacks, is that all your desire, all your lust, all your seduction, all your fun, all your want, all your love is only going to go but to a point where it really shit hits the fan. If she's about to get killed, are you going to jump in front of her in the bus to save her? If she needs a kidney because she's going to die, are you going to give her that kidney? That kind of shit. So now, do you really love the brunette? Or do you just want to hold on to the brunette? Because you want to be greedy now and have all these girls. You see, that's where the problem occurs. So now you must decide. You must take a side and you must choose what you truly love. And if what it is the blonde, well then, dude, love the blonde. Leave the freaking brunette alone. You can't have them all. I change my voice a lot when I do voice acting. In my show, Jack and Ron, so many characters, and they have different voices, and I'm the one who does them all, all of the voices in there. Did you say something?
Star Wars is for fucking kids.
I made the bully character on that show, Richard Hates, have a really high pitched voice. It's supposed to sound whiny and annoying. Episode 3, I voiced a Russian character, and back then my Russian accent sucked. I actually poked fun. There, hello. there, hello to you, Greedo Kenobi. Really, friends? Yeah. Absolutely. Didn't you see he went to dinner with her? I mean, unless he's paying a lot of money to have her pretend she is. Yeah, no, they're friends. How close? I mean, I don't know. That's their business. But, I mean, yeah, certainly. And that's even before they met. Like, you know, they've talked. They're friends. How close they are or whatever, that's, I don't know, and it's not really my business. But, yeah, absolutely, they're friends. I felt that Omega going to get that ball after the other kid told they'd get it later. Felt totally out of character. She seems way too smart to do something so stupid. Hated that. Yes. Also, I was going to go back and really look where they landed the ship. But here we go with Disney's bullshit. Omega, don't go past the fence. They throw the ball. The kids are going in. Omega doesn't go along with them. She, for whatever reason, decides to stay outside and then go for the ball, knowing she's going out of the fence, which she should be smarter than that. Okay, goes out the fence, almost gets killed, which, by the way, that mother is like sniping. That thing doesn't die or get injured. It's like just like shooting it with BBs. For what? What is the thing made out of fucking Beskar? I mean, come on. It could have died or gotten injured or ran away. Instead, she's like sniping. This whole thing, like this is an invincible creature. Anyways, so then they save Omega. Fine. You shouldn't have gone out there. Oh, but I'm sorry. Relax. She's not a soldier. She's just a kid. It's okay, little one. So then he walks and just takes her in. Very next scene, she's out in the ship by herself. So we went from depressed, scared, being carried into the hut to the next thing you know, she's back outside in the ship. And guess where the ship is? Outside of the goddamn fence. Dave, phony, baloney, maca-fucking-roni. My Russian accent is better now, so when I do Russian characters, they'll sound better now. You see? And then people are like, you're a hater. You don't know what you're talking about. No, wake up the fuck up. Linda Cardellini played Velma. Yes. She also played the new boss in Grandma's Boy. The new boss? Oh, is that her? Samantha? Really? Okay, well, I definitely prefer her as a brunette. I never put that together because I really like Samantha too. No wonder why I like Samantha so much. That girl is hot. Good grief. Like, the reason I say that is because I saw her as Velma. I'm like, whoa, she's pretty. She's got a body on her. So then I started digging around. And then I saw her like behind the scenes of Scooby with the glasses off and just kind of like talking and like looking more normal. And you're like, good grief, this girl is hot. Is it her? Is it Samantha from Grandma's Boy? She seems taller and like slimmer. All right, maybe it is her. I never put that two and two together. But I guess it would make sense. All I know is behind the scenes of Velma, holy moly. Was the lead female in Freaks and Geeks and has many other roles. Yeah, she's a babeski. She is a babeski. No source material, correct. Shaggy from the live action version is my guilty pleasure. Do you think Gina Carano going on Drunk 3PO channel upset Disney? Well, she didn't really go on his channel. They did a Zoom call and then he put on the replay on his channel. So technically she hasn't gone on his channel. That was a behind the scenes conversation that he put on the channel, which is kind of the same, but not really. Like if she actually went on my channel or Drunk's channel, or like she's making a statement for sure now. You know what I mean? Which I don't know. I don't know that she even knows I exist. I know this. I've tagged her. I've sent her messages, or not sent her messages, but she should be well aware of who I am, and she's doesn't follow me or like my tweets or any of that. So I would be shocked if she doesn't know who I am. I think she's scared because my name is not my Star Wars. So she's probably terrified, like, you know. So point is, I don't think she would come on my channel because she's too scared to even know what my channel's about. But had she like actually gone on this channel, I think that's a much bigger statement than, oh, they're friends in the background. You know what I mean? Not saying that that's nothing. I'm just saying, if it was really like, fuck you, Disney, she would be on Drunk's channel like, haha. So, did it upset them? Who the fuck cares? They already fired her and ridiculed her in public. So what? I don't think it upset them. Why would they care? They got rid of her. And that whole thing with they disrupted Drunk's stream when he was doing the fundraiser. It's not like, oh, look, Drunk 3PO is doing a fundraiser. Well, let's fire Gina. No, they already knew they were going to do that. It has nothing to do with Drunk 3PO. It just happened to be miraculous timing that day is when that information came out. But, and it's nothing against Drunk. And I'm not saying that his channel is growing great. He legitimately knows Gina, and they are aware of it. I'm not trying to take anything away. All I'm saying is be real. It's not like, oh, look, he talked to Gina, so now let's fire her right now to make a statement. They already knew. Plus, she didn't technically get fired. They said that they aren't renewing her contract. So that's something that was months before. You know what I mean? That decision was made. It had nothing to do with Drunk's charity stream. That kind of bothers me because there's a little ego there, and it's not really from him. It's from other channels. Like, oh yeah, they came in and fucked up his fundraiser. They knew, and they purposely did that. That was already done. It was just freaking weird ass timing. That's all. But what is Disney going to care? They got rid of her. If anything, it's all the more reason why they're not going to bring her back. They're aware of it, and I'm sure they didn't like it. But did it upset them? Why would it upset them? They already fired her. I won't put 1979 by Smashing Pumpkins at the end of a movie, but I don't know if I'll get copyright, most likely, or something. Should I sing it myself and release a video first to see how I sound? Yes. Yes, you will get a copyright. If you're lucky, you might be able to use a little section of it. And usually about 10 seconds is the most you're going to get away with. But for example, I was doing, for my comedy channel, I did like literally a 2-second like little phrase of a song. I don't remember which one right now, but like an older rock song. And man, copyright, right? It picked it up right away. I lowered it. I brought it down to like a little 2-second thing. I don't even remember what it was, but like time passing, just as an example. Like 2, 3 words from a song that's very recognizable, super low volume, and like, no, they pick. Music is very tricky. That's where most copyrights come from, is the music. So I can pretty much guarantee you're going to get a copyright if you use the song. So. Obsession with Sarah Michelle, like Buffy, and she played the part well. But I had a massive crush on, oh my God, Christy Swan. To this day, I follow her on Twitter. I love. For those that don't know, 2005, 2008, I don't know. But she came out in Playboy and Maxim the same year. And in Playboy, she's all pale. And in Maxim, she's got like this deep, dark tan. And I'll leave the rest to you. She is the original Buffy. She was, aside from her looks, she was a badass. She was awesome. Loved her as Buffy. She's one of my favorite women. And that same year, Maxim and Playboy came out. That's all the information I need to tell you. You do the research upon yourself. I highly encourage you look into it. My binders and locker was full of SMG pictures, as well as Neve Campbell, Lori Loughlin, and others. Yeah. Nev, I mean, she's cute, but I never really. But SMG, yeah, she had her time there where she was. I mean, she still looks a lot the same. It's just that she's married to such an idiot, and she's her too. She's been totally irrelevant for many years. I don't even think about her anymore. But yeah, definitely. Christy Swanson. I hope I laugh at the Bad Batch when I hear young Kanan sounding like adult Kanan. You might laugh, you might cry. Spank me, mistress. Man, Christy Swanson. And she still looks tremendous. They slipped Star Wars and Mickey. Yes. How do you come up? Got some stuff to add to this. I'm not sure what you mean. Got some stuff to add to this? Clarify for me. I mean, if there's something you need to say, type it, put the comment. I read all the comments, dude. Unless you're just being a total dumbass. I read the comments. Or you're attacking someone or saying something, racist or crazy. But otherwise, say what you got to say. Did I mention that in the same year, Christy Swanson was in Maximum Play? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Never mind. I'm conflicted. I feel like a war is inside of me. Will I turn to the dark side? Not my Star Wars. I never try to tell anybody what to like. I never try to tell anybody what to do. So you have to, in your heart, what you like is what you like. That's what you need to do. It's not wrong for you to like certain things. Just remember that it's wrong. Someone's been making chocolate for 50 years. You come to them with marshmallows and you say, these are amazing. Mix these. And this is chocolate too. Because you want it to be chocolate, because you want it to be together, because you want to mix them. So you're like, this is chocolate too. You gotta love it. It's just chocolate. See, I'm trying to validate it so that the chocolate people will agree and defend and make this chocolate too. But at the end of the day, you just, to the big kid table, you're going to look stupid. So it's a much better approach to say, well, I understand that this is not chocolate. This is marshmallows, and this is chocolate. Maybe I like marshmallows better. Maybe I like to put some chocolate and marshmallow together. But I have to be fair and respectful to chocolate, to guys that have been making chocolate for 50 years, and say, hey, I understand that this will never be chocolate. That this could be put together and it could be chocolate and marshmallows. But I have to always be respectful of the fact that this will never be chocolate. It's marshmallows. And if you love marshmallows, dude, enjoy marshmallows. Just don't do the stupid thing that all the Mickey Mouse little sheeplings do. You know it's marshmallows, but yet you want to insist, no, it's chocolate. It's chocolate. You have to accept it. I'm going to force you to say that the marshmallows are chocolate because I want to have my cake and eat it and my marshmallow and chocolate too. And that's not how life works. There are times in life where you must make a decision. You must pick a side. It is what it is. And I know there's people that are going to say, but you can love chocolate and marshmallows. And for the 80th time, I've said, yes, you can. But you also have to acknowledge that now it is chocolate with marshmallows. It is not chocolate. I could give you the other answer. If you're like Mickey, you've gone to the dark side. Come back to the light. Yeah, me too. I do and I don't. Here's the thing. It's like what I just said. If at the end of the day you love Resistance, great. The problem is when it's Star Wars Resistance. That's where the whole fuck up happens. Because now this kid is arguing, but I love Star Wars. I know all about Star Wars. Oh, by the way, I was watching this thing the other day. This Star Wars expert was explaining something. And he was like, well, in the Mandarin show, you see that this guy does this and blah, blah, blah. And the Mandarin, because he has this baby, and it was just going on and on. It was so funny. Like, it just goes to show. I love Star Wars. I know all about it. In the Mandarin show. And it's just, you know, I see it over and over and over. People that claim they love it, claim they know it. And within 3 to 5 minutes of me talking to you, I can see right very clearly how much you know about Star Wars. And the thing is, most of these problems are easily solved when people humble themselves, because it's perfectly fine. You could have learned about Star Wars yesterday and be brand new, and it's okay. You don't have to know it all. You don't have to pretend like you have as much experience as I do for 43 years. It's okay if you don't know what you're talking about. But come into it and say, I want to learn. Come into it and say, I want to be respectful of what's been established and the history of it. Instead of coming in like, well, I saw one show and now I think I know everything, and you're just being an asshole and a gatekeeper and you don't know what you're talking about, and you're just an old man that's stuck in his ways and Star Wars has changed and blah, 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 blah. And you just look like a dumbass. So I understand if you see Resistance, that's your first experience, you're young, whatever, but don't get confused and don't have an ego to say, well, now I know what Star Wars is, so all this other stuff, you know, I'm going to, run my fucking gums. Humility. The new Disney Star Wars, pick and choose your canon. Yeah. As stupid as telling people there's no clear indicators as to gender when a baby is born, which was an actual news story and position taken by CNN. Well, CNN is one of the biggest reasons they feed the sheeple. The sheeple thrive and feed off of CNN's lies and stupidity. So what do you want? And that's not a political thing. That's not me being a right-winger saying it. CNN is full of lies and stupidity. And I'm sorry if you don't see that and get it. But yes, that is literally what Disney is pick your canon. And that's the thing, guys. Back when we had Star Wars, there was no pick a side, pick canon, it was the story, the continuity, and there it was. And you liked it or you didn't. It was really simple. And a lot of people were like, oh, that's dumb. That's kid stuff. That's sci-fi nonsense. And they would move on and do something else. And it was everybody's lives was better for it. It was just easy. There was a consistent story and everybody just went. And now it's like, because everybody can pick and want and this and the other, and like, that's strawberry ice cream, but I want it to be chocolate. So I'm going to say it's chocolate and insist that it's chocolate. And so to the point where I'm going to force you to say that it's chocolate. That's where we're at. Choose your own fucking adventure. And what happened in those choose your own adventure books? 5 of us read it and we all end up with a different conclusion. So now when we all go in a room to talk about the story, we all have 5 different stories. So now we can't agree on this is the story of Star Wars because it's this person said that, this person goes this way, that person. And that's the whole point and problem. An issue. Canon. Whereas when we had real Star Wars, there was none of this problem. It was canon. And you liked it or you didn't. You followed it or you didn't. But there wasn't this argument. It was, this is the story. And that's it. Goldilocks and the Three Bears. You may remember it so much or whatever, but the story, we all know and agree. The bears have a home. They go out. Goldilocks stumbles across the house, goes in, starts tasting different food. This is too hot. This is too cold. This is just right. I need a nap. This bed's too small. This one's too big. This one's just right. Basic story. We all know it. The bears come home. Oh my God, there's a little girl. And she gets scared and runs away. Okay. And now there's little versions and differences of that. But we all know that same basic story. Why? Because that's always been the story. That's the point, that we all know the story so that we all enjoy it in the same way, so that we all understand it in the same way. And sure, within that, there's nuances and you're going to interpret things. But at the same time, no one can argue that a little blonde girl went to a bear's house. The 3 bears were away. They had the mama, the papa, the baby, and one bed was too big, one bed was too small, and one was just right. But when you have 16 different versions of the same story, now we're all arguing over, well, but Goldilocks said this, and that was this. It wasn't a bed. It was a sofa. It wasn't soup. It was, spaghetti and meatballs. And now you got all the stupidity. Canon matters. And that's why it was Star Was. Oh, I loved it when people are like, bruh, you don't know how to spell. You forgot the R. Dealing with freaking children. Pea brains. Because I put a shirt out in front of thousands of people and I don't realize how to spell Star Wars. A channel with a guy that's known Star Wars for 43 years doesn't know how to spell Star Wars. Or maybe you need to shut the fuck up, turn off your little ego, and think, why would he write Star Was? Well, gee, I wonder. It's the same thing. Canon matters. My comment about material coming from different places was in reference to the Skywalker legacy. Yeah. Well, everything Disney does. Feel the power. Rise of Skywalker is the first Star Wars film in history that I didn't see in the theater. A lot of people say that. A lot of people. So can you imagine? Now, let's just take a simple controlled experiment. Star Wars was millions upon millions upon millions of ticket sales. Most people went to see it several times, but at least pretty much everybody saw it once. So imagine you have this franchise for 43 years, people that had watched all of them, and then on the last film, there's a ton of people that are like, I never even went to go see it in the theater. So that in alone, how much money and fandom did Disney lose? For Star Wars fans to be saying, I never even went to see the last one or however many other ones in the theater. Me, I just happened to be at the right place at the right time. I had someone that works in the theater, so I saw Rogue, Solo, all of them for free. Plus, I do it because it's like my job to review them and look at them and think about them. Back then, it wasn't my job, but still, I care about Star Wars. So even if I was going to be pissed off or was fucked up or whatever, well, I'm going to objectively look at it and see what's going on with the franchise. But can you imagine a bunch of fans saying, well, I didn't even go see this, and this one in the theaters? People, claim the prequels are terrible, and you were sitting in the theater watching it, and you were like, holy shit, holy shit. A lot of it, that too, is ego. Instead of admitting, like, yeah, that shit was badass, holy shit, I like the prequels. I came out of there like, hyped as shit and ready to see Star Wars. And that's why when Attack of the Clones came out, I was in the theater. And when Revenge of the Sith came out, I was back in the theater. They don't like to admit that. But many fans have come out and said Rise of Skywalker or even others, they never saw them. So imagine how much fandom and money Disney has lost. Because back in the day, that wasn't a conversation. most, just anybody, a Star Wars film came out, that's the thing to do. Like a Star Wars film is coming out this weekend, that's what people were going to do. Whether you're a huge Star Wars fan or not, that's a major event. People would go. So that 10 years later, they could be like, yeah, I saw Star Wars. I saw that movie in the theaters. How good it was, how much I liked it. Well, that's debatable, but I was there because that was a major event. And then, of course, Star Wars fans, hell no, they weren't going to miss a Star Wars movie. No matter how much they liked or disliked the last one, they aren't going to miss a Star Wars movie. Now we're in a generation where there's a ton of people who are like, I didn't even see that in the last movies. So that goes to show you how far it has fallen. Just remember, I have the high ground, Anakin. Ben Skywalker. There was no Ben Solo. Oh, but God, my son. When you fundamentally start changing shit just out of bullshit, just out of spite, when you know it's Ben Skywalker, but you want to go and start banning shit because you want to make it ours. So now you've started off on the wrong foot with Ben Solo. You've immediately, right from concept, have started off on the wrong foot. So now that character is never going to be able to go anywhere because from the foundation, you've already fucked up. You've already violated the canon or the lore, and you're already going against the grain. You're purposely fighting against the grain to try to prove a point or to make your character validated, and you're already fucked up. Because if you're starting from a bad foundation, that's it. You're already fucked up. It's not going to hold up. And the Ren is because originally he wasn't Ren. It was because he becomes the master of the Knights of Ren. There's a whole little bullshit story with that too. So in reality, he wasn't the Ren is coming from Knights of Ren, but because he was Ben Solo. It's bullshit. That's what type of name it is. Geode is going to turn it all around for Disney. Yeah. Star Wars is saved. Remember that? Does anybody remember that? Filoni, Star Wars is saved. And here we are months later. Gina, everybody's pissed off. Favreau taking over. Is Filoni this? Filoni that? You know. Bad Batch has been out less than a week. Now we got all the little SJWs mad at them. You're whitewashing, and it's too white, and it's that, and the other. And this is what you get. You wanted to cater to those types of fans. So now this is what you're going to have to deal with, and that's what you're going to get. And every day, the money keeps shrinking. The money keeps shrinking. The fandom keeps shrinking. We care less. People don't give a damn. Nowadays, people would rather hear me trashing Disney than go to even see their shit because it's such a mess. Rogue One, Solo, 7 Rebels, 9, 8 Resistance. First of all, it's basically Clone Wars Season 8. Let's be real. Second of all, it's contradicting itself already, and it's contradicting Clone Wars, and it contradicted Rebels, because now Kanan is white, and he sounds like an adult. And the reason that he survived Order 66 has now been retconned completely from other source material. So it's already, first episode, a mess. Already. And you see, here's the thing. Because I know some people are going to try to pull this shit. Well, but Rebels wasn't really canon. The Bad Batch is what's going to be the real canon. And the comic book that showed how Kanan escaped, that's not really canon. Although they announced, remember, in 2014 that everything was going to be canon, and that's why they're making Legends, because we're going to maintain continuity and make everything nice and neat now. Remember that? Because I do. So now you've got conflicting stories, and what Dave Filoni's going to try to say is, well, that's because actually the real canon is going to be Bad Batch. Okay. So that means then your own creation Rebels is not canon and it's all bullshit. You see, you can't have it both. If you're going to claim that this is what's the canon, that Kanan is truly this way, well, then that means that everything before wasn't him. That was fan fiction, that was not canon. So now, all these fans that you built up and that fell in love with Kanan Jarrus in the first place, and all the Darksaber bullshit you did, and Sabine and all that, well, now, because you fucked up in Bad Batch, and one, you weren't paying attention to make sure you got it right, but two, have an ego and don't want to admit that you fucked up, well, guess what? Now, all those Rebels fans that loved you and thought you were great and all that, they're going to eventually say, wait a minute, this doesn't fit. That means my Rebels wasn't real? That Not My Star Wars was always right and this never was canon? Oh, fuck. And now all those people that fell in love with Dave Filoni and his little wolf bullshit, Sabine and all that nonsense, now they're going to get pissed because you didn't stick to your guns. You made bullshit and to begin with, but at least stick with it. No, now you're contradicting your own bullshit. So now you've retconned your own creation, and all those people that George Lucas's apprentice are going to be pissed off as soon as they figured out that, wait a minute, that means a Rebel's irrelevant, that it never was canon. It was just fake. You see, this is where the thirsty fans aren't thinking. Bad Batch is the best Star Wars I've ever seen. And you're not realizing in that same sense that you have just validated that Rebels was never canon and never existed, and it was bullshit. Again, most people see the body. I see the whole room. So Dave effectively has told everyone that liked Rebels, oops, that was just bullshit. You see, they haven't realized it yet. Give them a look. That's why I said, give it a few weeks, give it a month. You're going to see everyone's going to be pissed off. I already figured it out before the shit came out. I have the high ground. I'm playing chess on 10 tables right now. I'm way ahead of you. So when I tell you the Bad Batch is trash and you're wasting your time and we're going to be doing all this fucking go around, well, you should have listened because I've already been seeing that. So anybody that's watching, Rebels is not canon, and it has been invalidated by both The Mandalorian and Bad Batch. Are you still a Dave Filoni fan? Do you still want to argue with me? Well, what is canon and why it matters and all of that? Oops, I guess you don't now, do you? And all I can do is laugh because you thought you were so fucking slick. So know that. The Rebels is completely irrelevant now because now the Bad Batch has retconned all of that. Happy? Return of the Jedi will always be my favorite Star Wars movie ever. I love the complete characterization of the cast and goals fulfilled from the trilogy that was set since day one. Yes, I love Return of the Jedi. Sequel trilogy was hot garbage. Solo was trash as well. However, Rogue One was decent. Yeah, I mean, I don't hate Rogue One. It tries to be respectful. It has its moments. But again, when you watch it as a deep dive, like I do, and you go scene by scene and line by line, you start to say, eeks, oops, yeah, there's major problems here. It is the best of what they've made. Mandalorian is not even close. Rogue One is the closest, truest thing. But if you really watch it, it starts to fall apart. Not as bad, not as much, but it does have its problems. And again, you break one rule, the whole thing is decanonized. Why? Why so harsh? Why so? Because George never made a mistake. There's not one continuity break in the Skywalker saga. So if George was held to that standard, then everything that comes after must be held to that standard. The second you make even half a mistake, you are decanonized. Because George could do it. If I had control, I could do it. So there's no excuse. You cannot contradict yourself. You cannot retcon yourself. You cannot change up stories. You cannot do any of that. The second you make a mistake, the second you contradict, you decanonize yourself. And Disney has more than made one mistake. So just using Rogue One isolated, it is not much. It's a few little problems. And overall, the movie's okay. It's fun. It's not George Lucas level of quality, but okay. At least it's in the same vein. But even though it's close, and even though it's the most respectful, and it's the fewest problems, it still does disrespect some. And it still does have problems. So therefore, it's only going to be but so good. It's only going to be, it can't be canon because it, nor was it intended to be canon in the first place, but it can't be canon because it violates what was pre-established. And within itself, it violates dumb shit. Like 1 second, Jin is this criminal and they're searching her out and treating her like shit. The next second, they're like, well, you're so special and you're a part of the resistance rebellion. And I mean, they're all over the place. And they're acting all righteous, like, well, we're rebels. We're supposed to be good and all this. Then they're turning around. Oh, by the way, Sniper Dad. I mean, the whole thing is just, when you slow it down, you start looking at the dialogue and you start looking at it, you're like, oh, yeah, you're right. Fuck. It's got problems. Rogue One definitely has problems. I wish it wasn't that way. I love Baby Jin. I wish that, you know, but again, if George was able to maintain continuity, if I could maintain that continuity, there's no excuse. There's none. They chose to. And when you choose things, there's consequences, right? Isn't that what they told Gina? Well, when you choose to fuck up Star Wars lore, it's the consequences of the fans. So take your own medicine, Disney. I don't expect things to be perfect, guys, but George never broke his own continuity. Therefore, everyone else must be held to the same standard. And again, I could maintain it, so there's no excuse for others to not maintain it. I never worked at Lucasfilm. I don't have access to the archives. I don't have access to the holocron. I don't have George Lucas on the cell phone. And yet, if I was reading these scripts and writing these scripts, I would be like, no, dude. That's not how Luke Skywalker acts. This is not how the Force works. That doesn't work because this happened before. If you do this, this, and this, then it's going to cause you a problem over here. But that's knowing and loving and seeing the big picture. And if I, that's never been involved in Hollywood, don't know much about all that stuff, it's not my job, but yet I can maintain the continuity, then there's no excuse for them not to. The standard had been set. Had they invented Star Wars and they were all over the place from the beginning, okay, then that's what it is and fine. But when you have 35 years of established continuity, you must maintain it. You must stay within it. Whether you like it or not. It doesn't matter who owns it. If you start going away from that, you've screwed yourself. I need a Star Wars game set in the criminal world. I'd probably suck at making video games, but designing and showing what worlds I would want in the game. Well, that was 1313. That was literally 1313. Thanks, Disney. Jace, what's up, buddy? Goddamn, YouTube did not say that I was live. Yeah. If YouTube truly showed people my videos, I would have a massive amount of subscribers. But unfortunately, YouTube doesn't like to show my videos. So, well, they do and they don't. I've noticed this. They actually are showing my videos to a lot of people. The problem is that the people they're showing it to, they think they're Star Wars fans, but they're not. So then those people see my videos who are fake non-Star Wars fans, and they don't like my stuff, or they come and they talk shit and all that. So it's that YouTube is actually legitimately trying, because they think those are Star Wars fans, and they're trying to serve it to those people. But YouTube isn't smart enough to know that they're fake-ass sheeple. They're sheeplings. So at the end of the day, what happens, because I see them on my comments all the, why are you always recommending? I'm seeing you nonstop recommend it. Because, yeah, they're bouncing around to all this nonsense Star Wars channels. And then YouTube thinks, well, that's the Star Wars audience. YouTube doesn't know the distinction of, well, there's people that genuinely know George Lucas Star Wars, and then there's all this other nonsense. So these people that don't even like Star Wars and are going around watching all these videos about the fan fiction, not Star Wars, YouTube is confused. So in reality, YouTube is trying. It's just that the fandom is so fucking jacked up. Because if YouTube was recommending me to Doomcock's audience, Nerdrotic's audience, all that, I should have hundreds of thousands of fans right now. But oh well, such is life. What can I do? The reason those other channels are so big, okay, I'm not taking nothing from them. I'm not saying they don't deserve it. I'm not saying that they haven't earned stuff on their own, but understand why a lot of those channels are big. Look at their subscriber count. Why is Nerdrotic, Doomcock, Geeks and Gamers, they're all right around the same subscribers? Why? Because they all recommend each other. They all hang out together. Understand? So now you have the same fans supporting the same people, because they all talk about each other and hang out together. Get it? It's not like 300,000 people discovered Nerdrotic on their own, and a different 300,000 people discovered Geeks and Gamers on their own. No, it's because they all are watching the same channels, and then they're all hanging out on each other's channels, and they're all recommending each other to each other's channels. Understand? So a lot of those channels, I'm not saying that it's not real. They do have the subscribers. I'm not saying that they don't have real fans. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is they all pump up each other because they're all bouncing the same fans off of each other. Understand? So in a way, it's a little bit artificial, because it's not like 300,000 found this guy and 300,000. No, it's the same people that are seeing the same group. Get it? So if that group, 300, 500,000 people actually knew about my channel, this channel would be much larger. It is what it is. I've heard a new company has plans on making an open Star Wars game. Yeah. Personally, though, Battlefront 3 or Empire at War 2 done well would be my dream. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things they could do. I've always liked, I mean, there's tons of stuff, lightsaber battles, all kinds of stuff they could do, but I've always liked, like space dogfights and stuff like that. You know, there's so many like space battles you could have, and there's a ton of scenarios you could do. I try not to think much about that stuff, because one, Disney's not going to do it. Two, if they do it, they're just going to fuck it up. So to me, it's like, I've never been one to like theorize or worry about what's happening in the future. I want to like know what's going on now, and I want to make sure that the shit is proper now. Then we can go to the next step and worry about the next thing. But you can't get your shit together right now. Why am I going to be worrying and wishing and wondering about, well, but I would like this one day, when Disney's not going to do it, or they're just going to fuck it up. So that means we need to focus on right now and get the shit back in get the train on the tracks. Then we can start looking down the tunnel and saying, okay, well, now that we're back on the tracks and we actually have a light in the tunnel, now we can start thinking about coming to the other end. But right now, the train is like off the fucking tracks, down, tumbled upside down, on fire, these explosions going off. I mean, it's like not even worth thinking forward because that's just me. Some people like to think about, well, I like this and I want that, and it's just, I'm not that way. I don't like to window shop. I don't like that shit. If I don't have the money and the time to go and just get the shit that I want, then I don't want to look at the shit in the window and think about, well, one day I'm going to have this house, or I'm going to have that car, or I'm going to have these shoes. And it's good to dream, but you waste your time. Focus on what you can do now. Then you can build towards that other stuff. I don't like window shopping. A lot of people love that shit. Well, I can never have it, so I like to just look at it and dream. Well, okay, I mean, if that's how you want to spend your time, you could be right here, right now, enjoying this, but instead you're not drinking at all, and you're just dreaming. You're in the desert, thirsty as fuck, dreaming because, well, I want champagne. Settle down. Get grounded. You've got this. Get your shit together. Then you can start worrying about doing extra. But when Disney's all over the place and isn't even grounded in this, well, you're just being counterproductive to yourself. That's just how I look at it. I don't like to window shop. It said during the OT, you play as a smuggler and a bounty hunter. They work for Jabba and other gangs. You go around Tatooine, Coruscant. Yeah, sounds awesome to me. The question, though, is there a lunch club? There could be a mission where the smuggler has to rescue Boba Fett and help get Han to Jabba. Okay. The final mission, the smuggler and Hunter team up and have to steal some weapons from the Empire on the Death Star. When they return to Jabba's palace, everyone's gone. Realize that Jabba's been killed, then the smuggler and Hunter become friends. Decide to find more jobs from another crime lord. Criminal, something I want to happen, and on Tatooine, Coruscant, Bespin. Open world. Those 4 places would be so short. Spend a few missions on Death Star disguised as Imperials. Bounty hunter, movies, boss, blah, 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 blah. Mission where you have to help Boba Fett. Nice. Grand Theft. Well, but that's what 1313 was. That's like, I guess maybe you don't know what 13, like, cause like what you described, that's what 1313 was. You work for different gangs, and one of them is Jabba, a really like Star Wars game of people's dreams. Han and the bounty hunters to replace Greedo. They would. Video games, but I do know how to design and make concept art. But they won't use them, or they'll fuck them up. Listen, guys, I know people don't like to hear it, but understand. Star Wars is over. It's done. You got to get it through your heads. It's done. It's dead. It will always live in our hearts as the original stuff. But as far as Star Wars moving forward, it's dead. So you can make the most amazing game, story, show. But 1, Disney's either not going to be interested, or 2, they'll buy it and they're just going to change it and fuck it up. And it's not going to be your story anymore. So you're just wasting your time. So you have 2 choices. You can make that story and adapt it so that it's not Star Wars and just do your own thing. Or we have to force it out of Mickey's gloves. Then we can start to have the conversation of bringing Star Wars back. But as long as it is where it is, Star Wars is done. You guys got to start coming to grips with that. Not because I want you to lose hope, not because I don't want you to not care, but because you're just leading to a path of destruction and heartbreak. And after 9 years, guys, you got to start to wake up. Start being real. Your girlfriend has been cheating on you for 9 years, and she's doing it not just in front of you and you know it. She's doing it publicly. Like she's on Skinamax showing everybody that ass for 9 years. And you're like, well, but, you know, I really like her and love her and I got to stick by. And she's lying and cheating and taking your money and making a fool of you for 9 years publicly. It comes to a point where you got to say, look, bitch, I'm out. I mean, come on. And until you just stand up for yourself, she's just going to keep on doing it. So it's better to say, okay, that's done, cut that off, and let's move on. You're not going to fix that. That's a mess. You can't change a party girl. You ever heard that before? No, that's very true. So you got to let the party girl go away. And you got to go back to the real deal. The one that was faithful, the one that was true, the one that's always going to be there. That's what you need to get to. Stop dicking around with the party girl. It's just a waste of time. So you either got to adapt it to where it's not Star Wars, or we need to change the guard. Because under the what it is now, you can forget about it. Star Wars is dead. It's like the sooner you guys realize this shit, the sooner maybe we can start to make progress. Housewife when I'm older. I think you two would be good at it. We can both cook together in the kitchen and make delicious food. There you go. All your patrons, fans, subscribers, viewers, haters, thank you for answering your call to become Not My Star Wars. Well, I love Star Wars. I mean, you know, I don't do this for the money. This shit doesn't make me any money. If anything, it gives me grief. I get bitched at every day, cussed out, called all kinds of names. You're an idiot. You're an... But I have the high ground. And when you have the high ground, you understand the responsibility is that I have to take Luke to Tatooine and sit my ass there and protect him. Messages deleted? What messages? Removed your comment. Uh-oh, all your comments. Oh, yeah. If you mute somebody or discard, it's going to do. Let me see. I'm still seeing them. Yeah, I don't see anything. Good. I'll be right back in 2 minutes, guys. Just a sec. I'll be right back.
Funding for this program is brought to you in part by
historical fiction thriller called All Up. Basically, it's supposed to be, I tried very hard to make it an entertaining, page-turning book about the first space age. It comes out on July 14th. It's you can get it as a Kindle book or Apple book, and there'll be an audio book, but it won't be coming out. The audio book will be a little bit later, August or September. And it's, you know, it's a book about what I consider to be, you know, the great adventure of the 20th century, the development of the rocket, which happens during World War II and before World War II with Robert Goddard, and then with the secret German weapons program during World War II, and MI6 is trying to figure out what the Germans are doing. There's a lot of cat and mouse and a lot of intrigue, and it's all very interesting, I thought. And it was a ton of research behind it. So about 90% of the book, I'd say, is based on what really happened. 10% is either speculation or stuff that can't be proved definitively. But and then it goes into the space race and the Apollo 11 trip to the moon. And I think people who give it a chance and read the first 50 pages will be hooked. I'll go out on a limb and say that. Obviously, no book is for everyone, but I hope people who have read my other books will give it a chance, because it's a behind the scenes book. In the same way that making a Star Wars and Indiana Jones and Alien were behind the scenes books, this is also a behind the scenes book.
And by the annual financial support of viewers like you.
If you mute, or I don't know if you guys can block, but if you mute someone, all of their stuff is going to be muted. So be careful. If you mute or time out someone, you should be able to theoretically delete that individual message. Things, it looks different for me. Let me see something. Okay, if you remove, you should be able to delete that particular message. If you put in timeout, all the messages are gonna get timed out. So just be careful. All right, where are we at? The chat jumped on me here. Some of the arcs written by Katie Lucas and some arcs of season 5. I don't know who wrote them. Yeah, there's a whole list of them, of all the episodes. Something that people seem to be confused. I don't hate Disney. I don't, just because I'm unhappy, say, Clone Wars sucks. There's moments in Mandalorian that I like. There's moments in the movies that I like. There's moments in the Clone Wars that I like. But just because there was 2 little cool lines and 1 cool clone helmet and one arc out of the 79 arcs that are in the Clone Wars, I can't sit here and say, well, but Clone Wars is great, it's awesome, and defend it. And no, that's not realistic. Doesn't mean you have to hate all of it, but just because you like some of it doesn't mean you can sit here and defend it and be like, no, but it's great, dude. It's okay. I see that it breaks canon 15 times in the past 3 minutes, but it's okay because I like Omega. So it doesn't matter if Omega fucks up all kinds of shit. I like her, so it's okay. It's the best Star Wars I've seen. See, now you're lying to yourself. That's the thing. But by all means, there's things all throughout this nonsense that I like. But that doesn't justify for me to turn around and be like, well, but it's all the damage, all the lies, all the bullshit is justified because, well, but I do like, this helmet or that shoe or this boat. That's just dumb. You like one episode of Clone Wars. So you're going to justify all the other mess? I'm not saying you are. I'm just giving an example. No. What you should do is say, you know what? The Clone Wars is a fucking mess. But episode 6, season 3, I really liked that episode. That was a cool arc. Or I like what they did with this tank. Or it was neat how, you know, this character did that. Rather than, well, you know, I can't admit that that was the one part that I like. So now I have to try to trash everybody and say you're idiots because, and try to falsely defend something when I can clearly see that this is a mess. Again, humility. A lot of it goes back to just plain humility. Clone Wars Season 7 is the best Star Wars I ever saw. But, shh, I'm not going to mention the Martez sisters. Shh. You see? People love saying that it's the best ending. It's amazing. Clone Wars Season 7. Forget about it. Just pretend the Martez sisters didn't happen. You can't do that. You look like an asshole. You look like an idiot. Because it's made by the same people with the same agenda, the same reasoning, the same logic, the same story. It all ties in. You love Ahsoka and her ending, yet she was hanging out with the Martez sisters who influenced her decisions and are part of her arc. So you can't sit here and pick and choose and be like, well, but it was the best Star Wars ever. Shh, Martez sisters never happened. Shh. No. If you're going to sit here and tell me that that's the best Star Wars you saw, well, then that means that you're down with and defending and financially supporting the Martez sisters. You don't get to have your cake and either you have to pick a side. You must make a decision. Are you going to support Disney's bullshit or not? Because Disney's not looking at it like, okay, so season 7, we'll analyze. They hated the Martez sisters, but loved everything else. So now we'll just not make Martez sisters. No, they're looking at it as they loved season 7, so keep making all that same bullshit. It doesn't matter if it conflicts or breaks canon or makes any sense, or this arc was great or this arc was bad, or they liked or they hated it. All they care about is they put that shit out, and you all like dumbasses are like, that's the best Star Wars I ever saw. Meanwhile, George Lucas kept everything consistent, kept everything together, and you have the nerve to come and say that the best Star Wars you saw was Clone Wars Season 7. Unfucking believable. Well, guess what? If you're going to take ownership of Season 7, then you also got to take ownership of the Martez sisters. Are you sure that's the best Star Wars you saw? Are you still going to take that position? Because you don't get to just, the Martez sisters didn't exist. Shh. It's not how it works. Just like a woman, you got to take all of her good and all of her bad. You don't get to, just pick the, I like her feet and her ass, so I'll just take that, and the rest I'll just pretend doesn't exist. And, she looks good and sounds good, but she's a murderer. But I'll pretend she's not a murderer because she's got a great ass. Shh. She's still a murderer, dude. That's still a fact. So, if you're willing to accept that she's a murderer just because you love her ass, well, then, okay, that's your decision. But don't come to me and tell me that that's a great person because, she's a murderer, too. You don't get to have these loopholes. You don't get to pick and choose. That's not how it works. If you're supporting Ahsoka in Season 7, then you are supporting the Martez sisters. Get that clear, because that's how Disney sees it. They're not concerned with your opinion. They're concerned with money and numbers. And they see that Season 7 got this many views, and they're like, okay, that works. More Martez sisters, because they're down for that type of shit. They're not differentiating. They're not listening. They don't give a fuck about you or your opinion. They're looking at what brought numbers. You all got flipped out over Clone Wars. You all are saying it's the best Star Wars you've seen. And then you said that with Mandalorian. And then now you're saying that with Bad Batch. Okay, well then. You have to deal with the fact that Freddie Prinze is now white. And shut the fuck up. Or you can start to be real and say, yeah, this is some bullshit. You guys can't keep your story straight, so I'm not supporting and watching this shit. I'm not buying Disney Plus. I'm not talking about your shit, and I'm certainly not going to come and argue with someone that's been a fan since day one and knows his shit and try to, make stupid ass comments on his posts that only make you look stupid anyways. It's not how it works. You're going to take ownership of these Disney bullshit things, then, well, you got to take ownership of it. The Mandalorian, it's amazing. Brah, you're off the mark. Mandalorian was good, though. The sequel trilogy and everything else, but the Mandalorian, that's good. Well, that's what you're not understanding. Disney's not differentiating. Disney's not saying, okay, they don't like all that stuff, but Mandalorian, okay, good. Mandalorian is all we're going to make. No, Disney's like, we got you one way or another, whatever the way it takes, but we've got you. And now that we got you, well, you're going to get all this bullshit. So understand that. You support the Mandalorian, well, you also support Rebels, Resistance, Bad Batch, Martez Sisters, all that bullshit. You're also supporting it. That's how it works. Just like if you want that ass, well, you also got to pay her bills and deal with her fucking bugging you. And by the way, on the weekend, she murders people and she's hiding bodies in her garage. How good is that ass? Because now you're the one that's having to deal with the smell and the blood and the bodies in your garage. And if you're willing to hide the bodies and deal with it for that ass, okay, dude, all the power to you. But don't come to me and say, well, but, she's awesome. But, that dead body thing, it's kind of annoying. Well, then you got a decision. You got to either deal the fuck with it or, maybe realize that I can't really be with somebody that's hiding bodies in my fucking garage. Maybe I need to cut them the fuck off. Time to wake up. And of course, I'm not talking to you, Roberto. You see, I never said that I hate Disney. I never said that there's not little parts of things that I don't like. Because there are little twinkles and sprinkles of things. But I can't sit here after 600 problems, but 3 cool things and be like, well, it's okay because I like those 3 little things, so I'm gonna justify them and defend them. Meanwhile, defending those 3 little things means I'm also defending the 600 violations. That's what people just aren't getting. It makes me crazy. You think that there's a difference. You think that Disney is like, okay, well, he likes these 3 things, so we'll just focus on those 3 things. Right. Oh my God. Clone Wars is that it has some George's ideas from the notes he delivered, then it has the role of the writer to tell them that some did great, others not. Yeah. Let's say there's 100 episodes of a show, any show. You like one episode. The only way that you can get that one episode is you have to buy the disc box set of all 100 episodes. I know you really like that one episode, but is it justified to you to support, talk about, and spend, $300 on a 100 disc set when all that shit you hated, this bullshit, for that one episode? Well, some people are rich and don't give a fuck and whatever. But most people with logic would be like, well, wait a minute. If 99 out of 100 of these things is bullshit, how can I even support the one thing? I mean, it's common sense, for Christ's sake. I'm not here to make decisions for you. I'm not here to tell you what to like. But seriously, you've got 100 things on the table, and 99 of them are bullshit. And you're going to argue and defend and spend money on the whole 100 thing. You got to take the whole thing. You don't get to pick and choose. You support one, you support the 100. So are you going to accept and support the 100 pieces of bullshit or 99 pieces of bullshit because you just want to die on a hill and hold on to one little thing that you like? It comes a point where you need to make a decision. Some people said I shouldn't say Mark hates The Last Jedi because he actually likes it. Does he really like it, or was he paid to say he likes it? Plus, it's so obvious in interviews he hates it. He has never said he likes. There's nowhere. I challenge anyone to find where Mark says he likes The Last Jedi. He says, I understand the story's not about me, that it's about the next generation. He says he like tiptoes around, but never did he say, yeah, I like this film. Never. And in fact, I'm about to put out a video that reminds everyone of exactly this. Ironically, I almost put it out today, but then I chose the other short. So in the next couple of days, you're going to see exactly. No, he has never said that he likes those films or any part of it. On the contrary, he has said, that's not my Luke. This is not what it is. If you think you're going to come see your childhood, don't waste your time because you're not. He said everything on the contrary. Never has he said that he likes The Last Jedi. And there is a difference between just not saying, well, I hate it, and actually saying, well, I like this. There is a big difference. One thing is staying neutral. Another thing is actually making a claim. Same thing I told you with like Bob Chapek. One thing is him saying, yeah, Kathy works here. She's done, well enough while she's here. And, we're going to see how the future unfolds. Another thing is saying, wow, she is an amazing creative talent. And we look forward to working with her for several years to come. You see the difference? It's a big difference. To research to make the series better and not break in. Yeah, well, a lot of it is not research, though. A lot of it is just not giving a fuck. They don't care. They hate Star Wars. They literally do. That's why they're trying to change it, because they hate it to begin with. They dislike what it is. They just want the name, because it has clout, to twist it and make it what they want, but take the benefit of the name. That's what they're doing. So it goes back to the root of they just don't give a damn. They don't love it, so they're not going to worry about canon. The canon is the least thing on their mind. They're thinking about not if it connects, if it matters, if it respects. They're thinking about inserting myself into this somehow and what I want to say and what I want to show you and teach you and prove to you. That's what matters. So it's not so much a misunderstanding or needing to research. It's they don't give a fuck to begin with, dude. They don't care about you. They don't care about Star Wars. They just care about what they want to do. And when you start with that foundation, you just forget it. You can never build anything on that. He's probably the biggest problem in all of this. Literally. The apprentice. The one that's supposed to know so much, he should be advising and telling everybody, look, that breaks canon. That's not how the Force works. What are you doing? You can't do that. So, he's really, you want to praise him and say he's the apprentice. Okay, well, then you have to also admit when he's fucking up and breaking canon. We're not going to play this choosy game. If you're going to say that he's the guy, well, then guess what? All these problems, Kanan having an adult voice and is now white, that's Dave Filoni's problem. You don't get to pick and choose. Oh, but it was great. Dave Filoni made it. Oh, really? Okay. Well, then every problem that I point out to you, you must publicly acknowledge, oh, yeah, Dave Filoni did that shit. There's that saying like, when the ship sinks, you need to go down. You have to go down with it. Well, that's what it is. You don't get to fuck shit up and then just jump off and it's okay. No. You have to ride it out. And if you're going to say that Filoni's all these great things, well, then you also must acknowledge when he says Kathleen Kennedy's been tremendous and she's great and Ryan Johnson was a fantastic experience and he taught me so much on the set. And when Filoni says these things, Luke didn't do anything. He just opened the door and Leia did everything. Really? Did she fly the fucking X-Wing and drop the bombs down the trench too? So if you can't sometimes support Filoni when it's convenient and then sometimes not. You see, this is what I constantly see. He's going to save Star Wars. 5 minutes ago, you were pissed off because he said something. Now you're turning around. But he's great. He's going to save Star Wars. Do you hear yourself? Do you watch your own videos and see how ridiculous you sound? EU, but at the end of the day, what really matters is looking knowledge of life. That's real Star Wars. Correct. But at least the EU fit and respected and tried. So now if you say, well, really because that's a reality too. There's some people that actually what their Star Wars is, what they really love is the EU more than actual George Lucas canon Star Wars. And that's okay. But at least it tries to be respectful. It desperately tries to fit into George Lucas. See, this like the opposite problem. The EU desperately wants to be canon. Whereas Disney like purposely doesn't give a fuck. So at least the EU, for its little bit of flaws, and it never was canon, and some people, bring a lot of that shit into the conversation, at least it's trying. At least it's respecting. At least it respects and wants to be Big Brother or accepted by Big Brother. As opposed to, well, Big Brother, you're a piece of shit and a racist and an asshole and you got to do what I say. You see the difference? One desperately wants to be like the Big Brother. The other one thinks he's smarter and tougher than the Big Brother and being a dumbass. Meanwhile, he's a little kid and you're looking at him like, dude, are you serious? Little bro, I'm 22 and you're 5. Are you serious right now? A lot of the side projects that Lucas set up were used by the employees to tell their own stories, even the contradictions. Oh yeah, I'm not saying it's only Dave. Not by any means am I saying that this is only Dave. It's a bunch of people. But what I am saying is he's the chosen one, right? He's the apprentice, right? He knows Star Wars so great, right? So he's got to be held at the high standard. He's the one that's got to go to Pablo and Kathleen and all these people and be like, dude, what are you doing? That's not going to work. It's not just Dave, but he's the biggest problem. Because the keeper of the light is allowing all this bullshit to happen. And it's like anything in life. If you want to take all the accolades and have all the acknowledgement and awards and people are like, oh my God, you're so great. Well, then you also got it. When you fuck up, guess what? You got to take it. You have to take responsibility. So if he's George's apprentice, which he never was, George Lucas never said that. But we'll play your game. He's George Lucas's apprentice, and he taught him everything. Okay, well then, guess who's responsible for all this fuck-up mess? Because regardless of other people doing their own projects, Dave is supposed to be looking over it and being like, no, that's not George Lucas' Star Wars. That is not correct. This does not fit in continuity. This does not work. See? With great power comes great responsibility. You don't get to pick and choose. You don't get to say, well, Dave is great because he made Clone Wars. He made Bad Batch. Meanwhile, he's fucking up the whole fucking... He's the reason why Jake Skywalker exists. You can't pick and choose. Either you support Dave or you don't, because he's the biggest problem right now. Not Kennedy. It's Filoni. Kennedy doesn't know her ass from her elbow. But I'm not by no means saying it's only him. blaming the whole wholeheartedly. Lucas was fine with all these variations as long as he could tell a story. Yeah. Again, the EU desperately wanted to be canon, desperately wanted to fit. Disney's like, oh, we don't care. We're just going to do what we want to do. Don't get mad when the fans don't just accept that shit. Working on Lucas's specific project, you have to honor and stay in continuity. No, Dave doesn't. Or if he understands, he just doesn't care. Because Dave is concerned with Ahsoka. That's what Dave cares about. Ahsoka. Not George, not Star Wars, and it's certainly not worried about you. He's worried about Ahsoka. Get killed for going over the fence, and then the next scene, she's outside of the fence with no one trying to kill her. Yeah. Because people are dumb, dude. Yeah, it was dull. It was fucking dumb. But, you know, it's the best Star Wars I've ever seen. Yeah. Gina being fired, I don't believe she would have been fired, but it's not ruining my day, if you get what I mean. Yeah, me either. Listen, again, I really don't care about Cara Dune. I don't hate her, or just like, but I really don't care. She doesn't have to be in the show. It doesn't matter to me. Some people are so adamant, like she made the show and she's so important and she's coming back because without her, the Favreau's got nothing. No, I care because she's a nice girl and she didn't do anything wrong. I defend Gina, not Cara. And only to a point. It's not like, you know, my days are spent like Gina fan club. I think she's very attractive. But it's not like, oh my God, I'm dreaming about Gina and I want her so bad and I'm going to do everything I can because maybe she'll fuck me. No, it's none of that. I just don't like, you know, what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. So to me, at the end of the day, if she's at Disney or got fired or whatever, I don't care. Good for her. She's better off not being at Disney. But what I do care is when you try to slander someone and do all that extra shit that was unnecessary. That's all. I'm defending truth and freedom more than I'm defending Gina herself. But as she has been a consistent symbol of those things, then absolutely I support her. She didn't deserve that. And from what I've seen, she seems like a very kind and genuine person. Like a pretty smart 12-year-old turns into a 5-year-old, right? When the ball to the fence, just for convenience sake, lazy writing. Yeah. Not to mention, I want to go with you guys, and she's been around like thousands of clones, ARC troopers, Moff Tarkin. She's seen all this stuff, knows very well who she is, where she's from, what's going on, and I want to go with you guys. Insists on going, and then as soon as she gets scolded for not listening, for going out of the fence, she's like, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Did I do something wrong?" I mean, it's so lazy. It's so terrible writing. I mean, it is so. And to think, I see these kids making reviews like, "Oh my God, the Bad Batch is amazing," and it's just like, "Oh my God, our future is so bleak." Filoni's excuse will probably be the growing process makes them childish and mature at the same time, or something. Yeah, so I'll make some bullshit up. Yes. More attempts at emotional weight in his shows than moments of continuity. Yes. Because that's what he thinks is storytelling. Not maintaining the story, or truly telling the story, but making you feel some type of way. You see? Now, a good storyteller maintains the continuity and cares about where it ends and has arcs, and all of that done correctly makes you feel a certain type of way. I.e., see Star Wars. Maybe go back and watch the films is why you started this whole thing, Dave Filoni. Because proper storytelling does that. But he doesn't understand or do that. He just shortcuts. He's just like, well, if I show them this, they're going to get excited. And if I make them do this, then they're going to get emotional. And that's great storytelling. Meanwhile, the whole shit is all over the place, inconsistent, falling apart. And, you know, Kanan is now white and sounds like an adult. It's so fucking dumb. It's so fucking dumb. This is the thing. Some people, no matter what you do, they're just going to follow it. The sheeplings are just, it says Star Wars, so oh my god, it's Star Wars. I'm going to buy the toy. I'm going to buy it. I'm going to buy it. I'm going to buy it because it just says Star Wars. I've never even watched it, but it said Star Wars on the package, so I bought it. There's people like that. But at least most people, eventually, at some point, logic is going to collide. And you're going to see enough of, okay, well, I felt this way and I got excited and Grogu made me cry and this, but then eventually you're going to see that it doesn't all add up. It all leads to the same demise. It all is a bunch of gobbledygook nonsense. And all that weight and emotion and whatever, you're going to realize was just artificial because the true substance, the underlying, is the continuity of the story. Let's go back to a woman again. She's got great ass and tits and hair and fun and funny and blah, 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 blah. And then you realize a year later that she's been lying to you the whole time. And she doesn't live where she says, doesn't act the way she acts or says. Her parents, she said was from here, but they're really from there. I mean, everything you find out is just completely inconsistent. So now you might have had a great fun time and she looks good and blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, you can't trust her because everything she has told you has been a lie. And eventually, that logic is going to collide where you're going to be like, oh shit, none of this adds up. None of this makes sense. And it's not because you can't understand it. It's because they're lying so much that they can't keep their own sense. That's the thing. Do you want to waste time with someone that's just not making any sense and just lying? I don't have time for that. Good. How are you, Mr. Benz? Nice to see you. From yellow to blue. Exactly. Now Bart's a trans. Lisa was actually a boy in disguise. Marge dumps Homer and is off with some other dude. But it's still The Simpsons. It says The Simpsons. It has the same logo and the same intro. It's still Simpsons. Meanwhile, they're acting completely like aliens, totally different. But okay, it says it's The Simpsons, so I guess it is. People refuse to stick up for themselves or face reality or argue with a company, but yet they'll come to a person and be like, you're a piece of shit. You just hate. You're this. You're that. Like, you have the nerve to speak to another human in a certain type of way, but yet you don't have the humility to admit that this company is doing some bullshit. What is the logic? Try so hard to reason. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Your owner. Until you kill him. No, Luke, I am your father. I am your owner. No. All Jedi has Anakin Solo's robes. Wow, I don't know which part, but stairwells. Grogu being 50 and doesn't even talk while Yoda started training Jedi when he was about 100 years old. No, because that would make sense. That would have to have some logic. That would have to maintain continuity. Just like Grogu is a toddler, right? He doesn't know how to read. He can't speak. He can barely think. He just eats whatever. I mean, he literally acts like a toddler, just putting stuff in his mouth, right? I'm not making it up. I'm not being biased. He is a toddler, correct? But yet, 20 some years before, and if he's 50, that's half his life. And if he's a toddler, then what's half a toddler? He's a sperm. So while he was a sperm, he's in the temple getting trained by several Jedi Masters in the Force. Okay, Dave. Sure, Dave. It's so fucking ridiculous. But again, it's the best Star Wars I've ever seen. It makes sense because they told us that he was in the temple. Okay, well, that's all I need to know. He was in the temple and it fits. Okay, move along, move along. Meanwhile, he's like a fucking egg. He's an embryo training with many masters. Nobody knew about him. Nobody. He's not the star, the superstar. Everybody knows him. He's so cute. The Republic didn't try to save him. The Senate didn't try to save him. Yoda, Mace, Obi-Wan didn't try to save him. Ahsoka, well, where the fuck was Ahsoka at? Why doesn't Ahsoka know him? If they were in the temple around the same time, why doesn't she know about Grogu? He was trained by many masters, right? If he's that special and so great and powerful, why doesn't Ahsoka know who the fuck he is? Some people see the body. I see the whole room. I think Yoda starting at 100 was in the EU. Yeah. There's nothing in official canon about it, so yeah. But you don't need to compare him to Yoda. Just look at him off of his own behavior and his own, you know what I mean? He's literally a toddler. Look at how he behaves. Dave, why are his eyes all fucked up? Why is he creepy and demonic looking with those black big eyes? Dave's going to have one or two answers. Oh, well, I guess we'll have to wait and see. You know, maybe he's a Sith. Okay. One justification. Two. Oh, well, you know, he's a child. And like a lot of animals, their eyes are glazed over and they're blind for a while. And then eventually, you know, their eyes develop and then he'll get the iris and retina and blah, 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 blah. Okay. So now start thinking about that. Does that fit? Does it make sense? Because Dave is going to have to come up with some sort of excuse, understand? You can use the Force, you're 50 years old, but your eyes haven't developed. But you can see, but you're completely different from Yoda. But you're the Yoda species, right? That's why you can use the Force, because you're so special, so that as a toddler, you can use the Force. Well, right? That's the justification, is because he's a Yoda, but yet, well, he's not like, well, no, not really. He's not Yoda because, you know, when it's convenient, we have to make him different. But when we want to validate him so that you accept him and accept the bullshit that we're telling you, that he was in the temple trained by many masters, then yes, oh yeah, he's just like Yoda. He's Baby Yoda. That's why he's special. That's why you know that he would be able to use the Force, because he's just a mini version of Yoda. You see? And you don't get to do that. You don't get to take a character and say that he's this when it's convenient, and then say, well, but actually he's not when it's not convenient. It's not how that works. No, they sure don't. Yeah, for over 800 years. And when 900 years old you are, as good as me you will not look, you will not, or something like that. Yes, but those are just two references that he makes. When you have trained Jedi for over 800 years, and when you are 900 years old, look as good as me, you will not. So, and it's important, that nuance, because you know that for 800 plus, he's been training Jedi, all right? And he's dying at somewhere around 900, which leaves a 100-year gap. So that means from age 0 to age 100, he matured more than enough to be able to be training fucking Jedi. And you got Grogu, who's half of that at 50 and is a toddler and doesn't even have his eyes developed. Now do you understand where shit is not one of these things is not like the other? So when you want it to use it as for your convenience, oh yeah, he's Yoda, he's just like him. And then when you want to, oh well, no, nice. No. Disney and Star Wars do not mix together. So it's canon. Which part? What are you talking about? Marcus is CBH. This is such a portrayal. Luke dies doing nothing. This is a how a Jedi is. Yeah. Jedi for 800 years. You said he started training before then. At 100, he could have been a knight or Padawan. Well, but remember, we have to reference what he said. For over 800 years, I have trained Jedi. So we know, and he's, when 900 years old you are, okay? So we know, now we don't know if that's 901 or 930 or 899 even. So that's a little tricky, but we'll go by literally what he says. So 900, a little, with trained Jedi for over 800 years. So you know that for 99 or less years, he was old enough and training Jedi. That we can narrow it down to as a fact. So half of 99 is 50, Grogu's age. So what are you implying, Dave? That in the next 3 years, all of a sudden he's going to have a boost, grow up like Yoda. His eyes are going to fill in, and now he's going to be able to speak and do all that? Because you're running out of time now. That's what's got to happen. Then all of a sudden, overnight, he's going to become a young man. All of a sudden, he'll be able to talk and do all this extra shit. Meanwhile, he's waddling around like a toddler, can't speak, you know. That's some of the worst writing in Star Wars, but it tried. Marcus, Revenge of the Sith is pretty good, but the action's too long. A lot of people's complaint is that the sword, the duel of the fates wasn't long enough. I think he just contradicts shit. I think he's trolling on all his videos, because the shit you tell me he says, it's like, dude, you're literally the opposite of what reality is. So to me, I think he's just saying these things just to like trigger people. I keep getting your name wrong. No one said he trained them before he was 100. I said at 100, referring to what Empire said. No, I'm not saying that you or that I said that. What I'm telling you is, if Yoda is dying at 900 years old, and he's been training Jedi for over 800 years, that means from 99 or less years, he was born and old enough to not only fight and train and learn, but he also was old enough to teach others. Half of 99 roughly is 50, Grogu's age. What I'm telling you is what Dave Filoni claims, not what I claim, not what you said. What phony baloney is claiming is that at half the age of Yoda, when Yoda was not only trained, but training others, that at half that age, Grogu can't even speak. He was trained by many masters in the temple, remember? So, is he now in the next year going to all of a sudden grow, mature, speak, talk, learn, act, be able to fight, and then train others? Do you see where the consistencies are having problems? Return of the Jedi puts me to sleep. Force Awakens is so much fun. Yeah, he's literally, I think he's doing it on purpose. He's trolling. What problem? Made Nickelodeon $13 billion in merchandise alone. People really think Star Wars isn't supposed to make... It should make like 5 times that. SpongeBob? Think of how many people watch SpongeBob. Yeah, I know it's pretty popular, but let's be real. Small children or like teenagers, early 20s, because they grew up with him. Do you understand that Star Wars, the first movie, the entire planet went to go see this movie? Naturally, not everybody on the planet, but dude, I'm just saying, do you understand that from 8 to 80 around the world, and this is in 77, no internet, no phones, no none of that. Imagine now 35 years of that franchise around the world, 8 to 80. Ten, if not 100 times, Star Wars would make over SpongeBob. SpongeBob is nothing compared to Star Wars. Yet, SpongeBob is pretty popular and well known now, isn't it? Point is, Disney should be making enough money to be paying all their bills just off of Star Wars right now. And they're in a place where they haven't even recouped the $4 billion they spent to buy it. It's pretty friggin' embarrassing. One of the sequels. Yeah. Cocoon and comes up. Oh, well, okay, you got me there. They better come up with something because he's running out of time. That's all I'm saying. When we have pre-established from Yoda, and then again, he already broke canon, don't give a fuck about it. So, you know, Mandalorian is literally a direct contradiction to the Skywalker saga. So at this point, fuck it. Lightsaber over the shoulder. Okay, well, fuck it then. So then he can make up whatever in Grogu, and people just be like, okay, well, yeah, that makes sense. He says that's what you happen. So there you go. I mean, fuck it. At this point, we're way beyond breaking canon at this point. So. Beautifully made. George said so himself, but the story, the canon, the characters, everything was so important. Yeah. Yeah, that is his point. George Lucas didn't comment much on their movies. Yeah. Well, actually, he did. Force Awakens, he said they didn't do anything new. Last Jedi, he said it looks beautiful. Rise of Skywalker, he didn't go to the premiere. So, if you look on the surface, he didn't say much. If you know what he was saying, it's like, holy shit. Think about those three statements I just made. They didn't do anything new. It looked beautiful. I didn't even go to the premiere. You said you were getting my name wrong. So I'm saying it's okay. But there's only one Greedo Kenobi. Kylo Ren from the Ewok show. Yeah, could be. What I told you about the is their canon, their explanation. That's where that comes from. That he runs into the Knights of Ren, defeats them, and then thus becomes their leader. And that's where the Ren comes from, because he is the master of the Knights of the Ren. He's not Ren. He's not Ben Ren. He might as well be Ben Ren, right? He's Ben Solo. So in their nonsensical back canon, like, oh, we got to fill in the hole, let's make up a story. That's what they say, is that that's where the Ren comes from. How they actually came to that, like in the writing room, well, that's different. I'm talking about their excuse for that mess is that Ben Ren. Oh, season 5. It was executed for a crime she didn't commit. That could have been the beginning of Anakin losing faith and starting to believe in. Oh yeah, they could have. That was the point of Ahsoka, to give him responsibility and to see things from a different perspective, but to also fail. To fail. Fail himself, fail Ahsoka. Another example of not being able to save the one you love, which then is intensified by his wife. Understand? Because it's one thing to have the vision or think that that's going to happen. Another thing is now you have precedence that you lost Ahsoka. So now you're really freaked the fuck out. Because Padme, as badass as she is, she's not even a Force user. She's not a Jedi. She wouldn't have, you understand, the ability to defend herself the same way that Ahsoka would. And if you fucked up and lost Ahsoka, now, holy shit, I cannot lose Padme. You see now how the shift of power happens? Now she's valuable. Now she's important. Now it totally affects Anakin's arc and makes sense. As opposed to, no, she survived, knows he's Vader, knows the Senate's under control, doesn't say anything, sits around while Luke is having to fight, and, you know. So disappointing, Dave Filoni. So disappointing. No, he doesn't. Propose to her. Propose. I think he's married, ironically. I think Dave is actually married. George was under contract not to comment. Well, yes, he does have an NDA. George had nothing to say. Yep. Sometimes not saying anything is the biggest thing you can say. And yes, he did have an NDA, and in fact, he says they wanted me to sign an NDA, but they didn't really need to. I love Disney, and why would I want to disparage? You know, why would I want to disparage them? I have millions of their stocks. He literally said that. So, always changing his mind, and whilst he originally did intend for Anakin to train an apprentice, just recently during a Zoom interview, he said 1 through 6 was his Star Wars. Yep. Oh, I know. It's what I've always said, guys. Everything outside of 1 through 6 is not canon. No matter how much you want it to be, or you like it, or sorry, EU, novels, dictionaries, comics, toys, cartoons, all that shit. It's not canon. Some details no longer said. Clone Wars is a part of the 6th film canon. Yep. Yeah. Then you all would be writing these books cussing me out. I mean, in the G canon, Ahsoka dies during Order 66, so it's clear when Dave diverted from George's canon. Yeah. And Dave admits it. Dave says it. That George was in the camp that Ahsoka dies, and that he's in the camp that she loves. I mean, he even says it. I know from other sources, and I know from seeing the shit that obviously she dies, but he even says the shit. And instead of people questioning, well, wait a minute, if George said that, dude, there must be a reason. This must be important. No. Ahsoka's an awesome character. She's the bestest character. Clone Wars is the best Star Wars I've ever seen. Holy fuck. Really? That's the best Star Wars you've ever seen? Oh my god. Sabine from Rebels was a Mary Sue. Yeah, I wouldn't say that. I don't believe that. I love Ray. Oh, well, there you go. I seem to. I think now I'm remembering who that guy is, because I do remember that. And it's like, wow. Severely underdeveloped, with her base traits being overused until the end of the show. I don't know if she's a Mary Sue. No, I don't think so. Hera. I always liked Hera. Until they did this Rebels mess. Baby Jenna, the best female Disney Star Wars characters. Why can't Rey, Rose, or Holdo be like them? Because they're all over the place, dude. Sabine. Man, that's true. I'm not a big fan of Sabine either. Listen, I got no problem with girls. I got no problem with diversity. I got no problem if you want to dye your hair 3 colors and do your little goofy stuff. But a little girl, Mandalorian, with purple hair, I mean, it just... That's not what Mandalorians are, man. Come on, you know it. They're ancient warriors. They have disciplines and codes. Disney is so exhausting. I mean, honestly, it's just... Yeah. Look up cringe in the dictionary. Ventress is also one of my favorites. Yeah, I love Ventress. But another character, they fuck up, they change her around, they move her. It's just... Ray. Ma Ray Sue. Yeah. Should have stuck it to the plan. Fucking do Kira. Jennifer Ray. Yeah, all of them are Ray. I picked Baby Jen in every way. Every way. Over Daisy. Crappy Ray. Much prefer everyone instead of Ray. Yeah. I can't argue that. I literally feel the same way. Like Kylo's a bitch boy, little fag, stupid trash idiot. And I'll take him over Ray any day. Bros, Jar Jar, I mean, any of them, I'll take them over. Because even though they're lame as hell, at least they're somewhat grounded in reality. Whereas Ray is just like, for no reason, just, hey, I'm, you know, I'm everything. Yeah. She's better established, and she's also not like, well, I can just do whatever. There is a questionable scene there where she takes out a bunch of stormtroopers, you know. She is a 5'3" or whatever petite woman, and it's a little bit ridiculous, but it's not like, you know, I have the Force and I toss the soldiers, you know, across a football field and I can fly, and, you know. It's not a huge problem when you make a character have like a little moment of, you know, this is the thing, like the movies have lost, because a lot of older stuff, it could be the antagonist too, but for the most part, the protagonist like would be very consistent, and then maybe they have just that little moment where he's just a little bit stronger or she's a little bit smarter or whatever, and like that they have that one moment where they outdo the villain just because they have that little boost, and you're okay with that because that's like the hero moment. But when the whole time you're just better than everybody and doing miraculous shit that no one else could do within the rules of the galaxy, yeah, dude, it's just fucking dumb. So, like that moment where she does Jen fucks up a bunch of people in that courtyard or whatever, it's a little bit like, but you understand she's the main character of the movie. She has to have her little hero moment. She adrenaline. She is important. She's not a nobody. They're establishing her. So then you're like, okay. If she would have carried on throughout the whole movie that way, then you're like, oh, fuck, this is dumb. You see what I'm saying? And that's okay, that because at the end of the day, it is fantasy. It is fiction. All movies are fiction. So when sometimes the character has that hero moment, as long as you care about the character and it makes sense and it's not over the top and it fits in at the right time or way, then okay, you can give that little inch of, all right, we're having that hero moment. Oh, Lord, she's terrible. Ray, Rose, and Holdo. Yeah. I think that's, unless I can think of someone, yeah. There's some other. Cassian Andor is pretty freaking worthless. Saul Guerrero is pretty dumb. A lot of people, you know, the Jar Jar thing. DJ, well, no, he's not terrible because he actually does know how to hack and do all that. Finn, I mean, turns out, right? He was supposed to be something and he's just a janitor, so. Look at Hux. He's definitely a nominee. It's hard to say, but these are like the three obvious: Ray, Rose, and Holdo. Yeah. Rose is just dumb. So while they didn't do her right or build her up, at least also she's kind of in the back enough to where she's not a problem. Ray and Holdo are right in front, like in your face. They definitely are huge problems. That's for sure. Be weird, but I don't have that huge of an issue with Rose. Yeah, there I just said it. Again, Rose is dumb and annoying, and she does that dumb shit with Finn, and she makes some really silly mistakes. But overall, she's really just a background and like not. Whereas Holdo's like, I'm the admiral and I'm telling everybody what to do, and no, there's not a plan. I'm telling you all shit and smacking your best pilot, and like it just goes on, doubling down, and doubling down, and doubling. It's just like, oh my lord, woo-wee, Ryan Johnson. Annoying for many reasons, yeah. Yeah, I mean, all the characters had potential. Yeah, I mean, Rose is definitely part of it, though. I mean, they do. Ryan does just ridiculous shit with her. Just dumb shit. She's supposed to be like, what is she, a mechanic, a tech, like all smart. She does some pretty dumb shit. It's not as bad as most of the others. I gotta agree with you, man. Like literally everything about her annoys me. As Ray and as Daisy, I don't want to cancel her. I don't want to hate her. I don't want anything to happen to her. I don't want her to be out of work. For me, girl bugs the shit out of me. The way she talks, the way she walks, the way she looks, the way she acts. I mean, just all of it. It's just like cringe, fucking cringe. God, the way she dresses. I'm not even talking about it. In Star Wars, that race shit is garbage. But in real life, oh my God, everything about that girl is cringe to me. That's just me. Ranking of all the female Star Wars characters before 2012. And by the way, it's not because she's British or because her hairstyle. I mean, there's plenty of other British girls I'd be more than happy to hook up with. It's not that. It's not like a stereotype. It's like just Daisy herself and being Rey. It's just cringe. Like I said, they should have used Baby Jim. They should have used Felicity Jones as Rey, and this whole conversation would be different. Leia, Padme, Ventress, Ahsoka, Isla. I like Isla. Aura, Mothma, Shaq, Adi, Zam. All the females. There's a lot of them. There's many more than that. Mon Mothra. Some of you know the Mon Mothra story. Oh Lord. Hello there. Zam's better than Luminara and Adigala. Better how? Zam is an actual real life model, so she's actually pretty attractive. Or was, anyways. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Looks or skills or Adigala's cute. She's so is Lumi. If you're into goth girls, hey, you should like Lumi. Not that she's a goth girl, but she has that same type of vein, right? I don't know. It depends on what you're like. What do you when you say better? Because Adigala is a Jedi compared to Zam. She's just a bounty hunter. So I don't know what your scale or what you're considering. Oh boy. Too funny. Well, I guess it's good to have devoted people, no matter how. Oh God. Yeah, well, but there's only one way. You got to get it at Mickey's Gloves. It's the only way, guys. It's the only way. Because otherwise, we're just going to continue with this nonsense. And it's going to get worse and worse because everything that comes out, it just compounds and compounds and compounds. Varys. There's some other chickies. There were some girls in Echo Base. There's girls in the Cantina. There's girls in Coruscant and Sith. Don't forget the Martez sisters. Yeah, I don't think we're going to. We're at 5 hours at this point. That's okay. I could change the thumbnail and just make it a chill stream. Do you watch the movies or do we like analyze different scenes step by step? I tend to do step by step, scenes by scene. Well, I mean, that's analyzed in the movie. But yes, generally I try to go scene by scene. And here's the thing, and it's funny, I was thinking about it earlier. I could do a bunch of research during the week and find like a bunch of special features and behind the scenes and look up stuff and give you fun facts, and I'm sure a lot of you would like that. But I've learned from like the first movie we did that rather than trying to point out every little thing and everything, it's just, I think the best way of doing it is that what I've been doing is just recalling how I remember it, how I saw it, what I know of it, so that it's a much more personal experience instead of me trying to be like, well, in this line he said that, and in this day when they filmed that, this is because this happened and that happened and all that extra, you know. I don't feel like it's going to be as heartfelt or as interesting. I don't know. Need more Star Wars? No. And that's important, more than you understand, or may not than you understand, maybe more than you realize. That is important. Do we watch the movies or do we like analyze difference? Yeah, both, I guess. There's a difference between wanting something and actually needing something. And what Star Wars needs is to, one, be vaulted, put away, and shut down so that Disney stops this fucking, because every day they make it worse and worse and worse. Number two, all that Disney shit's got to be deleted, and we need to go back to George Lucas. Continue from where he left off. Because this is a fucking mess. So what it needs is to be shut down, reorganized, and then brought back properly. What everybody wants is, well, I want more Star Wars. So I don't care if it's a crappy ass cartoon or a ridiculous half-ass Mandalorian. We gotta have Star Wars. And the more you use those band-aids to get you through your thirst, the more you get away from shutting this down and getting some real change back and getting back Star Wars. Instead of you being patient and strong and saying, fuck that dumbass little cartoon. We want real Star Wars. It's time to make actual movies, guys. Stop fucking around. Give us real movies. Then we're going to just keep flopping around and wasting time with little Disney cartoons. As much as we want Star Wars, right now what it needs is to just be shut down and redone. That's what it needs. George's story continuity is told. Yeah. Well, and again, I want to clarify something. What they should have done is got his sequel trilogy, did it to the T without arguing, continued George's story, and maintained canon. I agree wholeheartedly. But they could have not used his stuff. They could have made all new characters, and they could have had nothing to do with George's story. But they also have to respect and maintain canon. You see, the movies could have been 1,000 years in the future and not so long ago in a galaxy kind of far away, 1,000 years into the future, and it's all new characters and names, and you don't know nothing about Luke and blah, 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 blah. But, one, you don't shit all over all the old characters. Two, if you start making rules and doing stuff, well, then it must adhere to the continuity that's previously established. And if Anakin couldn't save clones, or Obi-Wan couldn't save Qui-Gon, or Luke couldn't save Yoda or Ben or Vader, do you see where I'm going here? Not Rey, not anyone can come 1,000 years later, totally disconnected from Luke, and then just be going around popping around healing people and resuscitating people. No, that's not how that works. So it's not that, because some people get cut up on this, like, it's not that it has to be George Lucas specific. It has to be as if George made it, respecting George, in the same vein, in the same feeling. Nobody expects George to be here forever or to work on every project. But it's not that hard to respect him and make things that are in his similar style and maintain continuity. So, if you, Anakin, the chosen one, this is what people forget. 10 million years before Anakin's born, 10 million years after he's gone, he's still the chosen one, the most important, the most powerful in all of the galaxy. So if the chosen one can't bring people back to life, then it doesn't matter if it's 3 years, 100 years, 6,000 years, or 238 million years in the future. Not Rey, not anyone can bring people back to life. If the chosen one couldn't do it, sorry, Mary Ray, you can't do it. No matter how much Disney wants it to be that way, again, George Lucas hustled them. No matter how much they want to make a character that everyone's going to worship, you can't, because Anakin was the ultimate. And if the ultimate failed, then Rey can't succeed. Disney got played. Now, sadly, it rubs off on us, and we see some bullshit, and people get upset. But at the end of the day, I always remind you guys, in your hearts know, the Star Wars was over before George sold it. So what he sold them was just some nonsense, the name. So therefore, you don't have to get that mad, because it's all fake anyways. It doesn't matter. Not a thing that Disney has made is canon or real or worth of anything. But it's important. It's not that George has to be involved. It's not that George has to direct or be there or approve. No. It's that us, the fans, the people creating this, must maintain fucking canon. That's it. It doesn't matter when, how, who. I could write a story. Joe Blow could write a story. Bat Boy, whoever could come and write a new Star Wars story. And it could be completely disconnected from everything else. But it must maintain canon. There you go. Yes, Lee's Pagano. That's that guy says, I think that's his favorite Star Wars name. Oh, that's funny. Yes. Did you not know that before? Did you just now discover that? Oh, that's funny. Everybody in chat, if you really want to support the channel, donate to Super Chat so we can build a mosque. Lord. Yeah, I think you should. I think you should donate with like 6 zeros behind it. Because, you know, this is a Muslim channel, so you should support the Muslim Star Wars channel with a whole lot of zeros. Go, do it. That's the correct thing to do. Allah will bless you and thank you for that. Too funny. 2003, between 2 and 3, naturally flows. Oh, yeah. Yeah, now that breaks canon. Grievous isn't the same. But you could watch that between 2 and 3 and be hyped up and like, oh, that was fun and it makes sense. And you know, because it's so exaggerated, that it's exaggerated and that it's not meant to be one for one. It's meant to get you excited, but it is close enough to where you're like, okay, yeah, this is real Star Wars. This makes sense. Now I know why Grievous talks. Yeah. I know when Anakin got his. Oh boy. Yeah. I wish he was that dude. I really wish he was that. No. May the 4th, they removed Finn from the poster. Again. It really sucks to be black at Disney. I'm not even trying to be funny. Like, for real, it sucks to be black at Disney. Because they don't get you. Holy shit. They certainly don't give a fuck about you. Ooh-wee. Grievous runs off a lot. Powerful and unstoppable mace. Crushes lung. Yeah, I like how he was walking on the ceiling and doing all kinds of shit. He's so awesome in freaking that Clone Wars. Oh, 03, yeah. How Grievous turned, yeah. Yeah. That was a pretty popular action figure. That guy. Most people, if you had the Rancor, you had the Malakili. He was pretty popular. From me and cheats on me and bails on me, and when we have plans, did anything to me anymore. Her ass is out of my house. I'm sure he's pretty pissed off. But he also understands that he sold it. So when he did that, he knew he had to let it go. That's literally his story, is the story of the Jedi and the Sith. You become a Sith because you can't let shit go. And George Lucas has learned to let shit go. So I don't think he gets too worked up about it because, one, it's not his, he's let it go. But two, he has very many times repeated it, and I will say it again. He hustled the fuck out of Disney because the shit was done already. He sold them a dead, done story. See, the fans are kind of at fault because we want more, so then the fans think, well, there's more, and there's expecting more. Well, what you don't realize is what he sold to Disney was a done, dead franchise. Not that it couldn't continue, not that it wasn't endeared and loved and cared about and desired. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is the projects, the story, we're done. So George sold them. That's like me drinking the rest of this tea and selling you the empty bottle. You want it because it says Pure Leaf, and I'm going to put water in here, and everybody's going to buy it. But at the end of the day, I sold you the empty bottle. The tea's gone. It's done, dude. I hustled your ass. That's what George Lucas did. He hustled the fuck out of Mickey Mouse. Knowing either A, they're going to respect it, so I'm going to get royalties and people are going to continue on loving it. Or B, they're going to fuck it completely up and it don't matter because it was over when I sold it anyways. So you can't hurt George's feelings or fuck it up. It's already done. Get it? They can do all this shit around. The only way that works is if you want to cling to it and say, well, that's Star Wars. But if you consider like what he says, that 1 through 6 and it's done, it's one story, the circle is complete, well, then it doesn't matter what Disney does because they bought a dead product. George hustled the fuck out of Disney. He's, I'm sure, very unhappy, but understand that he's not all feely because he knew what he was doing. He sold it done. He doesn't have to be feely because he already did his thing. He gave us his story. He finished it. He does care. I'm absolutely sure he has some regrets. I'm sure, he's not happy with what this mess is, but only to a point because he knew that I'm letting it go. I sold it. It's their problem now. You dig? His story's done. It ain't going anywhere. Yeah, no, he never said that he likes it at all. On the contrary, he many times says, no fucking way, that's not my Luke Skywalker. And when Luke Skywalker is saying, that's not my Luke Skywalker, holy fuck, open your damn eyes. When are you going to wake up? Jeez. George has been accepting the fact that Star Wars isn't Disney's handout and is moving other aspects. That's why he keeps saying, but he's always makes his feelings clear. Yeah, don't misunderstand me. He cares. It's not that he doesn't care or that it doesn't bother him, but he also is not at home like crying like, oh my God, I fucked up. No, he's actually it sucks that they're fucking making it look stupid, but we finished that a long time ago and I got paid off of Disney's stupidity and greed. He hustled Disney. Yeah, well. Going to come in later this year. Yeah, right. Sure he is. No, he's never going to do anything with Disney, dude. Yep. That's another thing. Why? Like, let's go back to Filoni. Remember what I told you? With great power comes great responsibility. So then, why didn't Filoni say, "Wait a minute, dude, Bob Iger, Kathleen Kennedy, what are you guys doing? We have to maintain George's canon. What's the point of this?" Did he speak up or stand up? No, because he wanted his Ahsoka show. So better to just keep quiet, and I'll get my Ahsoka show. That's Dave Filoni. Yep, he sure should have. He was on the set of The Last Jedi. It's known. He said it. Kathleen said it. Rian Johnson said it. And there's pictures. He's not ever coming back. The only way he will be involved in Star Wars is if he gets control of it. He's not going to. First of all, they lied to him, took his shit, fucked it up, and did the opposite of what they said they were going to do. Second, why would you want to work on a project when they're just going to come behind you and re-edit and move it around and change it anyways? Why are you going to waste the time and the energy on that when they're just going to... That was the whole point of why he did Star Wars and Lucasfilm and all that, was to get away from anyone telling him what the fuck to do. And you think he's going to come back to Lucasfilm? Oh, Lord. Especially at this age. Oh, Lord. So, guys, stop hoping, because it's never going to happen. Never, ever is that going to happen. Not in your wettest of wildest dreams. Oh, Lord. There you go. I'm not even going to say anything. He's an Ugnaught. Or in Dave Filoni's universe, he's an Ugnaught, because that's not an Ugnaught. Ugnaught is much shorter, doesn't speak. It's, Dave Filoni. Forgiving their rumors. Yeah. Yeah. I don't like to talk about other channels, but he's 20 years old, by the way. Star Wars old. Which, I'm not saying that age means anything, just saying. He's 20 years old. Has a mischievous side and enjoys playing mind tricks with colleagues. Has a mischievous side and enjoys playing mind tricks on colleagues. How dare you? The funny thing is, I want to believe you're being sincere and you actually want that. Because, man, if you're wasting this much time and energy, all these streams, just to troll with that, or you could be spending the Friday night with people that actually agree with you and are part of that. This doesn't make sense. How you can be different, just Jedi like poof, but I already know Disney gonna fuck it up when he's gonna fuck it up. So why should I ask for it? Qui-Gon's one of my favorite characters. Yeah, Qui-Gon's cool. Yeah, the drawing is strong. Jabba's palace is named Yarna, and she danced at Han and Leia's wedding. Oh, nice. Super laser writing. Afraid that the show won't get worse. Have a bad feeling about this. Oh, it's coming. Once again, remember what I said. You're going to see Grogu and you're going to see Ahsoka in Bad Batch. Remember what I'm telling you. This is stuff I never knew about or forgot. Yeah. You can school those fools. Yeah. The Simpsons too. Like that whole part of it is in one of my recent videos, the all paths lead to the sequel trilogy. That Maggie has a nightmare, Force Awakens bullshit. Matt Groening is involved. He's in the credits, but man, that shit is so like not Simpsons. I thought I saw a super chat. Yeah, okay. I was gonna get to it, but it's gonna take me a while to get to it, so I do wanna AR. I'm so glad I got into Warhammer 40K for sci-fi. Because Star Wars is such a mess. Yeah, I can't blame you. I hear a lot of good things about Warhammer. It's just that type of thing's just not my type of thing. But I hear really always good things about it. Yeah. I can't agree with you. Being a Star Wars fan right now sucks. It's absolute the fucking pits. It's the worst thing to be a Star Wars fan. Not a confused sheepling. I'm talking about a real Star Wars fan. It sucks because Star Wars is dead. And it's been dead since 2012. So we not only do we not have anything, but we've been getting false fucking dumb shit for the past 9 years. So it really sucks to be a Star Wars fan right now. And the chat jumped on me. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to. Right. Mind tricks on Kyle. Yeah, I remember something about that he's very much a joker. URL, yep. Indeed. Qui-Gon series, be different Jedi like proof, but I already know Disney's gonna fuck it up. Yeah. Yeah. Won't get worse, yeah. Yeah. Hell, they are. Yes, there is. Disney Star Wars doesn't make sense. Last actual Padawan was Dooku before he stopped taking it. One student. Don't forget Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan says, you'll go seek out Master Yoda. He's the one that taught me the ways of the Force. It is also logical that, remember, Qui-Gon gets killed. So now what mentor, father figure does Obi-Wan have? So therefore, Yoda logically would have somewhat adopted him and taught him more. Now, actual official Padawan, yeah. But just saying, as far as like training Jedi and guiding them, remember that he has Obi-Wan. Not to mention, remember, Qui-Gon has learned how to commune with me from the other side. I will teach you. $40,001. Obi-Wan. Echo finally found a place. Yeah. For 3 weeks, he has left until they kill the Jedi. He should have stayed dead. By the way, I don't know if anybody picked up on it. Oh, Rex was here yesterday. Where was he going? Oh, I don't know. I didn't ask, but he stopped through. You didn't bother to ask or know what Rex is up to. So there you go. If they're bringing Rex in, guess who is coming? Ahsoka. And they have to bring in Grogu. Why? Because if not, they can't justify Mandalorian. This is their way of saying, see, you saw him at the temple, so there he was. Therefore, the Mandalorian, there he was. So get ready. Mark my words. I called the shit before it came out, and there you are. Fives, I wanted the clones and Jedi to listen to him, but then realized if they did listen to him so much, they would have changed if they took 2 minutes to let Five speak. The mouse is coming to destroy. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Disparagement clause in their deal when he sold Star Wars, so that's why he didn't. Yeah, he can't. He says it out loud. He said, I had to sign an NDA, but it wasn't necessary because I love Disney and I own millions of shares. And it's true. If he's talking bad about the most important IP, the creator, then obviously the stocks are going to go down. Because, again, George is stupid. He knew what he was doing. Remember with shares, one, Disney doesn't have to pay out all the cash. They like that. Shares and technically are a piece of paper. But two, that can work against you because now George, instead of taking that extra $2 billion in cash, he took $2 billion in shares. Today, those $2 billion in shares might be worth 30 cents or 99 cents, basically $1. So then $2 billion, or let's say $2. So now he made $4 billion off of just the shares. You dig? So that's why shares sometimes are good because they're open-ended in that they could go way up and you actually end up with much more cash and value than what you would have for cash. It also frees up Disney to not have to immediately give cash. They're giving you a promise of something that may go up. It might go down. It may go up. So it is in all of George's benefit that Maybe he's not going to say how much he likes if he likes anything or be encouraging, but as long as he's not disparaging it, it's in his benefit because the more the stocks go up. Like he could be hating it, but if the stocks go up to $10, you understand? It's like totally in his favor. Ben Wren. Do you know the Knights of Ben Wren? It's a story that the Jedi will never tell you. All right. That I think is a good place to. Where are you at? Where are you at? Where are you at? The hell did Ben Wren go? Oh, there you go. All right, I'm going to take a break. It's been almost 6 hours. So I'll be back in 10 minutes. I need to stretch. And we will continue on with this fucking... I guess we're not doing Jedi tonight because I'm getting tired and it's 6 hours in. So we'll do part 2 next week. I kind of wasn't feeling it tonight anyways. So it works out that you guys are so chatty. My neck is stiff. It's been a long day. Anyways, I'll take a break, come back, and we'll talk some more. So, do you want the latest intermission, the George Lucas, or do you want one of the older ones? Because I've been playing the George Lucas lately. Or do any of you care? And I'm chatting so much and I'm tired, so I don't remember if I really mentioned it, but thank you. And Warhammer, I hear nothing but good things about, but I haven't played it. I don't know a whole lot about it. But yeah, I totally understand with the mess that we have right now. Totally understand. Totally get it. New George Lucas. Okay. All right, I'll see you guys in 10 minutes. I need to get a drink and stretch. And we'll keep on keeping on.
If you think of the first 3 films as one film, which is what it was intended to be, Darth Vader comes in the front door, scares everybody, kills a few guys, and then you follow it through, and then you find out that Luke is his father, and then eventually it ends up with him not being the bad guy, but actually being a rather sad guy, and then eventually being the hero and killing the Emperor. That if you saw it as one movie, that's the movie you'd see. And one of the problems I had is that Darth Vader became such an icon of evil that when it got split up over 6 years, the impact of him as a tragic character got lost. So that was one of the inspirations for going back and doing the backstory, because it really is about, it's really the tragedy of Darth Vader is the story.
The struggle in Star Wars is about passion against compassion, which is greed against giving and giving up primarily. And the whole issue is the flip side of greed is fear of losing. So you're either trying to get things or you're afraid of losing the things that you've got. And the idea is that to let go of those things and because once you start down that path of fear, then you're trying to protect things and you're willing to fight for things and you're willing to. And the Jedi's basic job in the beginning, which we never get to see too much of because we start really during the war, they were like marshals in the Old West. I mean, they would go from town to town, and they would, help solve the problems, and in a lot of cases, the marshals and the judges were pretty much the same thing, and they would just travel, and they would bring justice and solve problems for people, which is kind of what Jedi are. And they're negotiators, they're not fighters. Only they're negotiators, sort of like the mafia. They're compassionate negotiators with a very big laser sword, which they don't like to use, but if somebody, doesn't want to solve the problem, then they'll solve it for them, so to speak, which is an incentive for people to solve their problems without fighting.
The first film starts with the last age of the Republic, which is it's getting tired, it's old, it's getting corrupt. There's the rise of the Sith, who are now becoming a force. And in the backdrop of this, you have Anakin Skywalker, a young boy who's destined to be a very significant player in bringing balance back to the Force and the Republic. In the second film, we get into more of that turmoil. It's the beginning of the Clone Wars. It's the beginning of the end of democracy in the Republic, sort of the beginning of the end of the Republic. And it's Anakin Skywalker beginning to deal with some of his more intense emotions of anger, hatred, sense of loss, possessiveness, jealousy, and the other things he's coping with. Then we will get to the third film where he is seduced to the dark side, which brings us up to films 4, 5, and 6, where Anakin's offspring redeem him and allow him to fulfill the prophecy, where he brings balance to the Force by doing away with the Sith and getting rid of evil in the universe. A lot of the issues that are in films 4, 5, and 6 become much clearer when you begin to realize what's behind the issues and how things came to pass. Because there's a lot of things that really are alluded to in the last 3 films, but they don't make much sense unless you really get the gist of what happens, and you really have to have seen 1, 2, and 3 in order to get it all. You get to see the universe, kind of, in the first 3 films. You know, you get to go to the Senate, you get to go to the center of the galaxy, you get to go to these very sophisticated planets and all this kind of stuff. And you're seeing things that are very sophisticated. You're seeing very sophisticated aliens, all kinds of things that are digitally created, you know, large scope, very vast scale and everything. So then when you get down to episode 4, it's all very small. You know, everything's real tiny. There's no scope to it at all. And it's in a very small corner of the galaxy. You talk about those things, but you never ever get to see them. But of course in this thing, you'll have already seen all those things, so you'll know what they're talking about. And you'll know when he's saying, you know, I'm stuck here in the far corner of the galaxy, you'll know what he's talking about. And you'll realize that he is stuck in a little dim corner of the universe.
Found in all living things, around us, flows from us, controls individuals, yet we have free will. We have a destiny if we want to follow it. We live for a reason and must discover what it is. What happens when you go to the dark side is it goes out of balance, and then you get really selfish and you forget about everybody, and you ultimately lead yourself, because when you get selfish, you get stuff, or you want stuff. Mm-hmm. And when you want stuff and you get stuff, then you are afraid somebody's going to take it away from you, whether it's a person or a thing or a particular pleasure, experience. Mm-hmm. Once you become afraid that somebody's going to take it away from you, or you're going to lose it, then you start to become angry, especially if you're losing it. And that anger leads to hate. And hate leads to suffering. Mostly on the part of the person who's selfish, because you spend all your time being afraid of losing everything you've got, right, instead of actually living. Where joy, by giving to other people, you can't think about yourself, and therefore there's no pain. But the pleasure factor of greed and of selfishness is a short-lived experience. Therefore, you're constantly trying to replenish it. But of course, the more you replenish it, the harder it is to, so you have to keep upping the ante. You're actually afraid of the pain of not having the joy. So that is ultimately the core of the whole dark side, light side of the Force. And everything flows from that. Obviously, the Sith are always unhappy because they never get enough of anything they want. Mostly their selfishness centers around power and control. And the struggle is always to be able to let go of all that stuff. And of course, that's the problem with Anakin ultimately is you're allowed to love people, but you're not allowed to possess them. And what he did is that he, fell in love and then married her and then became jealous. And then he saw in his visions that she was going to die. He couldn't stand losing her. So in order to not lose her, he made a pact with the devil to be able to become all-powerful.
I am becoming more powerful than any Jedi has ever dreamed of, and I'm doing it for you.
But of course, when he did that, she didn't want to have anything to do with him anymore. So he lost her.
Anakin, you're breaking my heart.
Once you were powerful, being able to bring her back from the dead, well, if I can do that, then I can be Emperor of the Universe. I can get rid of the Emperor. I can do everything. I can make everything the way I want it.
And together, you and I can rule the galaxy. Make things the way we want them to be.
And once you do that, you'll never be satiated. You're always going to be consumed with this driving desire to have more stuff and be afraid that others are going to take it away from you. And of course they are. Because every time you get two Sith together, you have the master, you have the apprentice, and the apprentice is always trying to recruit another apprentice to join with him to kill the master. And the master knows that he's basically everybody below him wants his job. The only way to overcome the dark side is through discipline. The dark side is pleasure, biological, and temporary, and easy to achieve. The light side is joy, everlasting, and difficult to achieve. The great challenge must overcome laziness, give up quick pleasures, and overcome fear, which leads to hate. It's about good and evil in us, as well as our institutions. So, and the idea that some of us think we're really great people, but in the real world we're not. We're terrible people.
Or you can make bad choices.
Well, you make bad choices, but you run your life in a very selfish way, and you think you're doing good when you're actually not. And at the same time, it's how do democracies turn back into dictatorships? Why do people who have the power to have the freedom and everything turn it over to somebody who's going to take it all away from them? It's happened through history forever and ever, and all Star Wars is a way of updating that idea to say, watch out, because there are people out there who don't play by the rules, and if you're not careful, you're going to lose all your freedom. And at the same time, those people who may not play by the rules because they're selfish and greedy turn themselves into evil people who don't care about other people.
Star Wars, it's a journey, y'all.
Now, as far as the characters in these stories, how closely did you work with the artists on creating characters? As you said, we didn't have the canon to pull from, aside from a couple characters like Yoda.
You know, Yoda, whatever.
I'm sorry, Charles is Yoda, whatever.
And sure, Yoda's in it, whatever.
And Yoda, whatever.
And Yoda.
Yoda, whatever. I'm
And
so
not
gonna
nice
get you a
pirate.
shirt, Charles. It says, and Yoda,
Yoda,
whatever.
whatever.
And then also Yoda. Whatever.
Yeah, Yoda, whatever.
Yeah.
And we had ideas going up on the board and Daniel scribbling dinosaurs. It was so great.
Fun.
Disney Star Wars. I was just thinking, you know, the irony of Not My Star Wars. And I always say that canon must be respected, must be maintained. People seem to think that you're just hating, you're just finding a way to hate Disney. No, I'm saying this to benefit Disney themselves. By not maintaining canon, they are destroying themselves. They're digging their own ditch. Because eventually these people are going to grow up and be like, well, wait a minute, this shit does not fit with it all, with what George did. But worse, this new generation of Mickey Mouseketeers are going to see that it's retconning the shit that they liked. The Bad Batch. Wait till Boba Fett starts retconning Mandalorian. Mark my words. Okay, remember that Now My Star Wars told you that. Wait till Boba Fett starts retconning Mandalorian. People are going to lose their shit. People, Clone Wars Season 7 is the best Star Wars I've ever seen. And it retcons all the shit from before. Now, Bad Batch is going to be retconning all of that. It already has. So give it a few more episodes, and all the people that are excited over Bad Batch are going to see that Filoni's retconning himself. He already decanonized Rebels, and now he's going to be decanonizing Clone Wars. So now, all the people that were like so adamant are going to be like, what the fuck? Well, Dave's going to save Star Wars, right? In this episode, they're getting ready to leave. They got their little ID chips, whatever the hell they were. And Homeboy's getting on the ship, and the clone. First of all, I'm thinking the whole time, like, how are all these clones not recognizing him? So he gets on the ship, and they make it a point where the clone is looking at him. He's like, "You look familiar, dude." Just because he has a different haircut and he's wearing a hat, he's the same. You're looking in the mirror. None of you recognize that he's a fucking clone. You all see each other. You see yourselves in the mirror, and you see all the other clones every day, and you know what the fuck you look like, and you don't remember Homeboy. You don't recognize Homeboy. That's right there. That he's a clone. Nobody notices that. Rambo, Hunter. This guy that's walking around the streets with half black face, half white face, with a distinctive bandana with a skull on it. Nobody's recognizing him. It's ridiculous. These guys just escaped from Camino, huge battle, killed clones. They're wanted. They got Omega, and there's not a fucking call out to the entire galaxy of, we're looking for Batch 99. This is what they look like. It's ridiculous. All those little oversights, all those, they won't notice, they won't care. They'll just keep moving the story. It's going to catch up to you because episodes later, people are going to start questioning, well, how come this? And how come all of a sudden they recognize them? But the 3 episodes ago, they didn't recognize. These things are going to come back up. And it's just wait, give it a few episodes. All these people that are, it's the best Star Wars I've seen. They're going to start saying, well, what the hell? I told you so. trying to find where we were. Let's see. Yeah, should have stayed dead. There's another one that now is going to complicate the issue. Yeah, I had seen that earlier. Mouse, Indie. Yes. Ben ran. Pals before gals. There you go. Too funny. Or bros before. Yeah, I was. I really was about to. The thing is, in my day, it wasn't an issue. But I know everybody's a snowflake these days, and they'll be like, oh my God. So that's why I stopped myself, because really, when we used to say it, we knew what we were saying. People weren't little pussies. But he is. Also, back in the day when we would say, oh, that's gay. You know, it wasn't. But again, everybody's little pussies today, so. Somebody will clip it and be like, oh my God, look what he said. Even though you all know what I was saying, you know. Anyways. Simp for Padme and left the boy. Yeah. I can't totally blame him. I heard that almost slip on words as well, though. To be honest, you pretty much said the word. Yeah. So many kids online who say simp, and the kids so many kids online who say simp, and the kids at my school think I'm talking shit because I mentioned simp once. I see kids wearing Nirvana shirts and they don't know about Nirvana. Yes. The thing is, there's always context, because people in England smoke fags. But again, everybody's so little freaking snowflakes these days. Saw's Muslim, Rogue One, Saw's black. Because Disney is the freaking droid and Rebel Chopper. Too funny. Alien spacecraft in the sky. It's not impossible. Thanks to Ray. Yes, your career is over. Thanks again. Name you're really looking pretty foolish. Your sand that you seem to love to pound in frustration. Your goats in crossways, and I might. Okay. Amber gets called out. Innocent, I cheer and hope it ends soon. Sadly, Amber turds Sims. Keep finding excuses to keep her out of prison. Yeah. I don't know if you heard today, Forbes officially announced that Kim Kardashian is a billionaire. didn't seem likely to be true to me at all, but didn't want to jump to conclusions. The thing is, if you think it logically through, I mean, obviously he's not going to. I'm guessing you're talking to the Muslim nut. I don't remember if I saw that or not. I know it, but I don't know if I actually sat and watched that movie. Yeah. Means. So once again, wisdom is proven a falsehood. Yeah. Boba Fett expert. I wanted to ask you, how accurate was Boba Fett on The Mandalorian? Again, I'm not an expert, but I felt there was something missing. Maybe the Clint Eastwood vibe. Yes, he's not that accurate. His suit is off. Boba Fett would never in a million years paint his suit. That was a big thing to Boba Fett. The reason that he looks that way is because one of his experiences, they're like trophies to him. His suit is like a giant trophy. His suit has all kinds of trophies on it and gadgets on it. It has a lot of things on it that most people don't even know about. So it's like a walking shrine of his badassery. He would never paint over his dents and scratches and stuff because that's a symbol, a remembrance of things he's been through. You know how like pilots would like put a notch on the side of the plane? Well, that's Boba Fett's suit. He would never in a million years paint his suit like that. Not only because he's not interested in looking all shiny and new, he's battle damaged, but also because, again, he's then painting over his exploits. Boba Fett would never do that. He also speaks very little, does very much, and yes, he doesn't have that Clint Eastwood vibe. So he's not completely off, but he's very much off. The way he carries his rifle, it's not correct. The thing I'd see Muslim on Star Wars, yeah, oh, I get it all the time. This is a Muslims, the largest Muslim stream community on YouTube is what they claim. Yes. I try to let you guys have freedom, you know, I try to let you go, but it gets to a point where and sometimes I think people don't know or don't think, like, I can shut your ass down. I can time you out or I can ban you altogether and you cannot speak in here. So, but people just don't, you know, hopefully be the nail in the coffin for most people. But I said that with The Mandalorian and people were literally crying at the sight of Luke. So I don't know, man, people are weak. Yeah, they are. But again, at some point, now, tomorrow, 6 years from now, at some point, they're going to retcon the stuff that you did like or they liked. Do you understand? Like I'm saying right now, Bad Batch right now is doing that too. They just destroyed Rebels, and they're doing that to Clone Wars. They're already starting to break shit. Also, Mando. People don't want to connect the dots, but remember the Mando, the whole Darksaber thing, the whole taking off his helmet, like all these things are contradictions to what's been pre-established by Disney. And eventually people are going to be like, none of this shit adds up. It's all contradicting. And then it's all going to fall apart. It would have never been smart to contradict George. They should have stayed within what George did from the beginning. But even let's pretend they said, okay, for George doesn't exist. We're just going to do our stuff now. Well, they can't keep their own shit together. Their own shit straight. And that's where their downfall is going to be. Because a lot of people don't know or don't care about what real Star Wars is. But they do care about this new shit. And when this new shit starts to destroy itself, that's when all these people are going to be like, oops. And a lot of people will freak out when Obi-Wan gets fucked up. Oh, they're going to lose it. See, because here's another thing. There's people the deniers. Yeah, okay, that was Luke, but that was just Luke that they did that. It makes sense. He went through a lot, so he's a hermit, so we can explain that story away, and it's just one. But now when they start doing it to all the legacy characters, they're going to start to realize, like, oh, shit. And then it's going to be too late because all your favorite characters have been shit on. And I'm just going to laugh because I've been telling you, and you didn't want to fucking listen. Batman. From all the typing. Try to say, oh, well, Ben said Yoda was his master, so Qui-Gon is a plot hole. Well, one, Yoda trains Jedi younglings regularly and assists in the mentorship in Padawan and Knights. Yoda trains everybody, basically, in the temple. Everybody's under Yoda, so he's effectively training everybody all the time anyways. By the way, a lot of people don't know that Yoda trained Mace as well. To respond back, so would assume he was blowing brain circuit trying to respond. Chose between watching the stupid trilogy again or experiencing emotional trauma I had when I went through the therapy that fucked me up. I was watching movies again, but therapy is closed. You said the other day, but I can't remember, how much is Disney in the red with Star Wars? Star Wars alone or Disney in general? I think you mean Star Wars alone. Roughly $3 billion. Disney's initial investment was 4.05, plus the 2 Galaxy's Edge parks, that's $6 billion. Plus any other loose shit like promotion, this, paying licensing, whatever. Okay, well, let's just say $6 billion. They made, what was it, 1.5 on The Force Awakens? But you need to take at least half of that because box office takes half of that. You got production costs, you have marketing costs, you have reshooting and fuck up costs, you have promotional costs like flying the actors around to Cannes and all these different places to promote, hotels, catering, just billions and billions. Well, not billions and billions, but millions and millions just for that first film. So that first film didn't make much money. They make it like, oh my God, I made all this money. No, Disney didn't make a bunch of money. The box office, that's what was the report, but not what did they actually made. Last Jedi made half of that. How many Last Jedi toys sold? None. Ain't nobody buying that crap. They made a few $1,000s. Okay, that's going to cover anything. Again, you got to take like half of what Last Jedi made because of all the marketing, promotion, reshoots. And if you look at each film, then you got Solo that's actually negative hundreds of millions. Rise of Skywalker roughly made $300 million. So they've made back, let's just say roughly $2 billion. It cost them $6 billion. So Disney's a good $3-4 billion in the hole for just Star Wars. There was one guy in my comments, dude, you're stupid. They've made billions of dollars off the toys. I'm like, okay, you believe that they've sold billions of dollars of Rays and Kylos. Okay. That's hilarious. Was that an account? Were Wonder Wisdom? Oh. If Wisdom got banned or just silenced. Yeah. New. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say to that. Yeah, therapy can be good. Sometimes you need to talk to the right person. Three boring and terribly written movies and go through all that hell again. Roger that. Lucas's beard was never long enough. Jiggles like it doesn't care. Huh? Boba Fett, whatever. That's what I hear. I haven't seen it. Hey, Shanks, what's going on, man? Good to see you. Thanks, I appreciate it. Okay, this is too funny. So, oh boy. Oh man. Yeah, well, that's what they're trying to do. This is the thing, guys. They don't give a shit about you or the canon. What they're trying to do is make it all fit. So there's also levels of importance. And what is important, Kathleen is telling them, is these fucking sequels need to ride. Rey has to be real. So therefore, Grogu has to force heal so that when Rey does it, it's okay. So now Luke's hand is what's going to make Rey, legitimate. That's why she's so powerful, because she has Luke's genes. You see, what you guys aren't connecting the dots again is that the cloning issues in Bad Batch, people are like, you're stupid, you hate women, this is all that. That's because you see this and I see this. I already see where it's leading. They're trying to establish these clone things so that it gets to Luke's hand, so that Luke's hand gets to Rey. So if you guys are like, this is the best Star Wars I ever saw, and you get all in love with the Bad Batch and you accept the nonsense of cloning, how it now works, then you later are like, well, yeah, it makes sense. They cloned Luke's hand, and that's why Rey's so powerful. See? Some people see the body. I see the whole room. Where'd he touch you? I'm definitely a kid. I like Ben 10 or whatever kids these days. To kill, I don't know. I don't know if that show's even around anymore. Start to understand that Dave Filoni is full baloney. Yeah, slowly but surely, but Yeah, I mean, he'd literally standing right in front of the clone looking at him. He's like, oh, you look familiar. I'm looking in the mirror. It's so freaking ridiculous. Yeah, right. That worked out well. He-Man, yes. It-Man. Well, I guess you can't. She-woman. It-person. Too funny. It-person, I guess, is what it'd have to be. Chopper was voiced by Dave Filoni. It doesn't surprise me. Yeah, that totally makes sense. I didn't know that. Got a rap with his friend. Even I hate him more. Yeah, that's funny. ST was just freestyling, improv without skills. Correct. Watch party of the OT. Yeah, but how does that work? Can you see it on Discord? I don't really use that much. So I don't know how all that crap works over on Discord. I'm so busy to really play around with Discord. there's ways where we could do stuff like that, but then the thing is, it's not a stream. It takes away from what we do here. It won't be a stream on YouTube. And it also messes up Friday nights. Because there are ways around it. There's ways of where we can, like, in a Zoom or whatever, we can all watch it, but then it's not a recorded video. They can be seen by more. They can grow the channel. They can make money. They can, you know what I mean? It's like all for naught. There's no record of it. There's no... I don't know, maybe with channel members or something. Some won't. But again, Disney's so careless that they're destroying themselves that eventually people are going to have no choice, because they're going to be like, well, wait a minute. You sold me on this whole concept of this, but now it's a totally different thing. And people are going to start getting tired of that. Like, here's the thing. You get into a story, you start to like it and attach to things, and then they just switch it. And when you keep doing that and doing that and doing that, people are like, well, if you're just not going to ever be consistent with your stories, then what's the point of me watching your stories? So like I said, they're not going to care until it affects the things that they like. Meanwhile, they want to call me names and get angry because I'm trying to show you that it's not consistent with what Star Wars is. But eventually they're going to see, that the stuff that they thought was Star Wars is being contradicted. And then they're going to be like, oh, wait a minute, maybe I do need to go back and watch the old movies. And then they're going to see, oh, shit, all of this was just nonsense. Eventually it's going to hit them like a ton of bricks because there's no way around it. They're doing it. Disney is doing it to themselves. Why? Because they think you're fucking stupid. That you're not going to notice or care that, well, one thing he was white, now he's black. Like, nobody's going to notice. Luke's hand. McDonald's or Taco Bell? I haven't had McDonald's in a long time. If anything, the only thing I really like from McDonald's is breakfast, and it's been forever. Taco Bell I had about a week ago. I don't do fast food too often, but I did have Taco Bell not too long ago. So I guess Taco Bell. Ripped off Star Wars. No, it didn't. Kids think that because of the shit they're getting now. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, that's funny. Oh boy. She's trying. She is trying. Do others to voice chat. But then you're still not seeing the, yeah, so I don't know. There's got to be, maybe it's something for channel members. Yeah. Get to the chopper. Karen. Yes, it does. Somebody commented that on one of my things the other day. Is this channel run by a Karen? Move along. Well, one of my favorite all-time, which ties into the May the 4th and something I said earlier, but one of my favorites, this is too good. Let me find it. This is too good. On my Star Wars has always been May 25th. Let's see. Where are you? Imagine getting mad. This isn't the one, but this is the typical. Imagine getting mad at a date of all things. You need to chill out, bro. Who's mad? Did you see me throwing shit around the room? Did you see me pulling my hair out or punching the screen or yelling or who's mad? I'm stating a fact. Nobody's mad. People are so freaking silly. But I want to find this one comment because it's literally one of the best of all time. I thought you were clutching at straws before, but now this is a new low. Is this account run by Karen? Oh, boy. Now my Star Wars, read these comments and take it as a learning experience. What, did I point out the fact that May 25th is Star Wars Day? What? May 4th has been Star Wars Day for a really long time. Wipe your eyes. And guess what? May 25th has been Star Wars Day for longer. It's so stupid. How can people be so damn stupid? Are you insane? You're literally getting mad over nothing. Your mind is just conjuring up fake reasons to be mad at Disney. It's okay to criticize Disney's handling of Star Wars, but please just take a moment and reevaluate. Who's mad? When did I get mad? I'm not mad. I'm conjuring up. The movie came out on May 25th, but I'm conjuring up things. People, how many times have I said it? Guys, read what you wrote before you hit send. Okay, here it is. This is the greatest, dumbest, ignorant comment in the history of Star Wars. It's called Star Wars Day, not A New Hope's Day, or not A New Hope's birthday. This space opera thing that we talk about every Friday, that I have all kinds of videos for, can anyone tell me on May 25th, 1977, what that space opera movie was called? Anyone? I know you all know the answer. Can you tell me what was the title? Anyone, one of you, type it in the chat. May 25th, 1977. What was the name of the movie that was a space opera by George Lucas? So let me read his comment again. It's called Star Wars Day, not A New Hope's birthday. It wasn't A New Hope till years later, you dumb motherfucker. And you come on my channel thinking you know a goddamn thing, that you're from your ass from your elbow trying to like, oh, look, I'm going to make him look bad. See how dumb he is? I got him now. And you just in front of everybody made yourself look like the dumbest motherfucker. And it gets a little bit better. Me. Thanks for reminding us you know nothing about Star Wars. Oh my God, it's too easy. And now my Star Wars, you do every day. Yeah, every day, guys, I show you that I know nothing about Star Wars. Then, also, did you shave your mom's back yet? Like random as fuck. Always remember, I have the high ground. It's not A New Hope Day. You see what I'm dealing with? That these people want to argue with you and tell you you're wrong. You don't know what you're talking. It's been May the 4th forever. Yeah, because 10 years ago you heard it when you were 15 and you think that it was forever. Meanwhile, I was there May 25th, 1978, and guess what I was doing? Like millions of kids around the world, celebrating Star Wars Day. Not A New Hope Day, not May the 4th, but May 25th, Star Wars Day. And we did that for years and years and years. And over time, yeah, it caught. The people would say May the 4th, and you would say it, but it was never a day. It was never an official. It was never anything. Until recently, we're like, oh, well, now it's actually day. And guess who did that? Disney. And you got people that want to argue with me. Dude, it was around way before. That's not a Disney thing. Oh, boy. Unfucking believable. Oh, well, at the end of the day, they do it to themselves. They publicly say this shit and show that everybody how freaking stupid. How freaking stupid. You cry like a 9-year-old. No, you cry like a 9-year-old girl. Can you see the tears? Can you see how broken up I am? Oh, okay. Let me here. I know a lot of you have seen it, but let me because it's funny. Like, I'll type something and people turn it into this whole. Okay, I'm going to read it to you just as I typed it. Not My Star Wars. 4 days ago. Star Wars Day has always been May 25th. Disney's Lucasfilm can't even keep track of their own birthday. Period. Here's how the sheeplings read and hear it. I'm so angry. The Star Wars Day was on the 25th, and you all are trying to change my shit, and you don't know what you're talking about. And it's not at the 4th. And I hate Disney and all you people. And I gotta convince you that it was the 25th, but because I know it's the 4th, but I'm trying to be different and be against what Disney does. And so Disney Lucasfilm can't keep up with their birthday, even though there's a picture right here from the Star Wars Twitter that says born May 25th. It's amazing that I write something very calmly and concisely and clearly, and people want to turn it into, you cry like a 9-year-old girl. And again, instead of saying, why would he say this? Let me look. Does he have a link? Does he mention it? Let me think about this. Like, why would he say this? And you could go to Wikipedia in 2 seconds and you're going to see like clearly what I showed you guys the other day, and you're going to be like, oh, fuck, he's right. But it's much easier to say, bro, you cry like a 9-year-old girl. Like, that's going to make me, like, all my 12,000 subscribers are going to be like, oh, yeah, he's right. Yeah, he's a 9-year-old girl. Let's all dogpile him and unsubscribe. That's what's going to happen. I mean, so dumb. So dumb. Instead of saying, hey, I remember May the 4th for a long time, but why would he say this? Maybe he's got a point. Maybe there's something I missed. Let me look into this. Let me ask a question. Hey, I noticed that, but I've always heard May the 4th. Can you explain the reason why? And I'd show you the article, and I'd gladly explain it, or point you to the last live stream, and you have no choice but logically to say, oh, fuck, he's right. Especially since no one said it was a New Hope's Day, nor was it a New Hope. But this requires you to know Star Wars. And if you don't know what you're talking about, do yourself a favor. Shut the fuck up. We don't want him here. Oh, boy. It's so much fun being me, let me tell you. Star Trek only has 6 TV shows and 10 movies. Should I buy? Which are the best? Darth Plagueis. Recently, we could talk about this for a second. The Heart of the Jedi. Do you guys know the story behind that? I was thinking about making a video about it. But for those that don't, I don't remember the year right now, like 95 or something like that. I could find out the exact year, but many years ago, this thing is like 20 years old, 30 years old. There was here, let's do this. Here, I got a few chats. I'll finish that out, and then I'm going to pull up something for you. Let's do it the right way. Star friggin' Wars. Yeah, Star Wars. Not New Hope. Correct. Star Wars. I mean, they find a way to just destroy themselves. No, he doesn't. And that's the thing. Like, I wrote back and I said, thank you for reminding us. And you see him, I knew it was going to trigger him. And him, instead of saying, well, maybe, why did he say that? Did I miss something? Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. No, instead it was like, yeah, you show us every day. You show us every day. You don't know what you're talking about. Meanwhile, every day, more and more people say, holy shit, he knows his shit. Oh, man. And did you shave your mom's back? Like, random as fuck. Like, what is that? My mother passed years ago. Like, it doesn't even make sense. Yes, I'm surrounded by assholes. Yes, it's hilarious. It's sad. It's almost like makes you want to cry. Like, how sad. Oh God. It's just. Oh, okay. I'm gonna pull up. I can tell you that all the books that have Empire, Shadow of the Empire, Heir to the Empire, those books, they're all good. Labyrinth of Evil, I was talking about the other day, the the Grievous book is pretty good. Shatterpoint is pretty good. The original Thrawn trilogy was really good. Truce of Baccarat, it was pretty good. I like all the bounty hunter stuff. So Tales from Jabba's Palace, the bounty hunter. There was another one, bounty hunter. Right, I can't remember. Can't remember the name. I have to see a list, and I could tell you like out of that list. But there's tons of them. But those are some. But anyways, I'll show you guys. Yeah, I guess we're gonna have to do this is part 2 next week because let me find, where did I put that now? Oh, here you are. Nice. Just a moment. Just a moment. Am I going to be able to share this? No, I don't know if this is going to work. Let's see. It might not let me. So I might just have to read it, but let me see. Maybe it will. Okay. Oh. Just a moment. Just seeing, I see awesome. More of my Bothan spies are reporting in. More goodness is coming. So that's all I'll say on that. I'm gonna pee. I'll be right back, and I will show you guys the heart of the Jedi. This is a cool little story. So I'll be. You gotta admit that it's not a New Hope Day. When I saw that, I was like, yep, you confirmed everything I knew, that you are totally fucking clueless. Because there are 15-year-olds out here that know. You can't hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Let me know. Can you hear me now? Okay. The Heart of the Jedi, yeah. Okay, we can clearly. Okay, good. Clearly, clear. Okay. What was I saying? Anyways, I get a lot of that crap. People that think they're slick, like, oh, I got him now. I'm going to say this. I got him. And they're not even thinking. But what's really insulting not that it bothers me, but it's insulting. But it's not just insulting to me, it's insulting to themselves, is that they think they know more. They think they're smarter. And instead of like saying, okay, let me do a 2-minute Google search to see what he's talking about. Or let me just ask, hey, dude, can you clarify? No, it's like, you think you're so fucking smart and you're going to come on with shit and say some shit. And then you just... This is why you can't have these people at the big boy table, because they're counterproductive to having a discussion that's going to move things forward. It's just them bringing up shit that we've been known 40 years ago. So now you're just wasting our time, because now we have to teach you the basics, and we don't have time for that. Now, if you don't know the basics and you want to ask, and we're here to discuss things, by all means, so I can educate. But you can't come to the big boy table and pretend that we're going to have a real conversation and progress something in this world, Star Wars or whatever, when you don't know the basics of what the fuck the movie was called when it came out to begin with. So therefore, your whole argument of that it's not Star Wars Day just shows you're a fucking dumbass. And it's okay if you don't know that. Not knowing that doesn't make you a dumbass. You opening your mouth and acting like you know, then I am publicly going to call you a dumbass. Humility. I don't have 12,000 subscribers because I'm clueless as to what Star Wars is. Wake the fuck up. And if YouTube actually showed my shit, I should have hundreds of thousands of subscribers right now, but they don't, and it is what it is. But whatever. Humility. Never approach something and be like, well, I know everything and I know what I'm talking about. People say things sometimes just to see your reaction, just to open a conversation. And instead of being negative and being like, oh, look, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. It wasn't called A New Hope Day. And then in front of everybody, you've just embarrassed yourself. Because most of you do know that it was just called Star Wars. And when you don't know that basic thing, that just goes to show you're clueless. You have taken yourself out of the argument completely. Oh boy. Ugh. Most powerful Jedi who ever lived and can predict the future. There you go. Star Wars instead of A New Hope, although it tends to confuse some people. Yeah, and listen, I'm very much a purist. I get it. It was called Star. Like some people really get upset when A New Hope. It was Star Wars. That they try to flip it too. Like if I say A New Hope, they're like, "Oh, you don't know what you're talking about. It was Star Wars." Yes, I know. I was there. But how everyone knows it, and guess what? Whether you like it or not, officially canon, George Lucas turned them into episodes, and it says A New Hope. It was just Star Wars at first because he didn't know if he was going to make the other episodes. When he had to make the other episodes, it kind of made sense to give them names and episodes numbers now, didn't it? I know I was there. I agree. It was Star Wars. But that doesn't mean that today's canon and what makes sense in the big picture of 6 episodes that it would. Imagine Phantom Menace, Attack of the Clones, Revenge of the Sith, blank. Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi. No, better. Episode 1, Phantom Menace. Episode 2, you see what I'm saying? Like, that's how most people know it, and that's what is consistent, and that is what's canon. Ay. Star Wars, The Empire Strikes. Yeah. I mean, and that's not wrong. I mean, that's how it came out. But just saying, it's like, there's a reason. Star Wars logo, we all know. I have nostalgic love for the initial font that was used. Here's the thing. If you weren't around at that time and understand the distinction, not everybody, but a lot of people would be like, well, isn't Star Wars the whole thing? Isn't Star Wars Bad Batch? Isn't it all this other stuff? You see what I'm saying? It just becomes a whole can of fucking mess. Whereas when you really define it, as it's supposed to be anyways, because they're episodes and they have names, now you're not having like, did you watch Star Wars? Well, which part? Star Wars. Dude, there's 6 movies. I saw all of it. Which part? You see what I'm saying? What was the name of that band? Who? The Who? Who? You see? Instead of just saying, I like A New Hope more than Jedi, but, you know, Empire is really my favorite. Now you see how the conversation changes. Now you can have a big boy adult conversation. So don't get me wrong. I was there. I appreciate that it was Star Wars, but that was also before there was other episodes and other things. Anyways. My favorite movie, people. Which one? See? You see what I'm saying? Exactly. That's why. That's why that exists. That's why that's that way. World War II, like me, Gramps, was there, you little shit. If using the belt wasn't considered abuse these days, I'd use it on you. Yes. Well, that's part of what's changed in society that really, you know, a lot of younger ones don't have respect, and that's where this all stems from, is lack of respect. You think you're so fucking smart, and then 5-10 years later you're like, oh shit, I was really fucking dumb. What you're discovering today, I did 30 years ago, but you're so fucking smart. I should be here another hour or two. I really doubt I'll make 12 hours, but it's going on 7. I would think I'll do another hour or two. I was going to talk about the book for you, punk. Well, you might have to watch a replay of that. Wasn't it still called Star Wars when Empire and even Jedi came out? Yes, it actually did take a minute. And in fact, if I remember correctly, it was when the videotapes. I could be wrong on that, but I believe it was the videotapes is when they like officially. It's been a long time, and I got so much shit in my head, but yeah, I believe it was when the videotapes. I know that when I was in the theater watching Empire, that it wasn't established yet that it was A New Hope. So yeah, it had to have been the videotapes, because you wouldn't have seen or known that until you saw it later. So it was either the videotapes or like in a re-release, but I'm pretty sure it had to have been the videotapes. Which makes it worse, because it's not even like, okay, 1977 it was Star Wars, and then like 1978 it was A New Hope. No, you're talking about like 5-10 years there where it was just Star Wars. So there's not even the excuse of, well, people didn't celebrate Star Wars Day because 6 months later he changed the title, and no. Kid got in the DeLorean and went back in time 30 years ago, and his mom had a crush on him. Yeah, that's an awesome Star Wars movie. Yeah, I'm like, if I had to bet right now, it's up with the videotapes. Yeah, it's funny. If you do Star Wars The first result is wiki, and the first line is like a disambiguation and like a quick note, but the actual official first line of the wiki is Star Wars, retroactively titled Star Wars Episode 4: A New Hope. Literally, the first line tells you, oh Lord. So you see, you don't have 2 seconds to research it, and yet you fly off your fucking mouth, and here we are. I don't want to do this to people. I don't want to, but you do it yourselves. Now it's in a stream, which 500, 1,000 people are going to see by the end of the night. And over time, and the channel gets bigger and more people hear it, and they're going to hear your stupidity and see, oh Lord, look at this guy. You do it to yourself. Always think before you hit send when you guys post something. Do 30 seconds of freaking research. I'm trying to see if here it says where. I'm sure it's got to be in here somewhere. Kenny Baker. Hell, if you watch my Skywalker Legacy, they show Star Wars. They show the trailers from the original. I mean, just so damn dumb. $1981. Yep. Star Wars was re-released theatrically in 1978, 79, 81, and 82, with the subtitle Episode 4: A New Hope being added in 1981. Okay? So, 4 years that movie was called Star Wars. Just after Empire. So for 4 years, it sure wasn't called A New Hope Day, now was it? But yet, people would insist to me because in England, someone said, May the 4th, to Margaret Thatcher, that's Star Wars Day. Meanwhile, for 4 years, we're all celebrating Star Wars Day on May 25th. I mean, really every year, but, if you want to use the New Hope argument, for 4 years, oh boy, people make it too easy. Too easy. And this happens because before I speak, before I make a post like that, I've been lived that for 40 years. I've been double checked, went to Wiki, looked at my old videos, found an article, got a link, and triple, double, quadruple checked, so that when I make that statement, I already know that whatever you come at me with, there's 3 options when I make that statement. 1, you could learn something. 2, you could be like, yeah, right. Yeah, bro, you're right. Because that's when the movie came out. Or you can do the fucking sheepling thing, which a lot of people do. You're so dumb. It's been May the 4th for as long as I can remember. Yeah, and you're 20 years old. Meanwhile, 40 years ago, I was playing with my Luke Skywalker on May the 4th and celebrating on May the 25th. But hey, what do I know? Jesus. Darth Vader from Vulcan. Where the people went on an island filled with genetically modified dinosaurs that was being turned into a theme park until the power went out and embryos got stolen. Well, you know, all the dinosaurs in Star Wars. Did you hear that? A brilliant friggin' first line for the greatest saga? Yes. Where the guy did the thing that caused something to happen. That's always a great plot line. R2 and 3PO, yes. They kind of are, ironically, but yes. What was the name of the movie where the farm boy had to blow up a space station? Scott Pilgrim, yes. He-Man is a ripoff. Is a Star Wars ripoff of He-Man. Just buff Luke. Gray Stoke. Gray Woke. Force of Gray Stoke. Archaeologists trying to find the Ark of the Covenant before the Nazis and a Frenchman do. Correct. I gotta read it one more time because it's too good. It's too good. And I'm not like even trying to bait anybody. I literally just state a fact. This is calmly state a fact so people can learn, people can look into it, ask a question, discover, and it turns into, you know, you're angry and you're mad and you're mean and you're stupid and it's just here's a good one. It's Star Wars Day. I know this whole channel profits off of your hate for Star Wars, but for one day, be respectful of Star Wars and where it is. Yes, it's in the wrong hands, but it's Star Wars Day, man. No day to hate on anything. Grab some coffee, make some toast, and watch whatever Star Wars movies from whatever company you want today. I'm not mad. I'm not angry. There was no hate, just stating a fact. Being respectful. I'm the one you're the ones that are not being respectful to George Lucas or Star Wars. Star Wars Day is May 25th. You are the one that is being disrespectful. No day to hate on anything. Who's hating? I just stated a fact to remind and teach some people that it's not Star Wars Day. That's it. Oh my God. You need to take a vacation and relax. Seriously, this is too much now. Besides, Star Wars was on the 25th of May, 1977. So they are not wrong. I don't like the new Star Wars direction either, but you are really reaching. It's beginning to be irritating. Okay, so not only are you wrong to begin with, but here's your argument. That the first year, yes, it was Star Wars Day. But then after that, it was no longer, it was only on 1977 that it was Star Wars Day. It was only your birthday when you were born, but every other year, it's not your birthday. You celebrate it 3 months or 3 weeks before. I used to like you, but you've just been taking everything way too far. I hate Disney, Star Wars, and KK, but you are just crazy. And you're a flat earther. What? How are you associating the fact that May 25th is Star Wars Day with I've gone too far, I'm crazy, and I'm a flat earther? Oh, this one was great. Well, I just unsubscribed. This page is garbage now. Shaking my effing head. I'm garbage because I point out a fact. And you claim to be the tolerant ones, and that I'm the hateful ones. So because I put out a fact, even let's pretend I was wrong. Instead of you being tolerant, be like, dude, here's a source. Actually, it's always been May the 4th, whatever. No, you're immediately like, this page is garbage now. Because I point out a fact. Because I was a Star Wars fan before you were born. This page is garbage now. Pathetic post. Dude, honestly, get a life. It's sad that you're constantly hating on Star Wars. May the 4th has been Star Wars Day before Disney bought it. You're just whining for no reason. Who's whining? You're annoying me now. Why are you in my feed? Because you're coming on my posts and commenting. Therefore, I'm going to show up in your feed. How fucking stupid are you? Here, this one's great too. You're such an amateur. The original birth of Star Wars was November 12th, 1976. Book release date. So get out of here. This is another one of those that thinks he's extra smart. Like, oh, I got him here. He's not going to know that. Dude, what is canon is the films. Where the world knows about Star Wars is May 25th, 19. I mean, what a dumb-ass argument. How many people have read that book? 3,000. How many people have watched Star Wars? I don't know, 100 million. I mean, are you seriously using this as an argument? Sorry, bro. This channel outlived its usefulness several months ago. What? Star Wars Day isn't meant to be Star Wars' birthday. Okay. Yeah, it is. It's just a day to celebrate Star Wars. You're grasping at straws. Time to do something productive with your life. We get it, soy boy. You're mad over something that doesn't affect anybody. No, obviously it affects all of you because you're here crying like little bitches. That's great. It's amazing. It is amazing. Star Wars Day isn't meant to be Star Wars' birthday. I mean, really? You really wrote that? Did I tell you guys on May the 4th not to celebrate Star Wars? Did I not on May the 4th do a stream for you guys and tell you all May the 4th be with you? How fucking stupid are these people? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Yes, there's more than two genders. Man, woman, and fucking stupid. Tells you to watch another Star Wars movie, but fails to realize she could also just watch another YouTube channel. Right. Or the great Star Wars that they're claiming to celebrate. That's what kills me. You're here bitching that I don't know what I'm talking about and that I should be celebrating Star Wars. And furthermore, going to the point of you hate Star Wars. This is a hate channel. Meanwhile, all I do every day is celebrate George Lucas. But you're so full of hate. And yet, you're on my channel spewing hate instead of celebrating Star Wars. If it's Star Wars Day, then why aren't you celebrating Star Wars? I don't know. Yeah, they're YouTube comments. Well, a community post, but yeah. Oh, boy. Exactly. I mean, what establishes a day? Your birthday. The founding. If you own a company, your founding day. That's what corporations celebrate, is the day they were founded. When was the day they were founded? Either, because as I own two corporations, I know this. You actually said that. Is it the day that the inception? Like, oh, today we're gonna, we came up with the idea of pure leaf tea. January 1st. Or what most corporations do, because it makes a little more sense. The day that you filed your papers and they're official, and it says, your state on this day, January 16th, is, you're registered with the state officially as a corporation. That's when most corporations do their founding date. Half dozen of another. It's your birthday. I mean, really, did I even have to say this or explain this? It's unfucking believable. Oh, but again, none of this stuff hurts my feelings. I think it's hilarious. I think it's hilarious because one, Lord, are they clueless, and two, these people are going out of their way to try to make me look bad. They think like, see, all these we're all ignorant assholes and we're all writing shit without knowing what the hell we're saying. Oh, here was a good one. POV, you're not my Star Wars. You don't have anything from Star Wars to hate on today. Panic. You realize that you can hate on May the 4th be with you. Calm. You have now angered the entire community of true Star Wars fans. Panic. Right. I don't have anything to hate on. I don't hate on Star Wars. I do laugh at Disney's fan fiction. You realize you can't hate, so you just, I'll pick randomly May the 4th, that because that's a hill I want to die on, and that's a battle. Like, that makes sense. I have nothing to do. I have nothing to come up with today, which, by the way, I didn't need anything because, Disney removed John Boyega, Finn, from the poster again. Freddie Prinze is running his mouth. I mean, there was like 5 things they did that day. So if I really was hating, I could have pointed out the fact that Finn was removed from the poster again. You've now angered the entire community of true Star Wars fans. Oh my God, it's great. It's great. Anyways, let's look at the Heart of the Jedi. Does that have a date here? Oh, look, what is that? 2015? No, it was earlier than that. 92. Originally completed on June 23rd, 1992. Yeah, 1992. Okay, so I thought of doing this as like an audiobook, but it's and this isn't even the whole book. It's missing some. I think it's like 500 pages. I mean, that would be quite a long video. So I don't know. I don't know that you guys would listen to that. It might be a 5 or 10 hour video of just maybe do it in chapters. I don't know. Yeah, it's not the whole book. Anyways. So here's a little backstory. Whoops. Little backstory on it. The history of Heart of the Jedi, how it didn't get published. Because some people seem to be very confused on this. In 1991, I was making my living as an author. I was writing 2 books a year for Spectra, the sci-fi fantasy imprint of Bantam Doubleday Dell. I'd had 12 books published with a 7-book backlist and 1 million books in print. I had just signed a new 2-book contract with Spectra, with titles to be decided later. Then I got an exciting word from my editor. Because of the success of a hardcover Star Wars trilogy by Timothy Zahn, Lucasfilm had asked Spectra to publish an additional series of paperbacks. Spectra had searched through its stable for suitable authors, sending copies of our works to Lucasfilm for selection. My books were Celtic-based sword and sorcery, but my Sidhi, I don't know, series books were a fantasy sci-fi combination. And a review of Riders of the Sidhi said it has enough daring do for at least one Lucasfilm. Apparently, George Lucas thought so too, because I was told he had personally selected me to do a Star Wars book. Even better, I would be writing book 1 of the proposed series, taking place immediately after the second Death Star is destroyed. Note, this would have been followed by Margaret Weiss's Legacy of Doom, with both books to be preceded by Jim Bakey's Exiles of the Force, four-part comic books miniseries from Dark Horse Comics. Weiss later stated that she'd had a disagreement with Lucasfilm, and Bakey's series was canceled. Being a crazy big Star Wars fan, I saw the first movie 7 times in the theater and drank my coffee from a Star Wars mug. You can imagine how thrilled I was. Because, you know, when the first movie came out, we didn't celebrate until May the 4th. I was given pretty much free rein on developing my plot. Other than that, it should take place immediately after the second Death Star is destroyed. I upfront figured it would be most logical to deal with a defeated but not destroyed empire, its military desperately trying to regroup and retaliate against the Alliance, while other elements sought to make peace. Along with this was my assumption that I had to deal with what Luke Skywalker had become and where he was going as a Jedi. Just wanted to mention what was it that I saw? I was given pretty much free reign on developing my plot. So once again, EU people, I love the EU. I defend the EU. I support the EU. The EU should have never been made legends and all of that stuff. But none of this was ever canon. I know so many EU people get hung up on that, but it was never canon. You've got the authors themselves telling you free reign to develop my plot. I upfront figured along with this was my assumption. Anyways, I spent the first months developing an outline and submitted it to my editor. I want to make the point here that I never, throughout all of this, communicated directly with the Lucasfilm people or knew who they were. So there you go, even further. I have free reign to write a Star Wars book licensed under Lucasfilm, yet I haven't talked to them. I don't even know how to reach them. I worked for Spectra, and everything came through my editor. But I was told, and very honored to hear, that George Lucas himself had approved my plot. With one specific alteration, I had shown sand people without their masks, and he said that that must never happen. I spent most of the next year writing that book, putting my own books aside. My primary sources were the movies themselves, which I watched over and over, often in slow-mo, and a Star Wars source book for game players from West End Games that Lucasfilm supplied. By the end of 1992, I had a draft ready. I sent it in and waited and waited. When I inquired as to how it was going, my editor said that the process of the Star Wars project had stalled as they developed the rest of the series, and she still had to go through it herself before sending it to Lucasfilm for their assessment. I believed her. Why not? I finally got a list of mostly minor stuff and started revisions. After more months passed, I heard from my editor that things were moving ahead again with the Star Wars project. I finished my revisions and submitted it. Again, I was told the Lucas people approved it. In fact, they said they quite liked it. Then I waited, yet more months went by. I heard nothing. Stupidly, I had no agent through all this. I didn't think I needed one, as I'd always dealt directly with Spectra and been fairly treated. Finally, growing concerned, I contacted an agent who contacted Spectra. He discovered only that Spectra had determined my book couldn't be published because it no longer fit into the sequence for the new series. I was told that this happened because of my Spectra editor. She had supposedly promised another author of the group, a friend of hers, according to one source, that her book would be placed in position 1. This apparently accounted for the delays that I had been told about. While she wrote her own book to slip into my slot while I sat idle and ignorant of what was happening for months. I have made a point of not knowing who this other author is, and I have never been able to bring myself to read her book or any of the other subsequent series, saddened that this so violated my love of everything Star Wars. Did I confront Lucasfilm and try to fight the situation? Nope. I didn't know who to contact or how. Remember, I worked for Spectra. I had no resources of my own. I was pitifully naive, and I felt pretty much powerless by that point. Oh, they graciously let me keep the $10,000 advance, and they threw me a bone, letting me still do 2 Star Wars short stories. The Tales from Jabba's Palace, which is fantastic, and The Tales from Mos Eisley Cantina, which I also read and is fantastic. But I was done otherwise. None of my own books came out as the debacle went on. I would normally have published four new ones during this time. I lost my backlist of Irish books. Because of the long delay, my family pretty much lived on my advance for 2 years, on exception of the eventual payday from the Star Wars book. This basically destroyed my relationship with Spectra and my career as a writer. I felt completely betrayed, and I was so depressed that I quit writing for years. Needing money to support my family with 2 young sons, I found a job as a publications consultant, meaning tech writer, and after another 10 years, finally made up the financial loss of being all but unemployed for 2 years. I know there's a typo here. With Spectra and my career as a writer, and he put as I writer. And there's some typo. Anyways. Finally, nearing 60 years old, and with the boys both adults and employed, I decided to semi-retire and work on a book that had enthused me enough to try writing again, but not sci-fi or fantasy. It was to be a Civil War adventure with a Jules Verne-esque plot line that had a band of the Confederate agents trying to save the South by destroying Washington, D.C. with the world's first weapon of mass destruction. It would be called Nitro. I went back to teaching as an old English department adjunct for the University of Nebraska at Omaha, my alma mater, and got the book written. I then discovered that nowadays an author of fiction can't even submit a book to a publisher without going through an agent. I searched for an agent for a couple years, but found no one. It seems that unless they are sure you can sell a specific book of yours, they won't handle you. I guess that seems fair. And I had been out of the business by my own choice a long time. But then I got a new chance. An online publisher agreed to put out all my old novels as ebooks. He also published my new book, now called Ironclad. I've written other things too since then. My family does living history at the reconstructed 1820s frontier outpost called Fort Atkinson near Omaha. I started a series of historical novels based at the place and got a history book of the fort published through Arcadia. So my old fans can still find my books through Amazon, but man, I'd love to get Ironclad put out as a physical book. And I still have ideas for other fantasy, sci-fi, and horror plots, plus the 20 or so other Celtic, Irish books I'd still like to write. I think I've got at least a few viable years of authorship in me. So if anybody knows of someone who'd like to represent me, I am ready to start writing 2 books a year again. Otherwise, I am quite content. Otherwise, I am quite content teaching some writing classes and being the school-time daycare for my 2 grandsons and 4 years and 1 year. Any reason why the story should be treated with any less consideration, apart from a few examples like these are some minor issues, blah, 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 blah. Heart of the Jedi remains essentially the same as it was in 1983. So anyways, there's a little story from the author. That book is outselling all the other Disney books. It's great. There's like one or two other books or Disney books that are doing better than it, but it's outselling all the Disney stuff. The High Republic in particular. So I thought about doing it as like an audiobook. Man, I think it's going to be really long, of like several hours. I don't know how many you're going to want. I don't know. Maybe you would. Maybe you'd like to listen to it while you work or whatever. Anyways, long story short, I bought a copy from Amazon to support that book and to laugh at Disney because that book that was from 1983 and never got officially published, has zero marketing, is outperforming Disney stuff in 2021. Disney. St. Christmas is on 5th of December, and it isn't meant to be celebrate. Yeah. First episodes, right? Chinese, something really bad, and I try to find something funny. Yeah. Chinese comic for Chinese Star Wars fans, for the two of them who live there. Yes. There is indeed. Yes. I have like the first issue, like a PDF translated. But for one, I haven't seen any other issues, and two, it's like whatever, it's not that important. But indeed, it is true because I have a copy of it. So can't say gotta head to bed, but I want to say hi and leave a like. Thanks, I appreciate it, MJ. I'm getting tired myself, but thanks for stopping by. And remember, whatever your birthday is, you celebrate it. You celebrate it 3 weeks in advance and call that your birthday. Okay? Because I said so. Oh boy. I don't remember hearing much. All I remember hearing was a man getting wrapped. Some people say The Force Unleashed isn't canon. As much as I would want it to be canon, it just can't fit unless you change the. Yeah, no, it's never canon. There's something in my bed, but there's no one there. Surreal. To be fair, when The Force Unleashed was being developed and about to come out, it was intended to be canon. And then George very quickly changed that because it was just got to be too much. In particular, him pulling a fucking Star Destroyer out of the sky. As awesome as that was, George was like, it's too much, man. So it was very quickly decanonized. So yeah. Yes. Oh, well, I guess we're going to have to do a part 2 next Friday because that didn't happen today. That's okay. I am getting tired and my eyes are starting to hurt. So, and again, I had a very long day. But, in just the next few days, hell, who knows? Maybe even today or this weekend I get it done. Because I think most of the intel has come in. But what's it called? I already had a lot of stuff, and I got more of the Bothan spies reporting in, so that stuff is going to be wrapping up. I'm back. Do you see Lucasfilm gossip? No, I don't. I mean, gossip. Yeah, Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni are saving Star Wars, and Gina Carano will be back. And what else? I mean, I'm trying to think of what else people are. By the way, I don't know if I mentioned it earlier, but you know, they brought back Gina Carano's episode from National Geographic. I don't know how many of you know this. Let me start from the beginning because some of you might not know what I'm talking about. Gina Carano, Bear Grylls is like an outdoor survivalist guy. He's world famous. He's been around for a long time on TV at this point. I would say at least 10 years. I mean, I remember him from years ago. Okay, so he has episodes where he has a guest on a show, and they go through like some wild outdoors adventure. Gina Carano was on it. They're somewhere in the ice and snow. I don't know where. I've seen like some images, so I don't know if they're like, you know, they could be anywhere. Norway, Antarctica, I don't know. Alaska, whatever. They're doing some like, you know, outdoor life adventure, ice climbing, rock climb, I don't know, whatever. Okay. So she has an episode. She was on The Mandalorian. Everything was going good. She got fired. She got ridiculed. And they pulled the episode of that National Geographic Bear Grylls out. Disney was canceling all her shit, trying to make her look bad, and that episode was gone. Okay. Roughly a week, 2 weeks ago, Gina's like, hey, it's back. They brought it back. And I believe it actually aired today, Friday, which Drunk 3PO knows all the details of this, and he was doing a watch party. So if you want to check it out, or think you can go see it, or he'll know better, you know, the details of when and where. I don't seem to be able to get the Nat Geo channel, so I don't know that I'll be able to watch it at least the normal way. Anyways, so they had now announced that it's, or maybe not announced, but people noticed that the episode was back now in the listing of the episodes. However, it doesn't say her name. Each episode says, you know, starring this person. Brie Larson actually did one, and there was different people. So, for example, Bear Grylls with Brie Larson in, you know, whatever, Iceland. Well, they brought back Gina's episode, but it doesn't say Gina Carano. It's just blank. It just says the name, like the description of the episode. So, you know, Gina's coming back because, you know, Disney. They're so respectful, and they're not going to bother her for speaking her mind and, you know, all this good stuff. So, Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni are going to save Star Wars. Bad Batch is the best Star Wars you've ever seen, and Gina Carano will be back on The Mandalorian soon. Just so you know. That's the gossip. Here's a piece of fact. There's still no news for Mandalorian Season 3. There's no confirmation it's even going to happen. And Boba Fett wrapped filming about a week ago. But they're working on that. There's no mention of Mandalorian. Dave Filoni on May the 4th, just like 2 days ago, said that they're not working on Mandalorian yet. They are working on Book of Boba Fett. So they haven't even begun to talk about Season 3 of Mandalorian. Plus, they don't have Gina. Plus, it's a whole freaking mess. So I said it months ago, and I'm going to say it again. You're not going to see any more Mandalorian. That show is over. There will not be a Mandalorian Season 3. So just hang tight. I could end up being wrong, but between Boba Fett retconning and just destroying Mando and everybody being like, Mando who? 2 other major shows are coming. I mean, I really doubt we're going to see season 3. So there you go. Oh, they brought back Spider-Man, huh? Interesting. Can't stay awake anymore. I can't even text stuff correctly. Good night. Have a good night. Time to sleep with the person beside me that isn't real. Hopefully they're warm and cuddly. You have a good night. Yeah, I'm running out of gas myself, so we'll go a little bit longer. But anyways, how far away and how long ago did our favorite story take place? I don't know. I don't think there's a confirmed answer for that. And it's funny because that's something that I would ask George Lucas. Speaking of which, not long ago, just a couple weeks ago, I had put up a community post of if you could ask George Lucas any one question, what would it be? So if you haven't seen it, go to the community post or community page, check out the post, and all I will say is it's important that you write your question there because you never know, it might get answered. That's all I'm going to say. So the post is if you could ask George Lucas any question, what would it be? Any one question, what would it be? As far as a long time ago, far away, well, we don't know exactly. I don't think he's ever like literally referenced it. I think it's just a general blanket statement. But far away. So it's not like the other side of our galaxy or probably even the nearest galaxy. It's like far, several galaxies away. How long ago? Well, a long time ago is really open-ended. 100 years, 1,000 years, million years, I don't know. I don't know that Lucas ever really defined that. I think he more so was like concerned with the overall story as opposed to certain details. It's enough information, you know what I mean? Like it's far away and it's a long time, so. The far away means that the Star Wars universe recognizes that there is or will be an Earth. Yes and no. Yes, in that, I mean, there's no reason why it couldn't, I suppose. No, because I think that while it's feasible and a nice idea and all that, they're part of our solar system or our galaxy, you know, or our universe. I think in the long run that it could complicate things, and I think that George always had the intention that it's not. Or here's the thing: it's not Disney Star Wars. Disney Star Wars is trying to make Star Wars what happened today when you walk to the store. You know, trying to make it like really today and relevant. Whereas Star Wars is timeless. So therefore, a long time ago could literally be like millions or billions of years ago, and far away is far away. To get to Earth would take forever, but even if you could travel that fast, I don't believe that Earth is in our galaxy. I think it's meant to be like completely separated. I could be wrong. I don't have official word from Lucas on this, but I always interpret it as that it's not a matter of here. If it was a matter of distance and light speed, well, did the castle run and you know what I mean? What's stopping Han and them to get into something like the Falcon and just jump as far as they can, if not all the way to Earth? I don't think they can because it's not in their universe. That's how I always took it. So. It's not that I would, it is neat to think like Padme would see the Earth, or, the rebel base could be in like, Michigan, or I don't know, Arizona or whatever. But I just think that purposely that's one connection that's not there. Because it's meant to be a fairy tale, meant to be totally separate from. That's a direct George Lucas question, though, because I don't know any video that directly references it. Millions of years, which is always a super interesting choice to let it take place in the past. Yeah, well, it's the past but future. That's always been the irony of it. It's the past in the timeline of the universe. Like, it's way before we even exist. But to us, it's the future because they are so far advanced from us, right? We don't have spaceships and lightsabers and all this other shit. Nor an connected galaxy of all these beings that know each other and relate to each other and are in a society together. So while what they did happened a long time ago, in their bubble, in their perception, they are much way farther in the future than we are. So yeah, timeline they wouldn't fit, but I just think that the easiest thing that Lucas would have thought of is like, it's just a different, you know what I mean? Here, another one of Disney's failures. You're trying to associate so much to Earth and current events and all that. So now you have to conform to every little trend and what's going on in the real world, but also you're establishing dating it. So 10 years, 20 years, 100 years from now, people are going to look and be like, man, that was done in 2020. You've now broken the fourth wall of this is a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. You've literally broken that wall that you are going into a fantasy to get lost and enjoy yourself. Instead, now you're making people think of space politics as, oh, well, this is happening right now. It's President Biden, and it was against Trump, and he kicked out Trump. And, it turns into this whole, like, real world shit. Oh, everybody's having a pandemic, so everybody's wearing masks now on, some planet in Star Wars. It just turns into a mess. So to me, it was always like, nope, Earth's not there. It's totally out, hidden, nothing to do. I could be wrong. Maybe he's like, oh, it's the third solar system over, and there's the Earth. I could. That's something for George. But using a lot common sense, logic, knowledge of what's going on, and not ever hearing him reference it, we have to assume. That Earth is not part of the equation. Furthermore, how many authors and stories would then reference off of Earth to give you a bearing? Like, the third galaxy over from our own is where Star Wars, to get you some bearing. And no, I think Earth is not supposed to exist. E.T. exists, though, which is also part of the problem. If E.T. exists, well, then kind of Earth has to exist, right? Because E.T. meets Elliot. So that complicates it, too. Because E.T. is, in fact, absolute canon. So you also have that argument. Again, that's a George Lucas. He would have to really clarify that one. That one's a kind of a chicken or an egg. You're kind of stuck in our reality. From something like far from here? Yeah. Exactly. This is the thing. George Lucas very specifically didn't want it to relate to, May 5th, 2021. They're supposed to be timeless. So, one, you make it to where the Earth is nowhere close. So now there's no perception. You can't tie Earth's experiences and what's going on current events to Star Wars, which is important. That was the point of Star Wars. It's completely disconnected from us. And far, far away is another way of disconnecting, because even if, let's say, they were right there and we could get there with the space shuttle, well, it doesn't matter because this happened thousands, hundreds, maybe millions of years ago. So then that means that whatever politics or bullshit that's happening today in the real world can't cross into Star Wars if you do it the correct way a long time ago, far, far away. You can start having all these political conversations and cancelings and craziness if you're making it all about what's happening now. So, Earth was reachable, but just that it would imply that Earth exists or will exist. Maybe it takes place before a big thing. Yeah, I mean, it's not impossible. I'm not. That's one of those things that I don't have the definitive answer. That's a direct George Lucas. But as I always say, we got to go by canon. E.T. is canon, and if E.T. is canon, then that means that Earth is around because E.T. is on Earth with Elliot. So there you go. How far away, how long ago? I always interpret it a long time ago. It's very open. That could be millions, billions of years. Far, not just far, far, far away. So you're talking maybe 1,000 solar systems over. You know, who knows? So if Earth, by technicality, if E.T. is even canon, regardless, because it's so disconnected, so far away, it might as well not be there anyways. Do you understand what I'm saying? It would be canon because, yes, E.T. was there, and to respect continuity, it has to be canon because he comes, we know he hangs out with Elliot, right? E.T.'s canon in itself. George Lucas and Steve respect each other, so they each would call each other's movies canon, I'm sure. Right? So, furthermore, for those of you that may not remember, in E.T., they go to Halloween, and E.T. has the ghost sheet right over his face. This is in the Skywalker Legacy, and there's a kid in a Yoda costume. So, you know, it's definitely canon on Earth, right? And then the flip side, the ETs are in the Senate. So they're double canon on both ends. Just remember, maybe the ETs are so freaking smart, they could travel at 100 times what the Falcon can through hyperspace. Right? So to them, that trip of, millions of years or miles or whatever takes them, an hour. Whereas in the Falcon, it might take 3 days. Whatever. Or maybe the Falcon can't go that far, but ETs can. I mean, there's a lot of scenarios there. But we have to go by canon, and we're talking about now canon and cross canon of 2 films, and they both maintain an absolute that the ETs are canon to Star Wars, and that Yoda is canon to ET. So there you go. How fun. So cool that they did that. Good morning. Thank you for being here, Paul Geltber. Goldbauer. Whatever George Lucas's sequel treatments are. Literally. Whatever he says that was in there, I got Lucasfilm tomorrow. I got control. I'm calling George. First thing, hey, I need your drafts. I need your outlines. That's what would be ideal, what the maker created. Yeah, it's a tricky talking to someone in the Star Wars really. It's hard to say. Again, it's kind of like a chicken and the egg problem. Yeah, oh, they'll definitely make some nonsense. Oh boy, that'll be a mess. They said that the humans were from Earth. So at one point, Jordan. Oh, okay, there you go. There you go. Yeah, you know, I think also there's degrees of seriousness. Like, is E.T. canon in Star Wars? Well, yeah, I mean, we see him, so there's no argument there. They are in the Senate. By default, they're canon. That, for real, E.T. is part of Star Wars. I mean, it's really very cute and cool, honestly. But on the same token, it's like to a point, because George would be like, well, you know, they happen to be there. You know, it's not like they're back and forth all the time and it's all that connected, because, you know, now you start to cause, you know, Earth implications and problems, or at least connections that make conflict you later. So I don't know. Canon's canon. It's not like there's different levels of it, but maybe like the way he took it as seriousness. Like, okay, here's my thing. This is what I believe. He was like, hey, I want to put E.T. in, well, no, let's go in reverse. Spielberg had E.T. going around, and out of respect and a shout out to his friend, oh, look, there's Yoda in a costume. And it made perfect sense. You got E.T. in the ghosty suit, and then you got the kid in the Yoda suit. It's just very ironic and cool. Okay. So just out of love and respect for George, he put Yoda in. Everybody knew and loved Yoda. Boom. George, in kind, does the opposite, right? I'm going to make your guy a part of my universe. So it's canon. It's there. They know they did it on purpose. It's meant to be respected. And if you ask, technically, you look in a guide, well, yes, the ETs has to be canon because there he was. He's in the film. But I think that it was a loose thing, not for you to think about or analyze or worry too much about, or that it connects, rather than this is George's little homage to his friend, Steven Spielberg. We'll make him canon for the coolness and officialness of it, but not to be like too overly analyzed of like how is connected Earth to the, you know what I mean? Here's the thing. If Star Wars is here and Earth is right here and we're really just next to each other, it kind of diminishes it. It changes, like, again, Star Wars is beautiful because the overarching themes are the mythology and all that stuff, but it's timeless. It's about all through our history. You start connecting Earth, and now what happens is that you're going to start relating the time to the events of Earth. If that movie came out, that reference was 1995 or 1999, and Earth is right next door, now you're implying that it's dated, because now you're going to be thinking of, well, what happened to Earth on 1999? You see? So now you start connecting dots, even though maybe unintentionally. So to me, they're canon. They were meant to be canon because they know they're putting them officially in their films, but also they're meant to be loose canon, as in, you know, if you tie it too much, now you start to get into our politics. So now you're going to have Star Wars like a movie, and it's going to revolve around Donald Trump, or, you know, the pandemic, or who knows, whatever other stuff. Yeah. Well, again, remember that like the holiday special was never canon, but again, it doesn't conflict. The holiday special, as cheesy it is, isn't disrespectful. It's not crazy. It doesn't do some oddball other shit that you're like, what the hell? No, it's so it kind of can be canon if it's not conflicting with the original 6. Theoretically, it could maybe be canon. $1 billion for the Big Bang. Yeah. After all, life on Earth had vanished. There will be another galaxy with life planets starting from scratch. Yeah. Was it implied that Earthlings self-destruct in the Star Wars universe? Not that I know of. Maybe there was some EU thing, but not that I remember or know of. Yeah, not that I know of. Again, this one in particular is a George Lucas specific question, but I will just to reaffirm, as I always preach, canon. E.T.'s canon, and Yoda's canon, because they're there. So I think it's not meant for you to be like, oh man, what's the backstory? Let me get it. You know, that was like a personal one-on-one, like we're putting our guys and we're making them canon because you know what I mean? So I think it's meant to be like, okay, they're canon, and that one you could just be like, shh, don't question. They're canon. E.T.'s canon, deal with it. E.T.'s Star Wars, you know, good for you. The fans, here's a gift. E.T.'s canon. Now smile and keep going. And then on the other end, you're like, oh shit, Yoda's canon, right? Because why would that kid be wearing that costume if it wasn't something? I mean, you could argue, well, it's just a random alien face. He's not real. It's just some face that they made. You could argue that. But we know, obviously, it was a shout to George, obviously, right? And you would assume, well, they got the idea of that face from a creature that looks like that to make the rubber mask. So, but I think that's the thing. It's meant to be just like, you know, right there to that point, without you getting too involved. Like, you know, the backstory, E.T. meets Elliot, and blah, 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 blah. E.T. species. If that means something, then seeing humans in Star Wars would say just as much. I don't know about the ET species. If that means something, then seeing humans in Star Wars would say just as much. You kind of lost me there on the wording. Means it's something, then seeing humans in Star Wars. Either I'm really tired or like the way you worded it is messing me up right now. Because I'm not sure exactly what you mean. Yes. Oh, E.T., like the one that we see with Elliot? That we don't know. You're talking about the OG E.T. Yeah, no, I didn't mean it. Because remember that E.T. is the species. It's not just that guy. He actually, I'm pretty sure I've seen it like a million years ago. He actually has a name. Like, he has family, and like, he's not called E.T. E.T. is the general statement of extraterrestrials. Apparently, that little guy had a name. It's just we don't know it because he, you know. So E.T., the one that I'm right here, you know, with Elliot? No, probably not. I don't know. I mean, maybe. I don't think so. But his species, absolutely. There's a few of them in the Senate. So In the Mos Eisley? Possibly. Didn't Yoda in E.T. just mean the Star Wars films exist in the E.T. story? Didn't Yoda in E.T. just mean the Star Wars films? So that kid was wearing the mask because he's like us that had seen the fairy tale of Star Wars? Yeah, I guess I never really thought about it that way. That in the E.T. world, the E.T. movie world, right? The kids are like us and they just watch TV and, oh, look, we saw Star Wars today. And then that kid's like, well, I want to be Yoda. Yeah, I guess so. It's a good point. I never really thought of it that way. I always thought of it like, not that it's really Yoda, but that the reason that it's there is to, one, throw homage, and two, it's canon. Because how would you know how to make that mask or what that mask looked like unless Yoda was a known thing? But you got a good point that maybe they just watching it on TV like we are. I never really thought of it that way, but sure. Yeah. To be sure, we would have to talk to Steve and or George. That would be a fun question to ask them. Get them both in the same room. Be like, all right, what's the deal with the canon here? You know, what's going on with Yoda and E.T.? That would be a fun. E.T. species in Star Wars, but we also see humans in Star Wars, so I don't think it means anything, or maybe it's just open for interpretation. Yeah. Well, but humans are part of the. They literally say, "I'm only human," you know, stuff like that. So humans are absolute canon. I mean, they're there. If nothing else, humanoids, but yeah, they're there. But not E.T. as himself. Yeah, I don't know that it's E.T. himself, nor Earth. That's why I'm thinking only George knows. Yeah, George would ultimately. I agree. I don't think that it's E.T. I think it's N.E.T. A younger one, like a teen. A younger one, like a teen, like I don't know, maybe he's out his age, maybe he's a little bit older, but I always took him as like a, 15, 17-year-old. These are questions you'd have to ask. I never got like much into like the behind the scenes of E.T. and the canon, so I don't know, maybe the answers are out there. But yes, not E.T. himself, but his species. But there's one guy that knows that. I don't have the definitive. Playing with Star Wars toys in the movie. Yeah, I think he was, actually. I think you're right. Or he had something like on his desk or something. Yeah, I think you're right. There was something there. And it's funny, I never really thought about it in that layer, but maybe that's what it is. He's a kid like us, and he loves Star Wars. So that's why it's... But yeah, here's the thing. It still makes Yoda canon. Do you understand? Like, maybe rather instead of like Yoda himself, the little green man that we see talking, the puppet isn't canon like that. But Yoda, as a general statement, he's canon. Because whether he's real in that galaxy or he's part of a TV program, he's still canon, right? To us, Yoda's canon. So the same thing to Elliot or any planet, it would be canon. So yes, in a roundabout way, no matter all paths lead to, Yoda is canon in E.T. And E.T.s are canon in Star Wars. It's funny. Again, I think both of them, it's not meant to be so thought about or deep dived or analyzed. It's like, oh, I'll throw in Yoda and I'll throw in E.T. and we'll have a fun time. It's not meant to be overthought. The E.T.s are in the Senate, so it makes sense why they're there, what they're doing. And then you got the kid in the Yoda suit. So that makes sense. Why would that kid want to be Yoda? Well, probably because he saw E.T. on TV. So good point. Which means I got to get Elliot's videotape of not A New Hope, but, Star Wars. Good point, too. because I don't think E.T. saw Star Wars movies, but he did recognize Yoda. They are messing with our minds. Yes, that's true. Well, you could. That's funny that you mentioned that, because here's how I always interpreted that as a kid. The reason that E.T. is like home when he sees Yoda is not because, one, he's confused where Yoda is from, or that he thinks that Yoda is a species. I think most people interpret it as, oh, it's an alien to an alien. So he's like, oh, home, I can get out of here. I understood it differently. At least interpreted differently, that he is aware of Yoda. That's how great Yoda is. Like, we take for granted, like, Yoda's ours in this bubble. Like, no. That's Grandmaster Yoda. The entire galaxy knows who's the fuck is Grandmaster Yoda. You dig? Plus the HoloNet. So not just word, but you've got the HoloNet. So everyone knows who Yoda is. He's the Grandmaster on the Jedi Council in Coruscant. Everyone knows who Yoda is. You got it? Now, there's people that don't watch TV or don't care, and not that everyone's aware, but let's say, like, the vast population that pays anything attention to the news or what's going on in town, they know who Yoda is how I presume. So to me, when he's like home, and he sees Yoda, it's not because he just sees another alien and he's like, oh, I think he's like, oh, is that really Yoda? Like, oh, they know about Yoda here. That kid is trying to be Yoda. That's how again, my interpretation. I always thought of it deeper than that. Like, he was recognizing Yoda because Yoda's well known. Not because it's a generic alien. Furthermore, if the ETs are in the Senate, they definitely know who Yoda is, right? Obviously, they would most certainly know who Yoda is if they're hanging out in the Senate chambers. So there you go. It's quite a tangled web, Yoda and Mr. E.T. in the cross-canon adventures of Stephen and George. Exception, Yodaception. Either they watch Star Wars movies on E.T.'s planet, or, like you say, it's all the same reality. Movie pretty much canonized Earth. Yeah. I mean, how deep you look into it or how we connect it or whatever, it is a bit debatable, because some things make sense. I think what I said probably makes the most sense. But it's always, as I always say, maybe Lucas and or Spielberg would be like, no. This is what we were doing. This is what we meant, But I mean, at this point, it doesn't really matter. Six half dozen another. If it's because of this or that, they know each other. They've been to the same planet, visited, know through the Senate, whatever the scenario. E.T. is canon and Phantom Menace, and Yoda is canon and E.T. And that's the part. That's the main part. Is this the touch, the feelies that those guys know and love each other and are aware of each other and probably talk to each other in the Senate, trying to make things better for the galaxy. That's the point. The camaraderie between those guys, and also, you get to connect two wonderful characters. I'm trying to think of other space creatures that are loved as much as Yoda and E.T. And when you think about it, no, those are the OGs. I mean, they're the top of the freaking top. What else? There's aliens and stuff like that, but I'm talking about like iconic, heroic, friendly. Now, it's really funny when E.T. is canon, but Kanan Jarrus isn't. Good job, Disney. Yeah, well, who knows? You never know. You never know. You never know. There are Bothan spies all over our galaxy. Just know that. Oh, man. Okay, I'm really tired. My eyes are like, so I think we're going to wrap it up because I'm just really freaking tired. And I have a bunch of stuff to do today. And I also have to go through some more intel because the Bothans are sending me stuff. So I'll change the thumbnail and the title and all that shit. All right, let me see. I can change the title right now. I just got to change the thumbnail. I think I can change the title there. Yeah. Just for anybody. Hey, Chloe. I'll fix the thumbnail later. Let's see. Talked about so much shit though right now. You can't even begin to think of a good title. All right, Facebook's done anyways, so. What happened there? Oh man, I am tired. Why isn't it letting me change the title? Okay, maybe I gotta do it on the other end. I just know I'm about to crash out, so I want to fix the title right now real quick, because if not, I'm going to be out of there. Speaking of Yoda on the thumbnail. What were we talking about in the very beginning? All kinds of shit. E.T. is Star Wars. I'm going to use that for the title for now. Too funny. Home, Coruscant. Man, you guys were chatty today. I didn't even get to the. Why aren't you? Oh, okay. My brain is totally shutting down. I need to. So we can go a little bit further down the hole. If E.T. is canon in Star Wars, So is Elliot. So is his mom. So is Reese Pieces. So is his little sister. Reese's Pieces is canon. How about that? That's pretty neat. Technically, it has to be, because what did E.T. love? Well, let's be fair. What if... Because he's the one E.T. that came to Earth, so as far as carrying over Reese's, maybe it's pushing it. Then again, how many of others were on the ship? How many others witnessed it, had Reese's? Man, this turns into a whole, like, a whole question thing of... But theoretically, by 7 degrees of 6 degrees of separation, or whatever they call it, Reese's Pieces is canon in Star Wars. I'm being silly. Don't take it that far. It's not meant. But, to be fair, yes, E.T. is absolutely canon. Now, let's just be serious, and I'm going to finish up, just out of pure fact, respect, homage. As far as how far to read into it, how many, where, what connection is irrelevant. What matters is that Lucas was saying hello and a wink and a nod to his friend, and by virtue of that, he's in the film. The E.T. species in the fact canon. So, Gizmo might be up there, but he's no E.T. nor Yoda. Yeah, Gizmo's the shit. Too funny. Nice stream, really enjoyed it. Yeah, me too. Yeah, my eyes are starting to close, so I'm gonna wrap it up. Yeah, it sucks. You're in such a different time zone. You'll like that one. We hung out and talked of all kinds of shit. Plus, I talked about why May the 4th is not Star Wars Day. A bunch of people got their panties in a bunch, but it is what it is. And I want to reiterate, I know you guys heard me, and I know most people get it, but I never said not to celebrate on May the 4th. I say it to people. I have celebrated that for over 30 years. But just because we like the pun and the sound and the name, and doesn't mean that that's official Star Wars Day. I mean, use your brain. May 25th has always been Star Wars Day. Be real. I mean, come on. Any other movie you would celebrate the day it came out, but Star Wars, everybody was arguing because of May 4th. It's just, Disney makes people stupid. Yeah, no, I can change that. It was because I wasn't doing it in YouTube. I was doing it here in StreamYard, where the stream. How can I explain? StreamYard is like a separate software that helps manage and give me extra functions to do the stream. And trying to alter the name through StreamYard, not directly YouTube itself, is why it was. But I changed it in YouTube, so it's already done. It's good. It was just because in StreamYard it doesn't let you do retroactively. But yeah, I got it. And anyways, I put a quick temp name when I'm more awake. I'll think of something. So ET backwards. Also, I mean ET also backwards. He talks. Home phone. Well, he's down with Yoda. I mean, what do you expect? They're homies. Spielberg's best movie, I think, was Saving Private Ryan. I'm really an ET guy. So Private Ryan was fantastic. I love Close Encounters. There's a lot of stuff. Jaws. Spielberg's a beast. But I have a very special place in my heart for ET. I love the premise of the alien coming and his little sister Drew, and I just I cry every time I see E.T. I think it's such a beautiful film. And when I say beautiful, not that it's visual, I mean, visually it is nice, but it's a pretty basic, simple film. You know, some kids, bicycles, they're hanging out in the woods. It's really very, even E.T., like, he looks cool and real and all, but it's just a silly suit. It's not even that detailed. You know, it's very low effect when you really look at it. It's beautiful in the message and the story of it. So. E.T. has always been very special to me. But yeah, Ryan was Saving Private Ryan's fantastic. And really all his stuff is, you know, he's a monster, no doubt. The case, it's first degree of separation. Yoda and E.T. are homies. Yes, they are homies. Oh, too funny. Yeah, you guys have a great day. I'm pooped. We're at almost 9 hours. Jurassic Park, yeah. By the way, E.T. and Star Wars are 80s movies. From Indiana Jones to Schindler's List, great variety, guys. E.T. wins, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. That's to me. I don't know what you guys, if you want to, like, in the chat right before we end here, like, what's your favorite Spielberg? But I just think that E.T. is message-wise, you know, heartfelt, just really special movie. E.T. is very, you know. Creepy Sailing movies I saw was called Extra. I don't know that one. I'll have to check it out. Extra. Good weekend. Yeah, I appreciate it. 1980s love, yes. All right, guys. Been a lot of fun as always. E.T. is canon. May the 4th is not. And yeah, we will do it next Friday. Next Friday we'll attempt to actually do Jedi Part 2. Part 2. This happens. We'll see how many parts it turns into, but anyways. Archie was very excited to hit the hay. A little video man for you. And all right, yeah. Man, my eyes are heavy as hell. All right, guys. I will see you next Friday. Remember, what's today? The 8th. Big project coming out any day. The special doc that I was just talking about. You will continue to have videos every day, at least for the next couple weeks. The next big one after this time-sensitive one will be The Mandalorian, Chapter 2, and then the Empire Project. And on the 13th, which I believe is Thursday, right now I don't remember the time and I'm tired, but I'm thinking like 4:30, 5:30 p.m. is the next investor call for Disney. So keep that in mind. I think it's like Thursday day or afternoon, early afternoon. I'll be streaming that live, and we'll look at what Disney's quarter report looks like. Ought to be interesting. So I think that's Thursday, and then you might get back-to-back streams this week, and then Friday we'll try to do at least some more of Jedi. So yeah, some good stuff coming. I will see you soon. Let me read these last. I'm better. It is at 8 hours and 32 minutes at the moment. Good weekend. Yeah, you guys have a great weekend too. 8 hours. Yeah. 8:32. Yes, it is short for me. I haven't done a 12er here in a minute. I'm so busy and I'm tired. I'm like, fuck. There's other stuff going on. Not bad or anything, but there's just so much stuff going on. So, but anyways. All right, guys. Have a great morning. Have a great weekend. I will see you very soon for sure. Like I said, I'm pretty sure that Thursday is the 13th. So I probably will see you Thursday and Friday. You know how to reach me. All my information is in the all my socials and all that stuff. So if anybody needs to reach me for anything, just give me a shout. And I'm going to hit the hay. So.
Please like the video if you liked it. If you didn't like it, keep your comments to yourself.
What she said. Have a great weekend. I will see you in a few days for the quarterly report. We'll have some fun there, and then we'll do Jedi. Big stuff coming. Keep your eyes open. The channel continues to grow. It's slow. It's slowed down, but things keep going. And more are coming. So lots of little surprises. Have a great night, Mr. Benz. Have a great night, everyone. Love you guys very much. Thank you so much for all the support. See you very, very soon. Yeah, see you next Friday. Try to maybe Shanks, that might work out better. The Thursday stream, I don't know, maybe you're at work or something, but because your time zones are so different. Here, I can look real quick, just to very quickly, before I just fall over on my desk here. Where are you hiding? Uh, 4:05 Eastern, 4:05 Eastern PM. So if I set it for 4:05, that means it must be 4:30. I set it for 4:05 so I could come in and hang out for a little bit before. So probably 4:30 on the 13th, which I'm pretty sure is Thursday. So maybe because of the difference right now, it's 7:10. So you figure 5 and 4, 9 hours from now, Red Shanks. Not from now, I'm saying 9 hours from is the time difference. So if that helps, from right now, 9 hours is the time difference, and it will be at 4:30 on the 13th. So anyways, since I know you're kind of on a different schedule, maybe I'll see you there. All right. I'll give you guys a little razzle dazzle. Too funny.
What's that?
Unreal!
My power is growing. All right. Yeah, just remember that on the 13th, not today. But I was telling you the 9 hours so you can calculate your time now. So I think you get me. So for me, it's 7:12. So yeah, 9 hours from now would be your time. Whatever the hell time it is over there. Okay. I'm tired, man. All right, guys. See you in a couple days. Thanks as always. Keep an eye out. Some good stuff is coming. And well, we'll do it again in a few days. The days fly by so fast. So all right. May the 4th be with you. But not really, because it's already passed and it's not Star Wars Day anyways. But you could always keep a new hope that in 1981, that'll be what the movie's called. And yeah. Oh boy. All right. Just remember one more thing, guys. Here we got a new comment. People are forgetting May the 4th is a pun of the May the Force be with you. No, nobody's forgetting. I knew that probably before you knew what Star Wars was. It's like, why do people do that? Like, they feel like they have to give a justification as to, you don't know what you're talking about because you're forgetting that. No. I'm telling you because I was celebrating Star Wars Day before May the 4th existed. As I've proven in several different ways at this point. Anyways. Why, guys? Why? Always think before you type. Here's another one. Why the 25th of May? But at least it's an honest question. Now I can give a very simple answer. And of course, someone's going to come along and try to argue that. Well, but you know, that's not what you celebrate. Is because we're the fans and blah, 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 blah. I'll see you Thursday and Friday, and ET is canon. Take care. May the Force be with you guys. Please like, subscribe, and comment on the video. May the Force be with you.
Impressive.